Final Fantasy X is my second or third favourite Final Fantasy game. It often competes with FF8 for second place for me. We said in our FF7 Limits Only video that FF7 did the limit break system better than FF8 and 9, but the overdrive system in FF10 is basically an overhauled version of the limit system. They're far more realised this time, and you can still conserve overdrives from one battle to the next. The results are great, but just how great? Can you beat Final Fantasy X with only overdrives? Let's find out. Here are the rules, but first, I have an announcement to make. I am now a full-time YouTuber. I very recently quit my day job to put all my time and effort into making these challenge run videos. And of course that means YouTube is now my source of income going forward. That doesn't mean that I'll be accepting sponsorship offers from just anyone, however. I still need to believe in what I'm endorsing. So I'm glad that the sponsor for this video is Boot.dev. You might already know that Boot.dev is an online service that teaches back-end development. But what sets Boot.dev apart is that they are fully aware that the biggest hurdle when learning coding is boredom. This was the very reason I struggled to learn coding myself several years ago. I felt like I was being thrown into the deep end and I lost all enthusiasm. But Boot.dev treats your experience like a fun RPG that you're progressing through. You can earn experience points, achievements, complete quests, level up, and there's even a global leaderboard, which I am on this time because I have actually tried a Boot.dev course myself. So even though Boot.dev have courses on a wide range of coding languages like Go, JavaScript and SQL, they started me off with Python, and I'm so glad they did. It seemed perfect for beginners like myself. Everything is explained bit by bit in plain English, and you're encouraged to write your own snippets of code along the way as they guide you. This is by far the best way to learn anything in my opinion. The only other method would be to actually talk to real people, and Boot.dev has a Discord community full of people willing to help. Here's the part that really surprised me. All of Boot.dev's content and courses are completely free to read and watch in guest mode. A paid membership will unlock various bonuses like all the fun RPG features, but you can even demo the interactive features for 30 days, so it costs you nothing to get started. If I had been using Boot.dev back when I was trying to learn coding, I'd probably still be doing it now, and I'd be earning up to the equivalent of over $100,000 a year. You didn't hear me wrong, that is not an unusual salary for professional developers. It's a very desired skill nowadays. A monthly membership is just £32 a month, but if you opt for an annual membership, you will be saving £155. Plus, if you do choose the annual plan and you use my code NG+, or use the link in the description, you will get a further 25% off your entire first year. Thank you for checking out Boot.dev, and thank you Boot.dev for sponsoring this video. Back to the rules. Rule number 1, we can only use overdrives in battle. The only exceptions are defending, swapping equipment in battle, or escaping battle. Rule number 2, Aeons can only be used as a last resort only. Aeon battles are an exception to this rule. Rule number 3, no overpowered attacks. These include attack reels, trio of 9999, quartet of 9999, and sunburst. Rule number 4, no battle boosters. The HD version of this game on PC includes boosters that we can turn on or off at any point to make battles easier, and we won't be using any of them. The only booster we can use is speed up. And finally, rule number 5, once we defeat the final boss, Braska's final Aeon, we win! We also decided to go with the expert sphere grid for this run too, and we named Tidus Tingus. It won a vote. Also, just to clarify, this means that in this run, we cannot use normal attacks, black magic, white magic, skills, special moves, summons, steal, items in battle, etc. Here's an easy way to remember what is and isn't allowed in battle. Everything in the normal command list is banned. Anything in the main command list is fine, and of course overdrives are fine too. The only other exception to the main rule would be in Zanakand right at the beginning of the game. This is basically the game's tutorial, which means we don't have access to overdrives yet. In fact, the very first fight in the game is against a couple of Sin Spawn and they never attack. They just skip their turns over and over until we kill them. We can press triangle to defend ourselves, which also skips our turns, and you will notice that that is all we are doing in this battle, defending over and over with our two characters. Allow me to take this time to explain why. By default, each character's overdrive bar fills up when they take damage. The more damage they take, the more the bar fills up, just like FF7 so far. Since these Sin Spawn never attack, we can never use an overdrive against them. Our only way past this fight is to attack normally. We said that taking hits was the default method of filling our overdrive bars, but it's possible to learn different methods of filling them. These methods are called overdrive modes. The default overdrive mode is called Stoic, and Stoic means that we must take damage to fill our overdrive bars. But if, for example, we wanted to fill the overdrive bar by attacking instead, that character would need to learn the Warrior overdrive mode. Overdrive modes are learned by performing the same action enough times that the overdrive mode uses to fill the overdrive bar. So if you want a character to fill their overdrive bar by attacking, you have to perform a specific number of attacks with that character throughout the game first to unlock that overdrive mode. The amount of actions required to learn new modes differs for each character too. Of course, we can't attack normally for the vast majority of this run, but there is another overdrive mode we can learn, Ally. The Ally overdrive mode will boost our overdrive bar by 3% at the start of a character's turn, and to learn this mode we simply need to take a specific number of actions in battle. We want Tingus to learn Ally as soon as possible, and since these Sin Spawn never fight back, what better time than the very first fight. Auron needs to take 450 turns and Tingus needs to take 600 turns. Thank goodness for speed up. After defending for 600 turns, both characters have learned Ally, and we can finally use normal attacks to kill these Sin Spawn since it's the only choice we have. Something to note is that we cannot change any character's overdrive modes yet as we don't have access to the menu, so we're stuck with Stoic for now. We'll fight through the Sin Spawn as normal until we encounter AMS. This is where the game forces us to use our first overdrive, Auron's Dragon Fang. It's the only one he has by default and it hits all targets in the battle. Some overdrives prompt the player to interact in some way, and Auron's will always have a button combination on screen. For Dragon Fang, successfully inputting the combination in time will result in delaying the enemy's turns a little, but the damage occurs regardless. AMS will only ever hit us with Demi, which deals a quarter of our current HP rounded down. So basically, we can never lose this fight. Tingus gets his overdrive very soon and it's called Spiral Cut. We get a time limit to stop the moving indicator in the middle of the bar. The sooner we get it, the more damage Spiral Cut will deal, so ideally we want to land it first time every time. There is a downside to this enemy only using Demi though. The amount of damage it deals will only get lower and lower, which means our overdrive bars will not fill back up again all the way. In fact, Stoic would require us to take damage equal to 3 times our max HP to completely fill our overdrive bars, so Stoic simply isn't viable for much of this run. We are once again forced to attack normally in this case, but at the very least we can defend ourselves over and over to skip our turns until both characters have just 3 HP remaining. Since a quarter of 3 rounded down is 0, Demi no longer deals damage and thus our overdrive bars will never fill beyond this. At least we boosted the bars as much as we could. We're forced to finish it off with normal attacks. We can use this save sphere to heal ourselves, but we still can't access the menu. The next fight is the last one in Zanakand, and this time we can actually lose. We're supposed to attack the machine on the right, but once again we decided to defend ourselves every turn instead. This ensures that both Tingus and Auron have their overdrive bars filled up as much as possible before leaving the tutorial. Learning Ally and having as much progress on our overdrive bars as possible will be very helpful, especially Auron's. Once Tingus's HP is as low as it will go before he gets knocked out, that's when we break the machine and move on. With the tutorial over, we are now sticking to the rules properly. Tingus and Auron are separated now, but this is also the first chance we get to access the menu. Right away, we swap Tingus's overdrive mode from Stoic to Ally. We will grab all the items we can find inside the treasure chests, since we can still use healing items outside of battle. In fact, we decided that we would never use white magic outside of battle either, so using items out of battle and save spheres are the only methods of healing we have right now. It's not long before we find our next next mandatory battle, and it's against 3 Sahagins. Since we're using ally, our overdrive bar will fill up at the start of each turn, but only by 3%. This sounds bad, but we can take advantage of another option we have in battle: equipment swapping. In Final Fantasy X, you can swap weapons or armor in battle. Even if you only have one weapon or armor, you can still select it. Nothing happens, but it still uses up a turn. The advantage of swapping weapons instead of defending is that the delay until the character's next turn is reduced significantly. You can see this by looking at the turn order. If we swap weapon, Tingus will get another turn right away. If a character's speed is decently higher than the enemy's, then it's possible to get multiple turns in a row doing this. And in some situations, you can even get upwards of 3 or 4 turns in a row as long as we swap equipment every turn. When we no longer get an additional turn in a row by swapping equipment, then we will defend ourselves to reduce the incoming damage from the enemies. With us getting 3% of our overdrive bar filled each and every turn, this strat ends up working a lot better than having Stoic, and we soon get Spiral Cut that one-shots one of the Sahagins. We repeat the same weapon swapping and defending strat until our overdrive bar is full again. The next thing to know about this fight is that when 2 Sahagins are defeated, the third one flees. We don't want that to happen yet. So after getting our second overdrive, we continue to weapon swap and defend. This is because we want to learn another overdrive mode called Loner. Tingus learns this by taking 60 turns in battle whenever he's alone. In this run, it's mandatory that we learn this mode before the first proper boss, and this is the only chance we get to learn it before then. In theory, we could have learned Loner in the game's very first fight, if Tingus knocked out Auron and then defended for 60 turns, but I wanted to break the rules as little as possible during the tutorial. Thankfully, Tingus starts off with decent evasion, and he's able to avoid a few attacks from the Sahagins, which might be the only reason we're still alive right now. Eventually, Tingus was down to just 11 HP, and he still hadn't learned Loner. We had no choice but to defeat the second Sahagin with a Spiral Cut to end the battle, or we would have died. After that, we are attacked by Geneaux, but this is another fight that's impossible to lose, as its attacks will always deal half our current HP, and the fight ends automatically after 2 rounds. But by some miracle, those 2 rounds were exactly what we needed to learn Loner. After the battle, we switch to the Loner overdrive mode and grab the items inside the temple. Now we are attacked by our first real challenge of the run, Klikk. The first thing we notice is how much better Loner is compared to Ally. This gives us 16% of our overdrive bar at the start of each turn. The downside is, of course, it only works if that character is alone in combat. We want to buy as many turns as possible, so we use the usual weapon swapping strategy. Of course, if we can dodge any of Klikk's attacks, then that's a bonus too. Klikk kinda has 2 phases. We get by the first phase after dealing 750 damage. It's possible to do 750 damage with 2 Spiral Cuts as long as we nail the timing on the moving indicator early both times. By swapping weapons every turn before the enemy's turn, we get 4 turns in a row. With 16% overdrive bar progress per turn, that already puts us back at 64%. After defending against Klikk's attack, we soon get our second Spiral Cut. We nail the timing right away, and now we have dealt over 750 damage. At this point, phase 2 starts and we're joined by another character. Also, Klikk's HP now becomes 1500. We now face a new problem. Tingus' Loner overdrive mode will no longer fill his overdrive bar because he's no longer alone. This can't be helped, as we needed Loner for the first phase of the fight. Here's our second problem. This is also a turn where we're forced to use a grenade in battle as part of a tutorial. Thankfully, we can stick to the rules following the grenade. Right now, skipping turns doesn't fill our overdrive at all, as all new characters start with Stoic as their only overdrive mode. We only have one chance of winning this fight. We need to get very lucky and hope that Riku gets KO'd as early as possible. That way, Tingus' Loner mode can kick in again. This is very RNG dependent, as Klikk's targets are random. What makes this even more annoying is that Riku cannot swap equipment during battle for some reason, which means the only way we can skip her turns is by defending. Of course, that means that Klikk's damage is reduced, so it takes even longer for Riku to fall than it normally would have. The first time we fought Klikk, the opposite happened and Tingus fell first. It took a few attempts to get the look we needed, but eventually, this happened. Phase 1 went very well. Tingus dodged a hit, and we got a critical hit with the first spiral cut. We have decent HP by the time we get to our second spiral cut, and that begins phase 2. We start with Riku's forced grenade and then hope that Riku takes as many hits as possible. Our hopes were answered as Riku took the next 4 hits in a row. Tingus then dodged the 5th hit, and then Riku took one more. Tingus then dodged again, and then he took a hit. And then Riku took the next 2 hits and she goes down. Now, Tingus's loner mode can kick in and his overdrive bar goes back to filling up by 16% per turn. We still need RNG to come through for us. We need to make sure we nail the timing on every spiral cut for maximum damage. We do just that. And we even got lucky with a couple of dodges. After 2 spiral cuts, we need to hit 2 more to win. With the HP we have left, it might just be possible, but we're cutting it close. Except our 3rd spiral cut was another crit, and we won. The amount of good RNG on this attempt was crazy, but considering how close the fight still would have been without the last crit, we got a taste of things to come. On the boat, we find our first Owlbed primer. There are 26 of these to find in the game, so we'll make sure to grab all of these as we go for the reward at the end. At the very start of the sphere grid, we can see the cheer ability, but we can never use any abilities in battle, so it's pointless to unlock it. We may as well save the ability spheres for later. Also, we talked to this guy for some potions. We're now on our way to the second boss, and on the way we can run into these fish fiends. We would like to learn Tingus's second overdrive attack, Slice and Dice. All we have to do is use Spiral Cut a total of 10 times. We're up to 8 right now. We could put Tingus back into ally mode to ensure his overdrive bar fills up every turn, but at only 3% per turn it would take forever. A much better method is to use the loner mode again and have Riku flee the battle. With that, Tingus will soon learn Slice and Dice. This overdrive hits 6 times in total, and each hit targets a random enemy. This means it's possible for multiple hits to target the same enemy, even if that enemy would have died from just the first hit. There's no better example of this than this forced encounter against a bunch of fish. Tingus hit just one of them 5 times with a Slice and Dice. I reloaded the game and redid this fight just to show you how much the RNG can play a part in this game. This time, a single Slice and Dice took down all the fish right away, as the 6 hits randomly distributed themselves between the fish better. We can't swim out of the sunken airship at this point, but we can press the square button to return to the ship. With that forced encounter out of the way, we can use this save sphere to make sure we go into the boss fight fully healed. We take the time to fill both characters' overdrive bars ahead of time, and even grind a couple of levels for Tingus for a slight strength boost. Now we can enter the next boss fight against Tros. This thing has 2200 HP. Riku's up first, and this is also the first time we're using her overdrive. It's called Mix. Basically, she can combine 2 items together to achieve a unique result. We don't have a lot of items this early on, but when Riku joins us, she adds 2 grenades to our inventory. We were forced to use one against Klikk, so we have 1 left. We mix a grenade with an ability sphere, which results in Blaster Mine for over 1000 damage. This is when Tros shows the unique gimmick of this fight, as it swims out of range. This is so the game can introduce trigger commands, which are unique commands that we get access to, but only in specific battles. As part of this challenge, we won't be using any of these trigger commands, so instead we have Tingus defend himself. When Tros moves out of range, it always follows up on its next turn with Nautilus Charge for decent damage to both targets. Tingus took less damage as he was defending, and he followed up with a Slice and Dice for over 500 damage. We now find ourselves in the unfortunate situation of needing to build our overdrives back up again before we can deal any more damage. This is when I did something I regretted. Out of instinct, I selected the trigger command to pincer attack Tros. This command becomes available when Tros moves out of range for the second time. Since trigger commands are against the rules, we had to restart this fight over again. We now realised that not being able to pincer attack Tros meant that we would be hit with Nautilus Charge multiple times. So we had an idea. Before the fight, we got into an encounter with fish. We had Tingus escape, and then we let Riku get knocked out. Even when a character is knocked out, they retain their overdrive bar progress, and they're automatically revived with 1 HP after the battle. Since at least one character escaped the battle first, it doesn't count as a game over either. We also set Tingus to loner mode. and we encountered the boss again for round 2. Now we have Tingus on full HP and Riku on 1 HP. As before, Riku's turn is first, and once again we mix a grenade and ability sphere to deal over 1000 damage with Blaster Mine. Tingus actually got a turn before Tros could swim out of range this time, so we hit a slice and dice for exactly 500 damage. An issue with Overdrives is that they delay the same character's next turn. This means that Tros can now act twice in a row, so Tros can swim away and then hit us with Nautilus Charge back to back. We don't even get a chance to defend ourselves. Of course this takes Riku down, but that's what we wanted. With Riku knocked out, Tingus can start to swap his weapon and defend to take advantage of loner mode. With our overdrive bar filling up at 16% per turn, we need to survive 7 turns to fill it all the way up. We soon get a second slice and dice for just under 500 damage, and Tros uses his 2 turns in a row to hit Tingus with another Nautilus Charge. That leaves him on just 75 HP. While we were building up another overdrive, Tros gets 2 more normal attacks on us. We defend both of them, but we've only got 20 HP left. We managed to hit a third slice and dice for the win. If we took just 1 more attack, we would have lost that fight for sure. Soon after, Tingus gets washed up on the Isle of Besaid alone. We grab all the items we can find, including the moon crest in this hidden chest. There are 7 crests in the game, and we will be grabbing all of them. We can even talk to all the Aurochs several times to receive even more items. It's a bit of a running theme in this game where NPCs will hand over items just by talking to them, so we'll do that whenever we can. We're joined by another new character, Walker, and we need to swim through some fiend-infested waters. If we want to beat these fiends and gain AP for both Tingus and Walker, we should have Walker flee the battle, then use Loner to fill up Tingus's overdrive, have Tingus flee, find a new encounter, and then one-shot that encounter with the slice and dice. But since there's no access to a save point down here, we don't spend too long in the water. We soon find ourselves doing the first Cloister of Trials. We will be using the Destruction Sphere in every Cloister of Trials for the optional reward. The first reward is the Rod of Wisdom, which is a new weapon for one of 2 new characters. Both Yuna and Lulu join our party, and Walker gives Tingus a new weapon called the Brotherhood. After we leave Besaid, we turn around and go right back in. We talk to the shopkeeper and find the dog in this tent. Interacting with the dog rewards us with a new overdrive for our first Aeon, Veil 4. We also named Veil 4 Vingus. And the second Albed Primer is inside the inn. Now we have even more tutorial fights as we travel to the boat from Besaid. Tingus and Walker are forced to attack normally. We're just going to have to accept that tutorials are an exception to our main rule, so let's go over some equipment abilities instead. Weapons and armor can have up to 4 abilities attached to them. Tingus's new weapon has a 5% buff to his attack, but would you believe, equipment strength and magic buffs do not apply to overdrives. This means that the magic buffs on Yuna's new weapon that we found in the Cloister of Trials will never come into play. Before continuing, we make sure Tingus has Loner mode on, as he is attacked by Kimahri, which triggers a one-on-one boss fight. We use the exact same strategy we've been using. Swap weapons until we need to defend, and then use slice and dice when it's available. Fun fact, defending against Kimahri's jump attack does not reduce the damage, as that is actually Kimahri's overdrive, and overdrives cannot be defended against. After we hit 2 slice and dices, we win and even get the overkill. We run into another tutorial battle where we're expected to swap Tingus for Yuna so she can summon her Aeon. A normal summon isn't usually allowed in this run, but we don't have a choice. Yuna's overdrive is called Grand Summon, and it allows her to summon an Aeon with that Aeon's overdrive bar already full. Since this fight forces us to summon Vingus, we will only allow Vingus to fight back with overdrives. Instead of changing equipment or defending, an Aeon can either boost or shield. Shield is basically an Aeon's version of defend, except they don't gain any overdrive charge if they're attacked. Boost is the exact opposite. They'll take more damage and get a bigger overdrive boost. So it's not long before we can use Vingus's overdrive, and with the new more powerful energy blast, we easily one-shot this giant bird. The last tutorial fight on Besaid is against another giant bird, but we can actually flee this time. After the last tutorial fight, that's where we can actually start getting random encounters in Besaid, and we want to use those random encounters right now to fill up everybody's overdrive bars. Right now, Tingus is the only character to have learned more than one Overdrive mode, so all the other characters will only have Stoic. So the only way to fill up their Overdrive bars is to let them all get beaten up, then run away from the fight, heal with the save sphere, and then repeat the process until their Overdrive bars are all full. We board the boat to find the third Owlbed primer in the power room. We can also get some potions by kicking this case, but only until we have exactly 20 potions. So if we had 15 already, we could only get 5 more potions from it. If we had none, we could get all 20. If we have over 20, we can't get any. That brings us to the fourth boss. We are attacked by Sin's Fin and his Sin Spawn. There are only 3 Sin Spawn on the boat at any one time. If we kill all 3, then 3 more will take their place. To end the fight, we need to defeat the Fin itself. But the Fin is a ranged target, which means only long-range attacks can hit it. Lulu's Overdrive, Fury, is a long-range volley of magic attacks that can hit all targets at once. But due to there being a ranged target in this battle, we get to choose between either the ranged target or the Sin Spawn. The number of magic attacks in the volley depend on how fast we can spin the right analog stick. A higher magic stat also helps. Waka is another character with a ranged Overdrive, but it deals less damage than Lulu's. Kimahri joins us for this fight as well, but since we've had no control of Kimahri up until this point, his Overdrive bar is completely empty. Eventually, the Sin Spawn chip away at us until we lose. The only chance we have of winning this is if Lulu can use multiple Overdrives in the battle. So, we load a save file back on Besaid and find a random encounter. We can use another character's Overdrive to defeat all but one Fiend, and then have 2 characters escape the battle. With only Lulu remaining, we skip her turns over and over until she eventually learns Loner. It only takes 45 turns alone for Lulu, so with 4 times speed up it wasn't so bad. Something else we need to do is to learn Tingus's third Overdrive by using his previous Overdrives a total of 30 times. Just like last time, we set Tingus to Loner and have the other characters run away, build up Tingus's Overdrive, have him run away, heal with the save sphere, then find a new encounter. Tingus can then use a slice of dice right away to get some kills. Any remaining enemies can help us fill up the Stoic character's Overdrive before we're forced to escape the battle. We still earn AP and items for the enemies that we did defeat despite escaping. During this grind, we also earn a few sphere levels for our characters, which means it's time to start thinking about which paths to take the characters down on the sphere grid. Since the vast majority of abilities that the characters can learn in this run are completely useless, their own paths are not always the answer. Tingus and Waka benefit from pure power, so we decided to take them down Auron's path. Lulu's Overdrive scales with magic damage, and she still needs to learn new black magic, so she sticks with her own path. All Yuna can do is summon Aeons with Grand Summon, and all Aeon's Overdrives scale with either strength or magic. The Aeon stats are dependent on Yuna's stats, but since it's not a one-to-one conversion, any stats that Yuna gains will help the Aeons. Even boosting things like Yuna's MP will help the Aeon's stats. Having said that, Yuna will still need good defense early on, so we will actually be taking her down Auron's path as well. The reason for this will become clear in time. With all the damage we're taking, characters start to learn the Daredevil Overdrive mode. This is learned by taking turns whilst in critical HP. On the PS2 version, Daredevil mode gives the characters a 16% boost to their Overdrive bar for each turn taken in critical HP, but in the HD remaster, that was heavily nerfed to just 4%. Eventually, after Tingus uses 30 Overdrives in total, he learns Energy Rain, which is vital. We return to the boat for the rematch, but there's a very specific strategy we need to use for this fight. Right away, we use Tingus's Slice and Dice on the Sin Spawn. The reason for this is we want to kill only 2 of them. Spiral Cut will kill only 1, and Energy Rain will kill all 3. But if we're lucky, a Slice and Dice will only kill 2 of them. This will prevent any more from spawning. We keep Yuna and Waka on the front lines as we actually want both of them to get knocked out in this fight as early as possible. After all, Loner mode requires that 2 characters be knocked out. The Sin Spawn will either attack physically or they will use up a turn to charge up a more powerful attack called Spines. But if there's only one Sin Spawn left, then it will always charge up a Spines attack. It was thanks to the charge up that we had time to swap Tingus out before he could take any damage, because if Tingus takes any damage in this fight at all, we need to reset and try again. You'll see why soon. We swap Tingus for Kimahri the first chance we get, and now we skip turns until both Waka and Yuna are down. Kimahri will spend every every turn defending to reduce the damage he takes, and Wakka and Yuna will swap weapons every turn to ensure they take full damage from the Sin Spawn. If Kimahri's HP falls too low, we also need to reset. Can you tell I had to reset this fight a lot? When Yuna and Wakka go down, we swap Kimahri out for Tingus so he can weapon swap a few times to build his overdrive back up again. It needs to be full again before this fight ends. Since the Sin Spawn has to charge up every other turn, this buys us more turns. Whenever the Sin Spawn is about to use spines, we swap to Kimahri and defend. Kimahri is basically our meat shield for this fight. We swap Lulu in now and she hits a Fury on the fin. We managed 9 spins to ensure maximum damage. However, since Lulu is delayed after using the overdrive, the Sin Spawn can charge up and hit Lulu with the spines back to back. We weapon swap with Lulu several times to refill her overdrive bar, and once again we swap to Kimahri to defend the spines. We swap Tingus in one more time to finish charging the rest of his overdrive bar, and then swap in Lulu for a bit to charge more of hers. Kimahri takes another spines and he's starting to get weak. Lulu uses another Fury on the fin, but we only managed 8 spins this time. We were just short of killing it. We can charge Lulu's overdrive a bit more, but Kimahri has to take not 1 more, but 2 more spines. Anything will knock him out at this point, but thankfully Lulu has just enough turns to charge up 1 more final Fury for the win. Immediately following that fight, Tingus and Wakka have to fight the next boss, Echuilles, with just the 2 of them. This boss is the reason that we needed to build up Tingus's overdrive in the previous battle, but we need to skip his first turn right away so that Wakka can act first. The boss is also joined by 4 fish fiends as well. Wakka's overdrive element reels can hit all targets at once, but only if we get 3 matching elements in the slot reels. Matching the symbols also deals the matching elemental damage, but none of these enemies are weak to any element, so any 3 of the same symbol is fine. This defeats all the fish and damages the boss. Wakka also starts this fight with 1 HP since we had him knocked out in the previous encounter. This was intentional so that he would die quickly after using his overdrive and thus allow Tingus's loner mode to kick in. The boss is on a pattern. It will use Drain Touch twice to absorb a bit of Tingus's HP, and each time it uses Drain Touch, 2 more fish will respawn. The fish will only attack when all 4 have respawned, so the idea is to skip turns until all 4 fish have returned, and then we can use Tingus's new overdrive, Energy Rain, which hits all targets for decent damage. This ensures that the fish will never get to attack us. The boss's 3rd turn is always Blender, which always deals strong water damage to all targets. If Wakka hadn't already been knocked out by Drain Touch, then Blender definitely would have knocked him out. This routine of Drain Touches, Energy Rain and Blender continues, but the problem is, Tingus doesn't have enough HP to outlast the boss. After retrying this boss, we realised with how close that we were getting to victory, all we needed to do was have Tingus dodge a couple of the Drain Touches. Drain Touch is actually the only attack this boss uses that can be dodged, and avoiding it not only keeps Tingus's HP up, but it prevents the boss from healing itself too. We managed to get a few dodges in on our last attempt. After hitting 3 Energy Rains, the boss was only 1 overdrive away from defeat, but following its last Blender, we only had 100 HP. We dodged the next Drain Touch, but then the next one dropped us down to just 44 HP, so now anything kills us. We got Tingus's overdrive just in time, but instead of using Energy Rain, we used Spiral Cut instead to secure the win, as it does a little bit more damage than Energy Rain. The fish will die along with the boss anyway, so it was the safest move. Once we arrive in Kilika, we grab all the items around town and head to the woods. We're forced into a tutorial fight where we learn that Kimahri's Lancet ability can teach him new overdrive abilities. We have to use it to learn Seed Cannon, and his overdrive bar fills up all the way upon learning a new overdrive. Using Lancet is not an overdrive, so this will be the only time we ever use it. Also, because Seed Cannon was learned illegally, we will also never be using Seed Cannon, which means the only attack Kimahri can ever use in this entire run is his default overdrive, Jump. If you think this isn't fair to Kimahri, you're right. Lulu finished this fight with a Fire Fury. With all the random encounters in the woods, we skip turns a lot and take a lot of damage in the process. This boosts the overdrive bars of our Stoic characters, but also helps us learn another overdrive mode for our characters called Comrade. Comrade is learned by our allies taking damage, and also fills up our overdrive bars in the same way once it's learned. Just like with Stoic, the amount it fills the bar is dependent on the amount of damage the ally takes. this, but Comrade fills the overdrive bar even less than Stoic does. We decided to challenge the optional boss, Lord Ochu. We knew it was weak to fire damage, so the plan was to have Lulu try and get in more than one Fire Fury, but there are a couple of issues with that strat. Firstly, Lord Ochu inflicts poison to a random target when it attacks, and the poison status in this game is an absolute killer. Anyone who is poisoned won't last more than just a few turns before they die. We started the fight trying to deal as much damage as possible. We used Slice and Dice, Wakka's Fire Element Reels, and Fire Fury back to back. Now we need 2 characters to get knocked out for loner mode to kick in, and the best character for this fight is Lulu, but the issue is with only 1 character left standing, they will always be the target for Ochu's poison attack. If Lulu gets poisoned, it's over. And then we realised our second issue. When Lord Ochu takes over 2,500 damage, it falls asleep and heals itself every turn. By the time we've skipped enough turns to fill up our overdrive, Ochu's HP is almost back to full. A physical attack can wake up the Ochu, but overdrives don't wake it up. There's literally nothing we can do to beat this thing right now, so it's lucky that it's an optional boss. We could resort to using an Aeon to defeat it, but we have a better idea. We haven't seen the last of Lord Ochu just yet. Instead, we leave him alone and continue through the woods. On the way, we make sure to fill everyone's overdrive bars first. We'll always do this if we know a boss fight is coming up, and this boss is called Sinspawn Geneaux. This boss has 3 body parts, a main body and 2 arms. The first thing we do is use Fire Fury and then follow it up with Fire Element Reels. This kills the 2 arms, which causes the body to open up. We hit it with a Slice and Dice for some decent damage, but this is when it starts to poison people. Kimahri gets a jump in, and then we swap to Yuna. The idea is the same as Ochu. We want 2 characters to get knocked out, and we want Lulu to survive. We swap her out for Wakka and then skip turns until 2 people fall. Kimahri and Yuna are the most useless yet again, and then Lulu can come in and start building her overdrive. If we know a venom attack is coming, then we can swap out to either Wakka or Tingus so they can take the poison damage instead. This allows Lulu to get in 1 more Fire Fury for the win. This brings us to our second Cloister of Trials. We grab the optional reward with the Destruction Sphere, the red armlet. We name Ifrit Ifringus and leave the temple. On the way out of Kilika Woods, we encounter Lord Ochu again, but not to beat it. There's something we need to do now in preparation for something later, and it's going to seem like a rule break. We need to Grand Summon Ifringus. Hear me out. Remember when we said Yuna's overdrive allows her to summon an Aeon with its overdrive bar already filled up? Well, what if that Aeon already had a full overdrive bar? In that scenario, Grand Summoning the Aeon would allow that Aeon to use its overdrive twice on back-to-back turns. However, in an overdrive only run, there's only one way to set that up. We have to Grand Summon the Aeon, use the overdrive that it automatically starts with, have the enemy survive that overdrive, use boost every turn to fill the overdrive bar back up again, and then dismiss the Aeon. That is exactly what we do for Ifringus against Lord Ochu. This is the only enemy in the game that we get access to outside of boss battles that can survive Ifringus's overdrive, Hellfire. We then use boost every turn after that until Ochu fills Ifringus's overdrive bar again, and then we dismiss the Aeon. Lord Ochu is the perfect encounter to help set this up because it can also be fled from. If we had to go on to win this encounter, then I feel like it would have broken a rule. Also, we said Aeons will be used when absolutely necessary, and trust me, this will be necessary. We also took the time to teach loner mode to Wakka, which means he needs to take 110 turns alone in battle. Easily done. We just have 2 other characters escape from battle and then do the usual weapon swap and defending strat over and over. During this, we also learned ally mode for Wakka, by him taking a total of 350 turns overall. Before leaving Kilika, we grab the 4th Albed primer from this hut. We take a look at the shop, but another quirk of overdrives is that they don't take any elemental strike damage into account either, so things like water strike are also completely useless in this run. Back on the boat, we find the 5th Albed primer and we nail the jet shot minigame. Once we're in Luca, we have a bunch more stuff to grab. There's a 6th Albed primer, 2 high potions, 600 gil, and a tidal spear. Something worth knowing, the weapon ability Piercing, which allows the weapon to do full damage to armor armoured enemies is not required in this run, because all overdrives in the game have the piercing effect by default. We can also find a magic sphere and a HP sphere, which could be very useful down the line. We find the 7th Owlbed primer, and after a few cutscenes, Tingus, Lulu and Kimahri are forced to defeat a series of Machina 2 at a time. We tried an energy rain with Tingus, but this did not deal enough damage to kill either of them. Kimahri's jump deals even less damage to just one of them. Spiral Cut deals more damage to a single target, but that's not enough to one-shot these Machina either. The best overdrive for these battles is easily Lulu's Thunder Fury, since the Machina are weak to thunder. This wipes out both Machina easily, but the issue is we need to fight multiple waves of Machina back to back. We can use a save point to heal between the first couple of fights, but we can't find any random encounters until the Machina waves are defeated first. In fact, we can't even leave this part of Luca. This means we can't pre-fill our overdrive bars between these battles. So, this time we went with Lulu on Loner mode and Tingus on Ally mode. We use up as many turns as we can to fill up Tingus's bar until he gets 2 energy rains to beat the first wave. Kimahri dies fairly early on, and Lulu defends herself every turn to conserve HP. It was actually during this fight that Lulu learned Ally mode. Tingus couldn't hold on for long beyond the first wave of Machina, but now that Lulu is alone, her overdrive is going to start filling by 16% a turn. This helps her wipe out the second wave with a Thunder Fury. Her high evasion is really helping us out as Lulu gets off another Thunder Fury for the win. Now that those waves of Machina have been defeated, we're able to find Machina in Luca as random encounters. We know there's a boss fight coming up, and we can use the Machina here to fill our overdrive bars ahead of time. The boss is called Oblitzerator, and it has 6000 HP. We hit it with Slice and Dice and jump right away for over 1000 damage. The boss has a 1 in 3 chance to counter-attack physical attacks with Blind Ball, and it can also counter overdrives. This blinds Kimahri, but thankfully overdrives can never miss, which is also why accuracy is a completely useless stat in this entire run. The boss is also weak to thunder, so we get a Thunder Fury ready, but that's when we noticed that Thunder Fury also targets the crane on the boat as well as the boss. This means that the damage from our most powerful attack in this fight is split across 2 targets. The reason this happens is that the crane can be powered up with thunder magic. Tingus can then operate the crane to deal heavy damage to the boss. The damage split from the Thunder Fury reduces the overall damage on the boss a lot, and even though the crane is being powered up, having Tingus operate the crane would be against our rules. On the boss's turns, it will use Blitzball Rush, which hits the whole party randomly a total of 10 times. You also can't defend against this damage. We were using Ally mode on our first attempt, and this was only enough to hit 2 Slice and Dices and 2 Thunder Furies. After that though, Blitzball Rush eventually takes us all down. We thought about switching Lulu to Loner mode to get off more Thunder Furies, but the damage split is a killer, and we figured we were close to learning Tingus's 4th and final overdrive, Blitz Ace. So we used Loner mode to quickly get some overdrives against these Machina, and it turned out we were only 6 overdrives away from learning Blitz Ace. And then we weakened both Lulu and Kimahri in a random encounter. The idea is to lower their HP but not too much, as we want them to survive a potential counterattack before the boss uses Blitzball Rush. And Blitz Ace now deals over 1400 damage. Kimahri and Lulu get their overdrives in, and they take a few balls to ensure Tingus has as much HP as possible after they go down. It seems we didn't account for Tingus taking all 10 hits from Blitzball Rush when he's alone. It also turns out that once the boss falls below 2000 HP, it gets an agility buff. This gives it even more turns than usual. Since the boss has just over 3300 HP remaining, we know that a Blitz Ace would put it below 2000 HP, and its agility boost would then be the end of us. So instead, we used Slice and Dice for a bit less damage. We also know that none of the hits from Slice and Dice will target the crane, as it's only magic that can hit it. One of the 6 hits was a crit, but this left the boss on exactly 2050 HP. Since its agility isn't boosted, we know we can get another overdrive in before we die. However, Blitz Ace won't deal over 2000 damage normally. We would need to pray for critical hits. We got 2 crits in the first 8 hits, but then we messed up the timing on the final hit a bunch of times. This will reduce the damage of the final hit by quite a lot. However, the final hit was another crit for over 1000 1,200 damage. The total damage of that entire Blitz Ace was exactly 2,104. We beat the boss by just 54 HP. It's important to note that we still can't leave this part of Luca. There's no way of finding any random encounters after Oblitzerator and before the Blitzball game. We make sure to win the Blitzball game against the Luca goers, but directly following the game, Tingus and Wakka are attacked by 3 Sahagins. Wakka already has his overdrive ready, so as long as we match all 3 elements, his element reels will kill all targets, as they only have 170 HP each. The problem is that we need to fight a total of 17 Sahagins. Since we left Tingus on loner mode, we have him defend himself every turn. Wakka will swap weapons every time to maximize his number of turns because he is on ally mode. Eventually, Wakka gets his second element reels to take down the second wave. Wakka didn't last much longer though, as the third wave finally finished him off. However, Tingus's loner mode kicks in and he can start swapping weapons to maximize his number of turns. We defend before the Sahagins' turns of course, and we even get a few lucky dodges in now and then. This routine allowed Tingus to take out the next 2 waves with an energy rain each. But then we have to face 4 of them on the next wave. We use the same strategy, but with there being 4 of them, they whittle Tingus down even faster. The only reason we won this fight was due to numerous lucky dodges, and an energy rain brings down all 4 of them. Now we have to fight just 1 more Sahagin. With only 37 HP remaining, we know the Sahagin will get 3 turns in before we can charge our overdrive again, so we were ready to reset. But then we dodged the first attack, and then we dodged the second attack as well. We defended before the third attack and we took 36 damage. We only had 1 HP left. We got Tingus's overdrive and hit the last Sahagin with a spiral cut to end the fight. That was crazy lucky. We're now straight into a one-on-one fight with Auron against this Fiend. Auron's overdrive bar is still where we left it back in Zanakand. It's impossible to enter the in-game menu with Auron in your party up to this point in the game, so we can never change his overdrive mode before this fight. This means we're still stuck on Stoic, but this is why we wanted to fill Auron's overdrive bar up as much as we possibly could before leaving Zanakand. After taking several hits, Auron only just gets his overdrive before he dies. This Fiend would have killed us in 1 more hit for sure, even if we were defending. The final fight of this gauntlet is with Tingus, Wakka and Auron against a Garuda. All 3 characters have barely any progress on their overdrive bars, and they all have very low HP. And then Garuda one-shots all 3 of them with Sonic Boom. After all the fights we had to endure with these characters, we didn't stand a chance against that Garuda. We were lucky to even have made it to the Garuda. We only have 1 choice, and that is to go back to an older save file before the Oblitzerator boss fight, and grind against the random Machina encounters. I don't usually like grinding as a solution to being stuck in an RPG challenge run, since it could basically be the solution to every difficult part in the whole run. I prefer to find a more creative solution with what's already at our disposal. However, the result of this grind did lead to an interesting discovery. There are 2 specific goals we have for this grind. We want to reach these 2 evasion nodes with Tingus, and we want to learn Thunderer with Lulu. We can also use the HP sphere we found in Luca to give Lulu a 300 max HP boost, and we also have an armlet that gives Lulu a further 5% HP boost. Once Thunderer has been learned, we can use some of the Machina to weaken Tingus and Kimahri. The idea is to have Lulu completely solo the Oblitzerator boss. This sounds impossible, if not for a very interesting quirk. The Crane can only be targeted by tier 1 spells, which means that a Thunderer Fury will not split the damage between the boss and the Crane. Plus, Thunderer deals more damage than Thunder, of course, and we can get about 6 zaps in. The stronger the spell, the fewer casts of it we can get with Fury, but a higher magic stat can offset that eventually. After the first Thunderer Fury, we dealt over 2,100 damage. The boss countered with Mute Ball, but silence does not prevent Lulu's overdrive. Kimahri and Tingus got dropped after a couple of Blitzball rushes, and now Luna's loner mode can kick in. After Lulu takes another Blitzball rush, she gets in another Thunderer Fury, but since we don't want to drop the boss below 2000 HP yet, we make sure to only get 5 casts of Thunderer instead to deal just over 1800 damage. We were lucky that the boss didn't counter this time, because after another Blitzball rush, Lulu only had 366 HP remaining, and the boss barely has over 2000 left. left. We know that 6 casts of a Thunderer Fury will finish it off if Lulu can just survive one more Blitzball rush. And she does just that, and on only 10 HP. She gets in one more Thunderer Fury for the win. We heal at the save point and make sure Tingus is on Loner mode and Waka is on Ally mode. Now, back to the 17 Sahagins. We saved Tingus's Overdrive from the Oblitzerator fight, and instead of using Energy Rain, we used Slice and Dice instead. There was a chance that Slice and Dice might have missed one of them, but we took the chance due to the superior recovery time after using Slice and Dice. Waka is able to defeat the second wave with element reels, and now Tingus goes back to defending every turn. Waka will swap weapons every turn to maximize his number of turns, just like last time. By the time Waka got his second Overdrive, he's in critical HP, but Tingus has over 1200. Tingus dodged a fair few more hits this time. The fourth wave of Sahagins is where Waka finally goes down, and Tingus's Loner mode starts to kick in. Tingus gets an Overdrive with just over 1000 HP remaining, and with there only being 3 enemies, we risk another Slice and Dice for the extra recovery time, which thankfully takes down all 3. The reason it's good to have better recovery time is that we cannot defend ourselves directly after using an Overdrive, and if we use more powerful Overdrives like Energy Rain, we could end up taking twice as many undefended hits from the next 4 Sahagins. We get lucky and Tingus manages a few more dodges, but now he's in critical HP. Since there are 4 enemies now, the next Overdrive has to be an Energy Rain to guarantee that we kill them all. Only 1 Sahagin left to go. Tingus dodges a couple more times and we finish it off with a Spiral Cut with 629 HP remaining. Auron's one-on-one fight plays out exactly the same as it did last time. He gets a Dragon Fang when he only had 26 HP remaining. Now for the Garuda. Tingus and Waka both get a turn in before the Garuda, so Tingus defends against the Sonic Boom and Waka and Auron both go down. This is exactly what we wanted. Things have played out perfectly and Tingus's Loner mode can start helping us out once again. We make sure to defend only when the Garuda's turn is coming up next, and weapon swap whenever we get more than 1 turn in a row. When Tingus gets his first Overdrive, we don't want to use Blitz Ace, even though it is our most powerful Overdrive. It won't one-shot the Garuda without getting a lucky crit, and the recovery time is so bad that the Garuda will hit us back twice in a row for full damage. Not to mention that Garuda has a chance to counter-attack as well, so we could take up to 3 hits in a row if we use Blitz Ace. We would not survive that, and we are much less likely to dodge Garuda's attacks. If we use a Spiral Cut instead, Garuda will only get 1 turn afterwards, or 2 if he counters, which thankfully he didn't. Spiral Cut still dealt over half its HP, so we know that another will be enough to finish it off, and with just 60 HP remaining, we get that second Overdrive before we die. We went for Blitz Ace this time just to make 100% sure it died. We have finally beaten Luca. That brings us to the Mihen Highroad. There's a tutorial that forces us to use a couple of normal attacks, so we'll get that out of the way. On the way through the Highroad, we take the time to teach Auron and Yuna the Loner Overdrive mode by leaving them alone in a bunch of battles. Also, we started taking Kimahri down Auron's path on the sphere grid like most characters, but from now on, we're going to start saving up Kimahri's sphere levels. This is due to a boss fight much later in the game that Kimahri has to face alone. If this sounds unfair to Kimahri, you're right. I will mention that weapons dropped from bombs have a hidden strength buff, but like most weapon buffs, it does not apply to overdrives. We soon run into Belgamine, who wants a one-on-one Aeon fight. It's optional, but we want the reward. We can't use the same Aeon as her, and since she uses Ifrit, we're forced to use Vingus. Thankfully, Yuna can still use her overdrive to grand summon for these Aeon fights. We use Energy Blast right away, which one-shots her Ifringus with a maximum of 9,999 damage. Okay, so apparently, Yuna's Aeons get stronger in one of 2 ways, either by increasing Yuna's stats, or by the total number of encounters in the game so far. So, if we've had hundreds of encounters, but Yuna's stats aren't that high, the Aeons will still have gotten stronger. It doesn't even matter if we escaped those encounters, just getting those encounters counts towards the Aeon stat buffs. With the grind we did against the Machina in Luca, Yuna wasn't gaining any levels, but we were gaining a lot of encounters. We weren't even winning a lot of those encounters encounters since we fled half of them, but as a result, Yuna's Aeons are now a bit overpowered for this point in the game. Hopefully now you can see why I wanted to ban Aeons for the vast majority of the run. We also don't plan on grinding again anytime soon. Once we have everyone's overdrive bars filled up, we'll be running away from most encounters in Mi'ihen. Naturally, we talk to all the NPCs for some free items. We can even get a level 1 key sphere from someone in the agency. Rin hands over the 8th Albed primer, and this brings us to the next boss fight, the Chocobo Eater. This boss has 10,000 HP, so this already seems like a fool's errand. Our characters simply don't deal enough damage to take this boss down. This means we need to work out a strategy to build up our characters' overdrive bars again after we've used them. But in this fight, we don't just have to worry about the damage we take, we also have limited time. The gimmick of this boss fight is that it's possible to push the Chocobo Eater back. If we can push it back 3 times, it falls over the cliff, and that is an alternative method of victory. But if the boss pushes us back enough times, we fall over the cliff instead. It's not a game over if that happens, but we don't win the fight. But to push it back once, we need to deal over 1,200 damage to knock it down, and then deal over 500 damage whilst it's down to push it back just once. Knocking it over causes the boss to miss its next turn, but then on its turn after that, it gets back on its feet. After several attempts at this fight, we soon realise how difficult this challenge was going to be without Aeons. The only 2 characters who can deal over 1,200 damage in a single overdrive is Lulu with Fire of Fury, since it's weak to fire, and Tingus with Blitzace. Except for some reason, when it comes to the boss's AI, the game doesn't register Blitzace as dealing any damage towards knocking over the Chocobo Eater. After enough failed attempts, we knew our only option was to get stronger, but we don't want to grind anymore if we can avoid it. Back in Luca, we earned a strength sphere from winning the Blitzball game, and we found a magic sphere. The biggest benefit to having Tingus, Wakka, Auron, Kimahri, and Yuna all on the same sphere grid path is that they can all activate the stat spheres that we add to the grid as long as they're close enough to it. With that one strength sphere, all of those characters get 4 extra strength points, which is the highest buff a single node can give us. Couple that with the fact that Auron's path naturally has the most strength boosts on it anyway, and these 5 characters start to hit quite hard. Since we're saving up Kimahri's sphere levels, this is going to be the only stat buff Kimahri gets for a while. The magic sphere gives Lulu 4 extra magic stat points as well, which not only provides extra magic damage with Lulu's Fury, but it also makes it easier to get more casts too. Despite the extra firepower though, we still couldn't deal 10,000 damage in just 5 overdrives, so we still need a way to recharge someone's overdrive. The best overdrive mode is Loner, and Lulu deals the most damage, so let's run with that. Before the boss fight, we use random encounters to knock out every character except Lulu. That way, when we enter the boss fight, all characters except Lulu will start with 1 HP. With Tinkus' strength buff, a Slice and Dice is just able to deal over 1,200 damage, so we knock the Chocobo Eater down in 1 turn. That same strength buff allows Kimahri to deal just over 500 damage with a jump, so we push the boss back in just 2 turns. The boss gets right back up automatically after it gets knocked back, but since the boss had to miss a turn, we're able to get Wakka's element reels in on turn 3. We need to hit at least 2 fire symbols in the slot reels to ensure we deal fire damage, which deals over 1,200 damage thanks to Wakka's strength buff and due to the boss being weak to fire. Auron gets the last push with Dragon Fang for just over 500 damage, and Lulu hits a Fire of Fury for heavy damage to knock it down once more. That was all 5 of our overdrives, excluding Yuna's, which is a shame because we're only 1 more push away from knocking it over the cliff. We're now in a situation where we're going to start taking hits. We make sure Lulu isn't on the front line when the boss stands back up, since we know an attack might be incoming. The boss has a chance to either throw a punch, push the whole party back, or mark his next target for a high damage hit on his next turn. We want to see as many normal punches as possible. Sure enough, Wakka takes a punch and goes down. Auron's the next one to go down, which is perfect. We swap Lulu back in, and as usual, we weapon swap every turn to buy as many turns as possible. Lulu is perfect in this role as she has high evasion, which helps her dodge punches. We've gained as much ground as possible, so the boss would have to push Lulu back 4 times to knock her over the cliff. The pushes deal percentage damage, so they'll never kill anyone, even if they only had 1 HP. Lulu is able to fire off another Fire of Fury for for big damage, but Lulu is taking damage herself now, and she's only one more hit away from a game over. She dodges the next punch and gets off another Fire Fury for the win. She dodged the perfect number of punches. We earn a Striker for our troubles. It's a weapon that buffs Walker's strength by 10%, but as we've already mentioned, those buffs don't affect overdrives, so it's completely useless to us. We hire a Chocobo, grab the 9th Albed Primer, we open a chest for a Fortune Sphere, and we find the Mars crest at the end of this path. That is the second of 7 quests in the game so far. We speak to this NPC who's taking donations for Operation Mi'ihen. We hand over 10,000 gil to be rewarded with a Moon Ring, which gives Yuna SOS Protect and SOS Shell. SOS abilities trigger automatically during battle if the character's HP drops below half. Protect halves all physical damage and Shell halves all magic damage, so we're definitely equipping this. As we make our way through Mushroom Rock, we want Kimahri to learn Loner Mode as well, since he's the only one who hasn't got it yet. With all the Machina Worker enemies that we defeated back in Luca, we were able to earn a lot of equipment drops from them, and they drop moon armor. We have several of those now, for several of our characters, and they provide SOS Null for up to 2 of 4 elements in the game. One of the moon armlets we have provides SOS Null Frost and SOS Null Blaze for Kimahri, so all we need to do is equip that armlet, find a Fire Fiend, use overdrives to take out the other enemies, have 2 characters escape the battle, and then skip turns with Kimahri over and over. When Kimahri's HP falls below half, the SOS Null Blaze makes him immune to all fire damage. Since fire damage is all the element can do, we can skip our turns without any worry until Kimahri learns Loner. We grab the 10th Albed Primer and make our way to the base of the operation. Owaka sells some interesting equipment here, or at least it would be in a casual playthrough. There are things like Counter Attack and Stone Touch, but Stone Touch doesn't work with overdrives, and as far as the rules are concerned, all forms of counter-attacking is banned. There is one thing we do buy though. Auron has a sword with the Initiative ability, which prevents ambushes, something that could prove useful as we go. We also find the Serene Armlet for Kimahri and the Serene Bracer for Auron, both of which come with Berserk Ward, which will be vital later on. We now must prepare for the next boss fight. The boss is called Sinspawn Gui. It has a main body, a head, and 2 arms, all considered to be separate targets, but only the head and body can take actions. The arms never attack. All they do is protect the body whenever it's attacked. The head's actions are on a routine. It casts thunder, then it moves suspiciously on its next turn, and then it deals poison damage to a target on its 3rd turn. As we've seen, poison damage in this game is lethal. If we can land a hit on the head whilst it's moving suspiciously, we cancel the poison attack and it will go back to using thunder instead. The body seems to alternate between physical attacks and casting Demi. As we learn from the very beginning of the game, Demi can never actually kill the target, as it deals a quarter of the target's current HP rounded down. Some bosses in this game have far too much HP, and we simply can't win by just spamming overdrives. We need to go in as prepared as possible. Before the battle, we use random encounters in Mushroom Rock to knock out at least 2 characters. We chose Tingus and Kimahri. We also had Yuna knocked out too, but that ended up being more of a hindrance than helpful. You'll see why soon. We can still make this work though. We also made sure that Lulu has activated as many agility nodes on her path as possible. We also want to take her to the left of the 2nd tier spells on the sphere grid so she can learn the Drain spell. It requires a level 1 key sphere to reach, but an NPC gave us one back in Mi'ihen Highroad. This is one of the reasons it pays to be on the expert sphere grid. Otherwise, gaining access to the Drain spell would have taken a lot longer. We set Lulu to Loner mode, build up everyone's overdrives as usual, and then change our formation to have the 3 characters with the highest agility stat up front. This ensures we get the highest number of turns possible right away. Tingus is up first, so we use Energy Rain to get rid of the arms. Walker gets hit with Thunder, and then we swap in Kimahri so he can use Jump. Lulu then hits a Fire Fury for good damage on both the head and the body. Our goal is to kill the head as soon as possible, but with it being a ranged target, only Lulu and Walker can hit it. Lulu dodged a hit, and then the head started to shake, which means it's going to use Venom on its next turn. We need to hope it poisons either Tingus or Kimahri, as Lulu being poisoned is a reset. As we said earlier, the body usually alternates between physical attacks and Demi, but it always starts with 2 physical attacks. We got the perfect perfect luck we needed, Tingus got knocked out from the second physical attack, and Kimahri gets dropped with Venom. Now the idea is to do the usual weapon swap with Lulu as many times as we can afford, but we need to keep track of what the body's last turn was at all times. That way we know if either a physical attack or a demi is coming next. If it's a demi, we carry on swapping weapons. If it's a physical attack, we defend. Although we got lucky and dodged again. We also got Lulu's next overdrive at the same time the head started to shake again, so we swapped Lulu for Walker. This is when knowing the boss's attack pattern pays off. We know the body used a physical attack last time, so we know a demi is next. If we use element reels, both the head and the body will get 2 turns each right afterwards. Demi will take off a quarter of Walker's HP, the head will deal 200 damage with thunder, and then a physical attack will kill Walker. So instead, we switch to Auron. By now his HP is over 2000, so we know he can tank more hits than Walker can. Even though Auron's Dragon Fang is strong enough to take out the arms, it can't hit the head. So we knew Auron was getting poisoned, plus the boss is immune to being delayed. So Auron took a demi, a venom, a thunder, and a physical attack all in a row. Auron was only just able to survive all of that, but he can't take any more turns as the poison will finish him off. We bring Lulu back in, but before using Fury, we need to waste a couple of turns first. This is because we need the head to be shaking first. That way, when Lulu hits the head, we cancel the poison attack. This also meant having to take another attack from the body, but thankfully we knew it was a demi. Now we can use Fury again, but this time we use Drain Fury. As of right now, this is the only legal method we have of healing in battle. Drain does a bit less damage than Fire, but it's worth it to get Lulu's HP back to full. The head hits thunder, Lulu dodges the physical attack, and the arms grow back. We swap Lulu's weapon a few times because we know the boss will get a few turns before the head shakes. Plus we knew the next attack was a demi. This ensures we build up Lulu's overdrive bar as much as possible. When a venom is coming up next, we swap to Walker and use element reels. As long as we match all 3 symbols, Walker's element reels will hit all targets, including the head. And since it was ready to use venom, we cancelled it. So it uses thunder instead. Walker then dodged a physical attack. In fact, if Walker hadn't dodged here, I'm not sure he would have survived. We were also surprised to see the head was still alive. We knew it had to be close to dying. We swap Lulu back in so she can weapon swap again. We know the body's going to use demi on her anyway, and now venom is up next. Our only chance is for Walker to tank the venom. We have to swap weapons with Walker here, as that will prevent the head from getting 2 turns in a row, and Walker might not tank a venom and a thunder. Back to Lulu, we swap equipment for even more turns, but on her last turn we need to defend, as we know Lulu will be hit by both a thunder and a physical attack back to back. She dodged the hit anyway, and then she hit another Drain Fury to fully heal herself. The biggest thing now is that the head is finally dead, which removes both the thunder casts and the venoms. We are now on a fixed routine for the rest of the battle. Lulu will always defend if a physical attack is coming next, otherwise she will swap weapons every turn to buy as many turns as she can. This allows her to build her overdrive quite reliably from now on. Even though the arms grow back, Drain Fury will still fully heal Lulu every time, so the routine can start again. There was one point where Lulu's HP dropped quite low since she couldn't defend a physical attack directly after a Fury, but she got her next Fury just in time before the boss could take her down. Eventually, Lulu uses Drain Fury enough times to defeat Sin Spawn Gui. Phase 1 anyway. In Phase 2, it's just Yuna, Auron and Seymour in the fight, but that's when we realised our mistake. We left Yuna on 1 HP. We never actually needed to do that. The head gets a turn before Yuna, so we know it will use thunder on a random target. There is a 1 in 3 chance Yuna gets hit, and if she does, we have to redo Phase 1 all over again. Thankfully, the head hit Seymour. Since Seymour is on stoic mode, we will never use his overdrive in this run. It seems like the offense would be entirely up to Auron, but for Auron to solo this boss, he would need to hit Dragon Fang 6 times. Considering the head can start to use poison again now, he will die long before that happens. Unless of course we overlevel Auron to the extreme, which we don't want to do. So this is one of those times that we felt an Aeon would be absolutely necessary, and Yuna can grand summon Ifringus to one-shot Gui. We do get a few level 1 key spheres for this too. On the way to Djose Temple, we talk to an NPC for a stoneproof armor for Yuna. We grab the 11th Owlbed primer behind this rock, and we open the chests both outside and inside the temple. The Destruction Sphere treasure in the Djose Cloister of Trials is another magic sphere. We name Ixion Ixingus and leave the temple. We move on to the Moonflow. There's a chest with even more level 1 key spheres, and Belgemine wants another Aeon battle. We Grand Summon Ifringus and one-shot her Ixion with Hellfire. She shows us how to teach Aeon's new abilities, but that's pointless in this run. Before leaving this screen, we find the somewhat hidden magic defense sphere. There are several merchants here. We bought a bracer that gives Auron SOS Null Shock, and an arm guard that gives Walker SOS Null Shock and SOS Null Blaze. We also have SOS Null Tide armor for Tingus, so we equip that now just in case. This is because the next boss uses water-based attacks, and that boss is the Extractor. We fight this boss with just Tingus and Walker, and its gimmick is that after a few turns, it rises up. If we can deal a total of 500 damage or more before its next turn, it will lower back down again. If we can't, it will barrage both Tingus and Walker for heavy damage on every turn until we deal that 500 damage. It seemed like the best strategy would be to wait for it to rise up, and only then would we hit it with our overdrives to bring it back down again. If we can't kill it in 2 overdrives, we would need to find a way to fill our overdrives again before the next barrage would kill us. However, during our final attempt, we got very lucky with Tingus's Blitz Ace, and 2 of the first 8 hits were both criticals. We followed this up with an element reels, making sure to line up electric symbols as that's its weakness, and we ended up just managing to 2-shot the Extractor. After that, we grabbed the 12th Owlbed Primer and reunite with Riku. From here on, we'll be taking Riku down her own path on the sphere grid. There's a tutorial battle right after meeting her again, where we need to use steel to open this chest. We can't do anything about it, so as a compromise, we will never use the 2 bomb cores that we find inside. The second part of the tutorial is on Riku's overdrive, Mix. We already used this once against Tros near the start of the game. We can combine items for unique results. The game implies that we need to mix the 2 bomb cores, but we can actually mix whatever 2 items we want during the tutorial. We basically skip the turn by mixing 2 potions together, and from here the game lets us escape as if it was a normal battle. I feel I need to mention something at this point though. It's one of our rules after all. There are a few combinations when using Riku's mix that I consider to be overpowered, so I won't be using any of them. They are things like Quartet of 9999, Trio of 9999, or Sunburst, etc. We don't have the necessary items for those combinations yet, but I wanted to mention it now that we have Mix. In Guado Salam, we get a tutorial on customization, which allows us to use items to add custom abilities to our equipment. We're a bit limited with our current items, but we will be revisiting this when it becomes necessary. Although I will mention something now. We will be banning certain abilities like Auto Potion or Auto Phoenix in this challenge, even though they trigger automatically. The main reason being is that now that we have Riku in the party, we already have a method of using items in battle if we mix them, so we've decided that mix will be the only way that we're allowed to use items in battle. We grab the 13th Owlbed Primer and we open every chest in Guado Salam. One that I always used to miss was this one containing 8 lightning marbles on the way to the far plane. After the story tells us to travel to the Thunder Plains, we can return to the far plane to find a newly spawned treasure chest containing the Venus Crest. Upon entering the Thunder Plains, we can now use the new customization feature to our advantage. We want to add SOS Null Shock to all characters' armor. We already purchased some armor with SOS Null Shock, so we don't need to customize all 7. It only requires a single lightning marble to add SOS Null Shock to a piece of armor, and since we found 8 of those in Guado Salam, we have more than enough. This means that if we encounter enemies that purely only use lightning elemental attacks, they can never deal any damage to any character that is below half HP. We can even use this to learn a new overdrive mode. If our characters are protected by SOS Null Shock, we can just defend over and over until that character has learned the Rook overdrive mode. And Rook is learned by blocking damage with magical effects enough times, which is exactly what SOS Null Shock is doing. Once everyone has learned Rook mode, we can fill our overdrive bars very easily by just getting hit with lightning attacks. Lulu can make quick work of most enemies here with her Water of Fury. Inside the travel agency, we purchased 99 maps and a few grenades. Rin gives us the 14th Owlbed Primer. We find a lightning-proof shield outside for Tingus, and we move to the second half of the Thunder Plains. If we pray at the Cactuar stones, we can find Cactuars as random encounters. They have high evasion, but since overdrives can't miss, as long as we have them charged ahead of time, defeating them in this run is quite easy. There's a very handy way to fill up everyone's overdrives throughout the game. There are these terminals that allow us to practice battling against against local fiends in the area. One of the fiends in the Thunder Plains is a lava which will only ever use thunder elemental attacks. Using Rook mode, we can just let this fiend fill all of our overdrive bars with no fear of a game over. Whereas these practice battles can be used to fill our overdrive bars, we cannot use them to learn new overdrive modes. And we also couldn't use them to learn new overdrives for Tingus. We can also find these giants in the upper part of the Thunder Plains. They're powerful, but it is possible to get some good equipment drops from them. In the interest of saving a bit of time, I wasn't planning on farming specific equipment drops in this run, unless it was absolutely necessary. But if I happen to bump into them, then I would try to defeat them, and if I get lucky, then so be it. Of course, we bring this up because that is exactly what happened. We got the best possible drop from the giant. It was a shield for Tingus that gives him SOS regen and a 10% HP buff, not to mention an additional ability slot. We decided not to do the lightning dodging yet for the rewards. It's a major hassle to do it with random encounters, so we'll revisit this later when we might actually need to. I think now's a good time to move on to Macalania Woods. We decided to give the butterfly catching minigame a try. We need to catch all the blue butterflies in the time limit, but if we touch a red one, we are forced into an encounter. This is actually quite dangerous as we cannot escape these encounters. So the more mistakes we make, the more we burn through our overdrives and the more likely we are to get wiped out. The only reward we take this time is the MP sphere. At the end of the woods, Owaka is selling weapons that we want, the Sonic Steel. If it's too expensive, you can close the shop menu and tell him the prices are too high. He'll knock off about 3,000 gil from the price. This weapon allows Tingus to always take the first turn in battle with the first strike ability, whenever he has it equipped, even if we get ambushed. Towards the end of the woods, we find the 15th Albed Primer. That brings us to our next boss, Spheromorph. The gimmick of this boss is that its elemental type keeps shifting throughout the battle, so the only way to know its weakness is by waiting for it to cast a spell. We had all characters equip a variety of SOS null elemental armor, thinking that we might be able to make use of Rook mode. After Tingus' Blitz Ace, we saw it use an ice spell, so we know its weakness was fire. Waka's fire element reels dealt good damage, and it changed its element again. We now wanted to save Lulu's overdrive until we knew its weakness, so we used Kimahri's jump instead for pitiful damage. Auron followed up with Dragon Fang, and the boss used a fire spell. So now we know that Lulu can use Blizzard Fury for big damage. The only overdrive we have remaining is Riku's. We mix a grenade with a map for good damage, which also just happens to be enough to overkill it. That is why we purchased the maps and the grenades when we did. They're very cheap consumables that deal moderate damage when mixed. We could have mixed something more powerful, but that might have consumed some of our more finite resources. Upon defeating Spheromorph, we unlock a new overdrive for Auron called Shooting Star. This overdrive instantly ejects one enemy from the fight, classing it as defeated, although most bosses are immune to it. However, from this point onwards, we are now able to find up to 9 more jet spheres hidden throughout Spira, even in locations we've already visited. Finding 3 unlocks Auron's 3rd overdrive, and finding all 9 spheres unlocks his 4th and final overdrive. So, we turn on ×4 speed up and begin the long journey all the way back to Besaid to find them all. There is a sphere in the southern part of the woods, one in the Thunder Plains, the Moonflow, Mushroom Rock, Mihen Highroad, outside of the Aurochs locker room in Luca, on the boat that travels from Kilika to Besaid, and one in Besaid village itself. That leaves us one short of finding them all, but the last one is found further into the game. Since we're passing through Kilika anyway, we challenge Lord Ochu again, and this time we launch it with Auron's new Shooting Star overdrive. We're not dealing with this poison nonsense again. Auron's 3rd overdrive is called Banishing Blade, which will be very useful in this run. We return to Macalania Woods and reach the end to enter Macalania Lake, where we will find the 16th Albed Primer. It's shortly after this we find our next boss, the Crawler. Its gimmick is that it spawns another weaker enemy called the Negator, and as long as the Negator is alive, we cannot use magic or Aeons. We don't plan on using Aeons anyway, but magic would have been nice. The Negator is out of reach for everyone except for Waka and Riku. Mixing a map with a grenade takes out the Negator right away, so we follow up with a 7-cast Thunderer Fury for good damage. The boss counters Lulu for heavy damage, and Auron uses Banishing Blade for over 1000. Blitz Ace is next, as it's our second strongest attack in this fight. fight. Waka hits an element reels for good thunder damage, but the boss has been counting down to its strongest attack, Mana Beam. This deals very heavy damage to all 3 characters. So it turns out that after the negator has been destroyed, the boss has a 50% chance to counter-attack physical hits, overdrives included, and a 100% chance to counter thunder damage. It will also spend its next 3 turns counting down to its Mana Beam attack, and no one will survive 2 Mana Beams. With all that damage coming our way, we didn't last long, but for the next attempt we had an idea. Before the boss, we find a random encounter, have Tingus escape, and wait for the other 2 characters to get knocked out. Then we enter the boss fight, the crawler will spawn the negator, and then Tingus's turn is right after, so we use Blitzace right away. Since the negator is still alive, we will never be counter-attacked, and it will never use Mana Beam. Crawler's only attack while the negator is alive is Gatling Gun, which spreads damage across all 3 party members. Of course, Waka and Auron die very fast to this, and we go into the weapon swapping routine with Tingus to build his overdrive in loner mode. Tingus takes more damage than usual from the Gatling since he's taking all the hits by himself. However, this is where his SOS regen comes into play. As soon as Tingus's HP falls below half, he recovers a small bit of HP every turn. When his HP goes over half, it stops healing him, so he'll only ever get healed to about half of his max HP. We can also defend ourselves against the Gatling to reduce the damage we take. Since we heal just more than the damage we take, we're able to maintain this for the whole battle. As for getting damage, we need to only use Spiral Cut when we get our overdrive. This is for the better recovery time. If we ever use Blitz Ace, the boss would likely get 3 turns in a row, and 3 Gatlings would be enough to kill us. We still have to survive 2 Gatlings in a row after each Spiral Cut, but the regen is just enough to keep us alive. We deal about 1000 damage per Spiral Cut, so this might take a while, but eventually when the crawler's HP was low enough, we used Riku to destroy the negator, and then a single Thunderer Fury to finish off the crawler. We head straight for Macalania Temple, making sure to take the time to fill up everyone's overdrive bars on the way, and encounter our next boss already, Seymour. He has 3 phases. The first one is him joined by 2 Guado, and they will always take their turns first no matter what. Even if we have first strike, they use their first turns to defend themselves with Protect and Shell. In fact, having first strike is a detriment in this fight. All it does is bring the enemies further up in the turn order so that they are guaranteed their first turn, which also allows them to get their next attacking turn sooner as well. For our first attempt, we decided to just throw all our overdrives at them and see how it goes. Tingus defeats Seymour's first phase with a Blitz Ace, since we only need to deal 3000 damage to move Seymour onto his second phase. The 2 Guado will die automatically when we enter phase 2, but Seymour will summon Anima. Her turns are very predictable. She uses boost and pain back and forth for every turn until she has her overdrive. If we hit her after she boosts but before she uses pain, we deal more damage, but we also boost her overdrive bar more. Her pain attack deals instant death to a single target, so our best chance might be to get the damage in quick. It wasn't enough though. Anima simply has too much HP and we ran out of overdrives. We need to make better use of them for our next attempt. So here's something else we can do to prepare. We check our armor for any SOS null elemental abilities, and whereas we have several, only one of our characters has enough pieces of armor to protect against all 4 elements, Kimahri. We looked at customizing more of these, but due to our very limited resources, we couldn't get any other character to protect themselves against all 4 elements. So, before the boss, we had Kimahri knocked out so he would enter the boss fight with 1 HP, and we also put all the characters on Rook mode. We use Riku first instead. She mixes a grenade with a map to hit all 3 targets with Hazardous Shell. This kills the 2 Guado and poisons Seymour. With the damage dealt already, it will only take 2 poison ticks to deal over 3000 damage to Seymour. This means we can get to phase 2 after just a single overdrive. We just need to withstand 2 of his attacks first. After he uses 2 spells, the poison ticks kick in twice and he summons Anima again. Since she always boosts on her first turn, we go for high damage right away. That is a Blitz Ace and a Banishing Blade back to back for a total of nearly 12,000 damage. Anima uses pain to kill Tingus, but we don't want to use another overdrive yet as Anima no longer takes extra damage from boost. We swap equipment to ensure we get a turn after Anima uses boost, and Lulu finishes her off with a Fire Fury. Phase 3 is Seymour again, but this time he uses multicast with his spells, so he can use each one twice in a row. Seymour actually uses all 4 elements on his turns in a cycle. The order is Blizzerer, Thunderer, Waterer, and Firer on a continuous loop. Since he already casted Blizzerer and Thunderer in Phase 1, he picks up where he left off, and casts Waterer on his next turn. But as we said, in Phase 3, he casts each spell twice in a row. The damage from this is huge, but this is finally Kimahri's time to shine. He already has low HP, so any SOS null armor he has is already active. Since we always know exactly what element Seymour is going to use next, we can swap Kimahri's armor every turn to whichever offers the SOS null of Seymour's next attack. Since Kimahri is the only character with protection from all 4 elements, he is the only character who can survive Seymour's onslaught. Rook mode fills Kimahri's overdrive bar by 10% each time he's hit with a spell, and multicast doubles that to 20%. Actually dealing damage like this is a bit tricky. If we use jump whenever we get Kimahri's overdrive, Seymour will get 2 turns in a row at least, without giving us a chance to swap armor between. This will mean our death, but as luck would have it, Kimahri just so happens to have 2 pieces of armor that both have 2 SOS null elemental abilities on them. One of them has both Null Blaze and Null Frost. The other has both Null Frost and Null Shock. Seymour uses both of these pair of elements back to back in his sequence, which means the only way we can get any damage is to wait for our overdrive bar to be full, and then wait until Seymour is about to use either fire or ice magic. We then switch to the armor that provides protection against Seymour's next 2 turns, and then we use jump. Seymour gets his 2 turns in a row, but we protect against both of those spells, and the routine starts all over again. Of course, we've barely leveled Kimahri up at all, so his damage is not good. Phase 3 Seymour has 6000 HP, and Kimahri deals about 400 damage per jump. That means we need to use jump at least 16 times. Can you imagine how long this is going to take? At least we can't possibly lose the fight from here. As long as we maintain the routine, nothing can possibly go wrong. Fast forward several jumps, and when we were finally 1 jump away from victory, I accidentally equipped the wrong armor and Kimahri died. Once I'd gotten over my disappointment, I used the exact same strategy next time, only this time things went even better. After poisoning Seymour in Phase 1, we used weapon swaps to ensure that we got even more turns after he summoned Anima, so that meant that we were able to hit 3 overdrives in a row after she boosted. A Fury, a Blitz Ace, and a Banishing Blade was almost enough to kill her, but not quite. She survived on just 217 HP, and then she insta-killed Auron with Pain. Thanks to Lulu's decent agility stat, she gets a turn in just before Anima gets another. We swap her with Waka so he can finish Anima off with element reels. Tingus' turn is next, so we swap him with Kimahri and use his turn to equip the armor SOS Null Tide, since we knew a Waterer multicast was coming next. Since Waka had full HP, he survived the hit. Now the usual armor swapping routine can continue just like last time, only this time we don't want Waka to die. He may not be able to protect against all elements, but he can protect himself from a couple of them still. We swap Waka out for someone else so they can die instead. Waka is immune to both thunder and fire magic with his armor, so whenever one of those spells is coming up next, we can swap to Waka first. Then we can swap back to Kimahri when we need to defend against one of the other 2 elements. Adding this into the routine allows us to fill both Kimahri's and Waka's overdrive bars together. The problem though is that Waka can't use element reels without being killed right afterwards. So once Waka has his overdrive, we need to stick with Kimahri and rely on jump damage for ages again. Only when Kimahri's jumps lower Seymour's HP enough can we then finish him off with an element reels. All is forgiven, Kimahri. Good job. We name our new Aeon Shiva. Shingus. We need to do the Cloister of Trials on the way out, instead of on the way in, and we make sure to get the Destruction Sphere treasure, a Luck Sphere. The Guado are in pursuit as we flee Macalania Temple, but it's not a big deal if one catches us since we can just escape the battles with them. We soon run into yet another boss fight against the Wendigo and 2 Guado. We used Riku on our first turn to see if Hazardous Shell would blind the Wendigo, since we knew it relied on physical attacks. It did better than that though, it put it to sleep, and it killed the 2 Guado, before Before each of the Guado fall, they both cast Protect and Shell on the Wendigo to reduce all incoming damage and magic damage. However, since Overdrives have the piercing effect by default, they go right through Protect. We follow up with Auron's Banishing Blade. We said this Overdrive would be useful, and here's why. Banishing Blade inflicts the target with full break, which can be a lifesaver in this run. There are 4 types of break status effects in this game: Power Break, Armor Break, Magic Break, and Mental Break. Being inflicted with one of these reduces the target's strength, defense, magic, or magic defense stat, respectively. Banishing Blade inflicts all 4 of these break status effects at once. Normally there would be a chance of Auron failing to inflict the break, but Banishing Blade hits 100% of the time if the enemy isn't immune to it. And Wendigo isn't immune to any of them. Anima was immune to all 4 breaks, which is why we didn't mention it back then. From here, we unleash all of our remaining Overdrives, one after the other, which puts him down to less than 1000 HP. We can't attack anymore, and he's still asleep, so we have to skip turns until he finally wakes up. Annoyingly, when the Wendigo's HP is low, he puts up his fists ready to counter-attack, but we need him to hit us first, or we can't hit him back. We have no choice but to skip turns over and over until he finally decides to hit us. We had Riku and Kimahri on the front line since they had the lowest HP. We need 2 characters to die so we can use the usual loner strat, which did happen eventually. We thought that surviving the Wendigo's attack long enough to build an Overdrive might be a challenge, but when he put his fists up again, this bought us more time to get the turns we needed to deliver the final blow. One of the rare times I beat a boss first try. We earned a fast break for winning this, which gives Walker the SOS Haste ability. After falling under the lake, we can find a level 2 key sphere in a chest. Tingus finds himself alone in Bikanel Desert. He's thrust straight into a fight with Zoo, but since Tingus used his Overdrive against Wendigo, we have to go in with no Overdrive at all. Loner mode can kick in right away though. We just need to keep skipping turns and defending before the Zoo's turn. We hit a Blitz Ace and Lulu turns up from nowhere to throw the ball for us, and then Auron joins the fight. Lulu then uses an illegal Thunderer from off screen, but since we weren't in control of her at the time, I'm letting that slide. Now that these 2 have turned up, we're able to escape this battle if we wanted to, but we decided to stick it out. Well, Tingus is going to anyway. Auron and Lulu are going to run away just as quickly as they got here. Tingus on loner mode with SOS regen is more than enough to defeat the Zoo. Lulu still throws the ball for us despite running away though. We explore the desert to find all the items here, including the key spheres, and both the 17th and 18th Albed primers. We can also defeat these huge sandworms for more key sphere drops if we're lucky enough. Auron's shooting star works very well on them. In fact, the sandworms are perfect for filling up our Overdrives. They're so slow that we can get 2 characters to escape and then skip several turns with a 3rd character to make loner mode work its magic. The Machina here in the desert have a chance to drop armor with SOS Reflect, but if we use SOS Reflect to deflect magic damage back to an enemy, I still consider that cheating, as I would be actively equipping something that causes the enemy damage, which is not a result of an Overdrive. This would be just as illegal as a counterattack as far as I'm concerned. We find the Mercury Crest in this sand pit, but there are some sand pits with Fiends inside. With all our Overdrives prepared, these Fiends aren't much of an issue. Auron's shooting star works on them too, and we earn some Mega Elixirs and Teleport Spheres. Once we arrive in home, we grab the 19th Albed primer outside, and now we have a series of forced encounters against Guado and their Fiends. The Guado will cast buffs on the Fiends like Protect or Reflect, but magic damage from Lulu's Fury does not get reflected anyway. Riku can even mix grenades with maps to poison the stronger Fiends to death. If we ever need random encounters to refill our Overdrives, we can still leave home and get back to the desert. So, with Overdrives prepared, these fights aren't too difficult. We also want to solve all the puzzles in the various rooms before we leave home. This earns us an Elixir, Teleport Spheres, the 20th Albed Primer, a Friend Sphere, a Skill Sphere, and the 21st Albed Primer. There's also a level 4 Key Sphere and a level 2 Key Sphere we can grab before we leave here forever. On the airship, we need to prepare to face the next boss. The boss is called Evrae. It has 32,000 HP and we don't have Yuna in the party. Not that we want to use her anyway. The biggest threat from the boss is its Poison Breath attack, which hits all 3 targets for big damage, and it poisons them too. Evrae does at least need to spend a turn to charge up the Poison Breath, so we know when it's coming, but Evrae can also petrify characters with Stone Gaze. We're supposed to use a trigger command to call the airship to fly away from Evrae when it's about to use a dangerous attack, but once again, trigger commands are banned. If a character gets petrified, they no longer take damage, but the game considers them to be dead, so we can still game over like this. What's more, if the fight wasn't difficult enough, Evrae halves all elemental damage. Long story short, we died a lot, but we did eventually land on an interesting strategy. We can customize armor with Poison Ward to reduce the odds of being inflicted, but it will need a lot of antidotes to do so. So we buy 99 of them from Rin, customize Poison Ward on a couple of our armors, buy more antidotes, and so on until we have Poison Ward armor for everyone. We also purchase a whole bunch of distillers. They're cheap and very useful for mixing later on. It doesn't matter which ones we buy. We start off with Tinkus' Blitz Ace, since his first strike ability ensures he gets the first turn. Then we use Riku's Mix to combine a Mega Elixir with a Key Sphere to cast Eccentric on the party. This doubles the rate that their overdrive bars fill up, but only for the 3 characters on the front line. Lulu takes a hit, which was perfect, and then we switch to Auron for Banishing Blade. This inflicts Evrae with Power Break and Mental Break. Since its magic defense is quite bad anyway, the only one that matters is Power Break to reduce the damage from his physical attacks for the rest of the fight. We then swap Riku for Waka so he can use Element Reels, but we don't want to deal elemental damage. Fun fact, if you fail to line up even 2 matching colours in the reels, the Overdrive will deal physical damage instead, which deals even more damage to Evrae. We swap Tingus for Kimahri and have him hit a jump. We chose these 3 characters to be the ones to take Evrae's first Poison Breath attack. Since the boss has 2 turns in a row coming up, it charges up and unleashes the Poison Breath back to back. We wanted Kimahri to go down there, also Waka is poisoned but Auron is not. This is why we needed Poison Ward. It's not a guarantee to prevent the poison, but it does improve the odds. We get Waka out and bring in Lulu so she can use Drain Fury. Since Drain isn't considered to be elemental damage, it's her most powerful spell against this boss. Any other spell would have dealt half this damage, and Lulu is also fully healed. The amount of damage we dealt so far is almost perfect because if Evrae's HP falls below 10,667, it casts haste on itself, so we won't deal any more damage just yet. We know that a Stone Gaze is coming next. We swap Auron out for Waka. Since he's already poisoned, it would be perfect if he was the one who got petrified, and as luck would have it, he was. Now we can skip turns with our eccentric characters. Loner mode gives them 32% charge per turn instead of 16%. This means Tingus, Lulu and Riku will all get their overdrives back in 4 turns each instead of 7. Whenever we know a physical attack is coming next, we defend. If we know it's going to charge a Poison Breath, we swap weapon instead to buy the most amount of turns possible. We got Tingus' overdrive back again, but a Poison Breath is next, so we have Auron tank it. He did get poison though, so we swap him back out to Lulu. Evrae used a physical attack, but it targeted Waka instead. In some ways, having a petrified character is better than an unconscious one, since they can still be targeted. Once Lulu gets her overdrive, it's Riku's turn to charge hers up again. Thankfully, Evrae targets Waka again during this. There is a 10% chance that Waka will get shattered on a physical attack, and there's no bringing him back from that. Riku gets her overdrive, but we know a Poison Breath is coming next. The idea is to use all 3 of our overdrives back to back to get the kill so that Evrae spends as little time in haste as possible. So we need to be prepared for the onslaught of turns after the damage is dealt. We bring in Tingus and use a turn to equip the SOS regen armor first. This means Tingus will get poisoned, but the poison damage only ticks if a character takes a turn. Regen will heal Tingus after all of Evrae's turns, and since Evrae is about to get several turns in a row, it's worth it. We hit a Blitz Ace for max damage. Evrae counters with haste, and then gets 6 turns in a row. They are Poison Breath, 2 physical attacks, a charge up, another Poison Breath, and then 1 final attack. All 3 physical attacks hit Waka, which was crazy lucky, and the SOS regen kept Tingus alive. We bring Riku in to blind Evrae with Hazardous Shell. Evrae then gets 3 turns in a row. These attacks are a physical hit, a charge up, and a Poison Breath. It did aim for Riku, but since it was blinded, it missed, and Riku was able to survive the Poison Breath. Riku then swaps out for Lulu, who finishes it off with another Drain Demon Fury. We got a couple of black magic spheres for our troubles. Immediately following Evrae, we must fight several guards and Machina in Bevel, with no save sphere in between. Thankfully we get a chance to open our menu first and heal, but we leave Riku and Kimahri's HP low, and we put them both on the front lines, so they can get knocked out quicker. The guards with the flame guns hit all targets, so this didn't take long. You know the routine by now. We use loner mode and we skip turns to build up our overdrive bars for all of our characters. We had Walker equip his SOS Nullblaze armor due to the flamethrower guards, and when HP started getting low, we just had Auron one-shot them all with Dragon Fang. We can heal anyone in between battles, but we don't heal Riku or Kimahri, of course. The next fight is against 2 flamethrower guards and a Machina. Riku and Kimahri get dropped quickly once again, and our routine continues as normal. Usually this Machina would be dangerous as it can eject a party member from battle with a thrust kick, but it will actually never use thrust kick on a solo character. Once Auron has some overdrive charge, we switch to Walker and exploit all their weaknesses with fire element reels to one-shot all 3 of them. This is the strat we used against all of these forced encounters, but there is something interesting about the flamethrower guards. For some reason, in the code of the game, their guns are also classed as a separate enemy. They can't be targeted, of course, but when the guard is defeated, the gun is also defeated alongside him. This is just the way they coded them for some reason, but there is a way to use this to our advantage. Tingus has unlocked an overdrive mode that we've not used yet called Slayer. This was learned by getting 100 kills with Tingus, and it gives him a 20% boost to his overdrive bar whenever we kill an enemy. If we equip Slayer mode to Tingus before the next fight and have Tingus use energy rain to kill the 2 flamethrower guards, instead of getting 20% per guard, he gets 40% per guard, because it takes their guns into account. There's only one more fight left, so we can just use the rest of our overdrives to win this one. Have you ever wondered about this save sphere on this screen? You seem to only ever see it in this cutscene, and on the next screen when we gain control, we can't backtrack to get to it. You can never come back to this part of Bevel in the entire game after we leave, so why is there a save sphere there? Well, it turns out if you go down these steps, watch the cutscene, and then go all the way back up the steps, you can walk outside and use that save sphere. Why did they do this? We grab the 22nd Albed Primer, we beat the worst Cloister of Trials in the game, we grab the HP sphere, and we actually don't need the Destruction Sphere treasure at the end, just using the sphere is enough. We name Bahamut Bahingus, and now Yuna is alone in the Via Purifico. We explore to find all the items down here, starting with an elixir and a white magic sphere. Yuna will need to escape every encounter she finds whilst alone, but she soon meets up with Lulu and Kimahri. We find a mega potion and a black magic sphere, and then we meet Auron. Before leaving, we grab the last few items. They are a skill sphere, a lucid ring, and 10,000 gil. Before entering the final corridor after this save sphere, we need to make sure that Yuna, Lulu, and Auron all have their overdrives ready to go. The reason is that if we run into a random encounter in this last corridor, it will always be against a maze lava, and we also can't escape. It's possible to get through this corridor with only 1 or 2 encounters, so we need Lulu and Auron's overdrives ready to take them down. Yuna must now face Izaru in an Aeon battle. Isaru's Ifrit starts with its overdrive bar already filled, but we Grand Summon Shingus and one-shot it with Diamond Dust. Isaru's next Aeon is Veilfor, but each time Isaru summons a new Aeon, it's considered a separate battle. This means we can't Grand Summon again as Yuna has already used her overdrive. The only option we have now is to use a regular summon. We can't swap equipment or escape or even defend ourselves. At first, I thought we would have to make an exception to our rules here, but there is still something we can do, and it is as close to skipping a turn as we can get. We normal summon any Aeon and then dismiss it right away in the same turn. Doing this is the only way that Yuna can skip her turns during Aeon battles, and it's actually worse than weapon swapping or defending, because it doesn't give her more turns and it doesn't help her take less damage, so I think it's a fair compromise. This also means that Yuna becomes Veilfor's target. But did you know? Issaru's Veil 4's physical attack has the lowest accuracy of any move in the whole game. No matter how hard Veil 4 tries, it can't touch Yuna. After summoning and dismissing our Aeons 7 times, Loner Mode fills Yuna's overdrive, and now we can Grand Summon Bahingus to one-shot Veil 4. It had to be Bahingus to one-shot it, by the way, because it's the only Aeon that we have that breaks the damage limit, and Veil 4 had 12,000 HP. When Usaru summons Bahamut, he spends every turn just charging his overdrive. We do the same by dismissing Aeons, but Bahamut will get his overdrive before we do. But Yuna tanks the Mega Flare. This was a big part of why we sent Yuna down Auron's path on the sphere grid for more HP and defense. One more Aeon dismiss gets Yuna her overdrive, and now we can use Grand Summon. But we can't use the same Aeon that we're fighting against for some reason, and none of the other Aeons can break the damage limit. Issaru's Bahamut has 20,000 HP, so we would need to hit it with 3 overdrives to defeat it. This is exactly why we filled up Ifringus's overdrive bar back in Kilika against Lord Ochu. We need an Aeon that is able to hit his overdrive twice in a row whilst Bahamut counts down. Each Hellfire deals 9,999 damage, so that leaves him on just 2 HP. We now need Ifringus to survive a Mega Flare, but the only way to skip an Aeon's turn is to either shield or boost. Shield prevents our overdrive bar from filling at all, so we have no choice but to use boost. This means Ifringus will take more damage from Mega Flare, but he is still just able to survive. We get another overdrive in after that for the win. If we didn't Grand Summon against Lord Ochu back in Kilika for that extra overdrive, Ifringus would have had to survive 2 Mega Flares, and that just wasn't going to happen without power leveling. We're back in control of Tingus, Wakka and Riku. As usual, we use random encounters to fill up all 3 of their overdrive bars, and we face the next boss, Evrae Altana. Tingus uses Blitz Ace on turn 1 for good damage, but the boss will counter this with a physical attack. Riku uses Hazardous Shell to blind it so it misses its counterattacks, but on Evrae's turn it will always use Stone Gaze, which shatters a character right away. Tingus has armor with Stone Ward on it which can prevent petrification, but no one else does. Riku was its target, but it seems we got very lucky and she didn't get petrified. Wakka hit an element reels which brought its HP down quite low. One more overdrive should do it. Evrae uses his only other attack, Photon Spray, which deals a volley of hits across the party. We didn't want to risk entering the fight with 2 weak characters, as Evrae could have just petrified the one with full HP, but in hindsight, Tingus has Stone Ward armor, so maybe we should have done that after all. Evrae then shatters Riku, but now that someone has been shattered, Evrae will no longer use Stone Gaze. It will just spam Photon Spray every turn. It's not a very powerful attack, but it is slowly whittling Tingus and Wakka down. Since Stone Gaze is no longer a threat, we swap Tingus's armor back to his SOS regen, and then we wait for Wakka to get knocked out. After Wakka goes down, Loner Mode kicks in for Tingus, but now all the Photon Spray damage is directed to the single target, which deals about 1,000 damage a turn. If we didn't have SOS regen, we would have no chance with this strategy. Tingus soon gets another Blitz Ace in. We completely missed the timing on the final hit, but we still dealt enough damage for the win. Before moving on, there are 2 chests here with a weapon for Tingus and Wakka, but both of them have the counterattack ability, so they're both illegal. The next boss is Seymour Natus. We get an opportunity to fill up everyone's overdrive bars beforehand. Everyone except Kimahri at least. The first thing we notice is that Seymour is joined by Mortar Body, so there are 2 targets in this fight. Mortar Body only has 4,000 HP, but whenever it dies, it absorbs HP from Seymour to stay alive. Seymour casts strong spells at the beginning of the fight, but when his HP drops below 24,000, he moves on to a much more dangerous attack pattern. He will now cast Break Magic every turn to petrify his targets, and then Mortar Body will attack physically to shatter the petrified characters. Once Seymour's HP is below 12,000, he will cast Flare every turn for massive damage. Plus, Mortar Body heals Seymour with Cura at this point too. Long story short, this is a dangerous fight, and we need a strategy, so here it is. On the first turn, we swap Tingus with Riku and poison Seymour with Hazardous Shell. Kimahri goes down in 1 spell, of course, and then we use Auron's Banishing Blade, but not on Seymour. We actually target Mortar Body with Banishing Blade to inflict it with Armor Break and Mental Break. Seymour is immune to all breaks except Power Break, but he doesn't have any physical attacks anyway. With Mortar Body's defense and magic defense stats cut down, we can kill Mortar water body much easier, which results in more damage to Seymour overall as it absorbs his HP. Lulu's Fury was enough to push Seymour below 24,000 HP, so we know a break is coming up. Stone Ward is actually not enough to prevent petrification in this fight, so we need Stoneproof instead. Since Seymour has 2 turns in a row, he casts Break twice, but as luck would have it, he targeted Auron both times. We swap our remaining character with Yuna, and now we've won this fight. Seriously, Yuna wins the fight from here. All we have to do is equip Yuna's Stoneproof armor that we got all the way back in Djose. Seymour will only cast Break on every single one of his turns, and Yuna is now completely immune to it. Mortar Body will still attack Yuna, but if she defends herself every turn, she tanks the damage very well. Eventually, the poison damage chips away at Seymour's HP until he's dead. If you're wondering why Seymour doesn't start casting Flare after he's below 12,000 HP, it's because poison damage doesn't push phases. Seymour is defeated by Yuna changing her clothes in front of him while Seymour slowly dies from his poison. The poison for Seymour, the poison chosen especially to kill Seymour, Seymour's poison. We're back in Macalania Woods. We find a Lucid Ring for Yuna that provides Berserk Ward, but we already had one, so that's nice. Before we head off, we want to reunite the family in the woods. The dad is back where the Lucid Ring was, and the kid is on the shortcut path above the woods. This gives us access to this small path here, which will be very useful later. In the Calmlands, we find Belgemine again, and she wants another Aeon battle. We laugh in her face as our Behingus one-shots her Shiva for a bunch of power spheres and an Aeon Soul. The Aeon Soul allows us to increase our Aeon stats by spending spheres, but we won't use this right now. We also want to complete all the Chocobo training missions as well, and get a 0 on the timer after the Chocobo race for the Sun Sigil. I always hear people say that they struggle to do this, but I've never had that much trouble with it. I got it after about 4 or 5 tries. We grabbed the 23rd and 24th Albed Primer from the Calmlands and the nearby Remium Temple. We also play the Chocobo race minigame here in Remium Temple to unlock all of the rewards. This earns us the Cloudy Mirror, 30 wings to discovery, 63 stars, and 30 pendulums. Inside Remium Temple, we find Belgemine again. Yuna can have Aeon battles with all 5 Aeons that we have so far, each one earning us a different reward. We do have to go outside and refill Yuna's overdrive bar between each Aeon fight, but the only Aeon we want to use here is Behingus. It's the only Aeon that can break the damage limit by default, so Mega Flare one-shots Belgemine's Veil 4. Mega Flare doesn't one-shot either Ifrit or Ixion, so we use boost every turn afterwards. And then Ifrit and Ixion both missed every single attack they threw at us. I couldn't believe it. This allows us to get a second Mega Flare and defeat them both. Her Shiva's HP is low enough that we can one-shot it, and this is where we will cut our losses. At this point, her Bahamut wrecks us every time because we can't use our own Behingus, and none of our other Aeons break the damage limit yet, so we would need to hit it with 4 overdrives to win. Thankfully, we only came here for her Shiva. If you defeat her Shiva for a second time, the reward is 6 star curtains, and these items are going to be invaluable to this run. In fact, we want to load up on as many star curtains as we can by defeating her Shiva over and over. You can challenge any of her Aeons at any time, as many times as we want. On the way to Gagazet, we visit the monster arena, but this is when we realise that we cannot capture any fiends in this run. The only way to capture a fiend is to attack them normally with a capture weapon equipped. Overdrives don't work. This locks us out of a lot of items, stat spheres, and some of the best abilities in the game. It wouldn't be a challenge run if it weren't challenging, I suppose. We make it to the end of the Calmlands only to be attacked by the next boss, Defender X. This boss is all about hard-hitting physical attacks. We try Auron's Banishing Blade right away, but it only inflicts armor, magic, and mental break. It's immune to power break. Breaking his defenses allows us to get more damage in, and Riku can use Hazardous Shell to blind it. All of our overdrives aren't enough to win this fight. We don't even get halfway. Defender X will also use Haymaker after every 3 normal attacks, which is about twice as strong as a normal attack, and it can't miss despite being blinded. The boss's attacks are simply too powerful, and we don't last very long at all. There is a simple strat though. First, we equip Waka with SOS Haste armor that we earned from the Wendigo back in Macalania Lake, and then we use a random encounter to weaken him to just below half HP. With Tinkus having first strike and Waka having haste at the very start of the battle, we get 2 first turns guaranteed. Our third party member on the front lines is Yuna, as her overdrive is no good to us in this fight, so it's not a big deal if she takes a hit. We used our first turn to mix 2 distiller items that we bought from Rin back on the airship. This creates Mighty Guard, which gives all 3 party members haste, protect and shell. We swap Tingus out for Auron on the second turn so he can use Banishing Blade, and then we swap Yuna to get Tingus back in for Blitz Ace. We can get the other characters to use their overdrives as well, but we also need 2 characters to get knocked out. Kimahri is an easy one-shot and Waka was soon to follow since he was already weakened. All we have to do now is skip Tingus' turns over and over to fill his overdrive on loner mode. We only defend ourselves right before Defender X is about to hit back. This helps Tingus get a couple more overdrives in, and we even use Slice and Dice a couple of times to help with the recovery time. The Protect from Mighty Guard keeps Tingus alive quite well, and the SOS regen heals Tingus' HP back to halfway. Another precaution we can take is to only use an overdrive directly after the boss uses a Haymaker. That way, if a boss gets 2 turns in a row afterwards, neither of those turns will be a Haymaker. When the boss's HP falls below 16,000 and it's inflicted with armor break, it has a chance to cast Mighty Guard on itself. However, as we've mentioned before, overdrive damage isn't reduced by Protect or Shell. So after several Blitz Aces and Slice and Dices, Tingus was able to finish off Defender X all by himself. That SOS regen shield on Tingus has been a lifesaver. It's now time for Kimahri to face the next boss fight alone. Biran and Yenke. Their stats are based on Kimahri's stats, which is why we've been neglecting Kimahri on the sphere grid all this time. We wanted to go in this fight with a weak Kimahri just to see where we stand. Biran uses both thunder and ice elemental attacks, Yenke uses fire and water elemental attacks, and they both use bulldoze for weak physical damage. When Biran has less than 25% HP remaining, he counters with Mighty Guard. When Yenke has less than 25% HP remaining, he heals with White Wind. If Biran goes down, Yenke will counter by casting Haste on himself. They also guard each other from physical attacks when they're stood side by side, but fortunately they don't do so when hit with an overdrive. On our first attempt, we try to take Yenke down first, but he undoes almost all the damage we dealt with White Wind. This mistake led to our defeat. So on our next attempt, we target Biran first instead. We learned that Biran and Yenke will only use one of their counters in this fight each. This means that if we defeat Biran first, Yenke will counter with Haste and then no longer counter with White Wind. It should go without saying that Kimahri is on loner mode for this one, and we also equip the SOS Null Frost and SOS Null Blaze armor that we used against Seymour. Both Ronsos are on a predictable pattern. They will cast their elemental attacks back to back, then they will bulldoze, and then they just repeat that pattern throughout the fight. We use Jump on Biran every overdrive we get, and defend all the bulldoze attacks in the meantime. Biran uses Mighty Guard when its HP falls, which is fine since overdrive damage isn't affected by Protect. When Kimahri's HP falls below half, his SOS Null armor kicks in, and we are now immune to ice and fire damage. Biran goes down in one more jump and Yenke uses Haste, followed up by Fire Breath. Even though Yenke is hasted, it's far more preferable to take Biran down first, because not only would Yenke have healed himself, but his bulldoze deals half the damage compared to Biran. We can spend 2 turns switching our armor to ensure that we are always immune to both fire and water, and the third turn defending the bulldoze. We only ever use Jump when Yenke is about to use Aqua Breath. This is because we can have SOS Null Tide armor equipped to prevent the water damage, and even though we take a full bulldoze damage right afterwards, it's weaker than its magic damage. This is to ensure that we will never take any elemental damage at all. The magic damage is simply too much. Even if we have a jump ready to use, we skip a turn to resist the fire breath before hitting the jump. We go with this exact routine for several rounds. Both Kimahri and Yenke's HP are being whittled down very slowly over a long drawn out fight. But with just 11 HP remaining, we got the last jump in to win the fight. We can finally spend all of Kimahri's sphere levels to bring him on par with the rest of the team. Before heading up Mount Gagazet, we detour to the Cavern of the Stolen Faith for a few more useful items. These include the Rusty Sword outside of the cavern, a Mega Elixir, a level 2 Key Sphere, a Fortune Sphere, 2 Mega Potions, and the 25th Albed Primer. If we ever run into these magic pots, we can get an easy overdrive fill. Just defend against them over and over and have 2 others run away. Loner mode will fill our overdrive bar quickly and they never fight back. We find ourselves fighting an Aeon now, Yojimbo. He he has far less HP than Defender X, so we just tried to unload all of our overdrives one after the other. Yojimbo is immune to almost every status effect, including the breaks, so we don't use the overdrives in any particular order. Unfortunately, all of our overdrives weren't enough to bring Yojimbo down like we hoped. The gimmick of this fight is that Yojimbo is more likely to use dangerous attacks the higher his own overdrive bar is. Diagro is his weakest attack. Kozuka deals moderate damage, but when his overdrive bar is over halfway, he has a chance of using Wakizashi for big damage. Just like we've done before, we'll need 2 characters to get knocked out at the start, so we can start charging a 3rd character's overdrive in loner mode. For Riku's mix, since Yojimbo's immune to most things, we go for damage instead, by mixing 2 grenades for a flash flood. When 2 characters are down, Tingus comes in and skips a bunch of turns. SOS regen keeps his HP about halfway, and we hit his overdrive again. But we don't want to use Blitz Ace, then he'll get 4 turns in a row if we use it, so we use Slice and Dice instead. It still deals enough damage to ensure that we only need 1 more overdrive, and Yojimbo only gets 2 turns in a row afterwards. Since Yojimbo's overdrive bar isn't over halfway yet, we know he can't use the Wakizashi attack, but we play it safe and swap Tingus out before Yojimbo's turn to maximize Tingus's healing. 1 final Blitz Ace and Yojimbo is defeated. We can grab the last few items in the cavern, the flexible arm, an MP sphere, and 2 X potions. There's no real point in recruiting Yojimbo for ourselves, because when we have him, he actually doesn't have an overdrive that we can use. We can confirm this by looking at the Aeon menu. Every Aeon has their overdrive listed with the word overdrive next to it, except Yojimbo has the word special attack next to all of his abilities, so no, there will be no Zanmato in this run. On our way out of the cavern, we encounter a ghost enemy, and this was the first time we'd run into one. We knew they had a 5% chance to drop armor that removes all random encounters, so we decided to kill it just in case we got lucky, which is exactly what happened. We got it for Walker, so now we don't have to worry about random encounters for the rest of the game. This makes the journey through Mount Gagazet a breeze. We find the last Braska sphere here too, which unlocks Auron's 4th and final overdrive, Tornado. We also find a defending bracer for Auron, which provides him with both stoneproof and poison-proof. We also find a HP sphere and a level 4 key sphere. We're up against yet another boss fight, and it's Seymour again. He's joined by another mortar body just like last time, although this one's called Mortiorchis, but it works in the same way. Once it's defeated, it absorbs HP from Seymour to stay alive. Seymour's strategy is to use a lance attack to inflict zombie status, and then have Morty cast full life on that character to one-shot them. Morty can also use a powerful AoE physical attack called Cross Cleave, which led to our defeat on more than one occasion. And this is all before Seymour goes into Phase 2. He enters Phase 2 when his HP falls below 35,000. He no longer inflicts zombie and Morty no longer uses Cross Cleave, but they replace those attacks with an even worse attack. Seymour will now use Flare magic and Morty will take a turn to charge his next attack, Total Annihilation, which deals absurd damage. Total Annihilation counts as magic damage too, so it can't be defended either. With all of our overdrives, we'll barely even get him into Phase 2, so we need one hell of a strategy. The first thing we do is visit the merchant once, standing nearby to purchase a few things. We start off by selling all the equipment we don't need for money. Any weapon that gives us elemental strike damage, status touch, piercing, or armor that gives us MP buffs, as well as any equipment with abilities that we already have on our other equipment, we sell it all. But now we have enough gil to purchase a blessed ring for Yuna, which gives her a 15% magic defense boost and zombie ward, and we can purchase a haste Taj for Riku, which gives her SOS haste. In the customized menu, we add a HP plus 20% to Tingus's SOS shell shield by using 5 elixirs and a HP plus 5% using 1 X potion. We also equip all characters with zombie ward armor if they have it, which ended up being just Auron and Yuna. We also weaken Riku ahead of time to put her HP in critical to ensure that her SOS haste kicks in right away. Since Riku is entering the fight on critical HP, we set her overdrive mode to Daredevil, which fills her overdrive bar by 4% per turn when on critical HP. This will be the first time we're making use of this mode. Our starting formation is Tingus, Auron, and Riku. Tingus uses Blitz Ace on turn 1, and Riku mixes a Mega Elixir with a Key Sphere to create Eccentric. Seymour tries to zombie Auron, but the zombie ward protects him. Morty will still try to use full life on someone since that's what his AI is telling him to do, but since nobody got inflicted with zombie, it doesn't do anything. So this is a method of wasting Morty's turns. With Riku's haste, she's able to skip a fair few turns, and Daredevil is a 4% boost, but Eccentric has doubled that to 8% per turn. Kimahri comes in to hit Morty with a jump. This is to weaken it for our next attack. Tingus gets zombified and we don't have a chance to swap him out before Morty's turn, so we know he's going to die. We can swap Auron out for Riku to skip even more turns and get more overdrive charge, and in doing so she has her overdrive back already. Riku mixes a grenade with an MP sphere to create Chaos Grenade. This is why it's very useful to have MP spheres and never use them on the sphere grid, since MP is useless to us anyway. This will deal more damage than Hazardous Shell, and it has a higher chance of inflicting both poison and silence. Morty absorbs 4000 HP from Seymour, and then Morty kills Tingus with full life, and since Morty can't be silenced, we couldn't avoid it. Kimahri swaps for Auron so he can use his new overdrive, Tornado, which deals good damage to all targets, twice. Here's where silence really comes in useful. On Seymour's every third turn in Phase 1, he will try to use Dispel to remove our party's buffs, but if he's silenced, he can't do it. Instead, he has to skip his turn, and even though he skips his turn, he still takes poison damage. However, if we see Seymour take poison damage without him taking a turn, we know that Morty is going to use Cross Cleave for big damage on its next turn. We choose Kimahri and defend, but we can see from the turn order that the enemies get up to 5 turns in a row afterwards. Cross Cleave, Zombie on Kimahri, Full Life on Kimahri, Zombie on Auron, and Full Life on Auron. Thankfully, Auron's Zombie Ward came through and Full Life did nothing. We noticed at this point that the poison damage has put Seymour below half of his HP, and just like with the previous Seymour boss fight, poison damage does not push phases. This is why he's still using Zombie and Full Life instead of his Phase 2 moveset. At this point, if we deal any damage to Seymour outside of the poison ticks, he will move straight into Phase 2. Phase 2 is decidedly more dangerous than Phase 1, so we try to stall out the poison damage as long as possible. We swap to Yuna and defend. This is because we know it's going to use Cross Cleave, Zombie, and Full Life again in a row. Yuna's Zombie Ward came through for us this time too. Riku can get a few more turns in for some overdrive charge, then she swaps out for Waka so he can take the next hit. And then we go back to Riku, skip a turn, and now we can get her mix again. Since Seymour zombied Waka, we know Morty will waste a turn casting Full Life. So we mix 2 Phoenix Downs to fully revive Tingus and Kimahri at full HP. We've been counting the turns, so we know that Seymour's next turn is going to be a Dispel, which doesn't remove Eccentric. This means that Riku can safely skip even more turns. Seymour's able to use Dispel now because his silence has worn off. At this point, we're not sure if we'll outlast a poisoned Seymour. We're thinking that we might need to push the next phase. We swap Tingus out for Waka to keep Tingus on full HP, and Riku just gets her overdrive before Seymour's next turn. We mix a Hazardous Shell to reapply the silence since it wore off a few turns ago, and this will also push the boss into Phase 2. The silence ensures that Seymour can't use Flare, but we know a total annihilation is coming soon. Tingus is the only character who would likely be able to survive it. We bring Auron in to make sure he goes down, and we skip several turns with Riku. She got close to her overdrive, but she didn't quite make it. We swap her out for Lulu so she can use her overdrive before she dies, just to get the damage in. Total Annihilation is next, and as predicted, Tingus is the only survivor. We need to skip turns to take full advantage of SOS Region and build Tingus's overdrive now that he's alone, since we left Tingus on loner mode. Seymour will skip his turn since he's silenced, so that buys us more turns, but then Seymour's silence wore off again after his turn, which means that Seymour can use Flare again after the Total Annihilation. SOS Region brings Tingus out of critical HP, and this is when we need to swap Tingus's equipment. We switch him to his SOS Shell armor. This is also why we added a 25% HP buff to the SOS Shell armor. So when we equip it, Tingus's max HP increases, which puts his current HP back in critical range since it is now less than half of his max HP. This allows SOS Shell to kick in, just in time for the Total Annihilation. As we said, it dealt magic damage, so Shell will reduce the damage. Now, we could risk a Blitz Ace instead and hope it's enough to win the fight along with the poison ticks, but we would need to nail the timing. But we decided to skip the turn and take the Total Annihilation. The damage is halved by the Shell, but it's still strong. And we live on just 3 HP. One Blitz Ace later and Seymour Flux is defeated. We earn level 4 key spheres for our victory, and just before we leave Mount Gagazet, there is a hidden treasure chest on the left between these pillars that contains the Saturn crest. We solve the puzzle in the cave and grab all the items we find, the most notable of which is a return sphere. Since we don't run into random encounters anymore, progress is swift, but we will need to unequip the no encounter armor if we want to fill up our overdrives. We're gonna need them filled for the next boss fight, which is right now, and it's against the Santuary Keeper. On a first attempt of a new boss, we usually just use all of our overdrives, but on the boss's first turn, it hits all 3 party members with photon wings, which inflicts them with the curse status. This might be the single worst status we can get in this run, as it disables our overdrives completely. Riku can inflict the boss with poison though, but after the boss has cycled through all its attacks, it can remove the poison by casting Esuna on itself. It can also heal itself for about 10,000 HP too. In a casual run, I usually cast Reflect on the Sanctuary Keeper so its healing spells bounce back to the party, but there's no way to cast Reflect with any overdrive. It soon cycles back around to Photon Wings again to apply even more curses. On one attempt, we were able to bring its HP down by quite a lot after a volley of overdrives, but then it casts Regen on itself. With all the turns we have to skip as part of this challenge, the boss's HP can fill back up completely very quickly, rendering all the damage we've dealt so far an absolute waste. We decided to use a similar strategy that we used for Seymour Flux, by equipping Riku with SOS Haste and weakening her before the fight. Auron starts off with a Banishing Blade to inflict full break, and then we bring in Lulu for a Fire of Fury. Photon Wings inflicts Curse on Auron, Yuna and Lulu, along with Sleep and Confuse, but then the boss attacks both Auron and Lulu to snap them both out of it. We swap Lulu for Waka to get in element reel damage, but now we don't want to swap anyone just yet. Tingus, Kimahri and Riku are all part of our win condition, and we know a Mana Beam is coming up next. We skip several turns for now, and it's Waka who takes the Mana Beam for big damage. It's at this very moment that Yuna wakes up, which means we can put our plan into action. We want to swap all 3 characters out for Tingus, Kimahri and Riku. We swap Auron for Tingus and have him defend. This places him in the perfect spot in the turn order. We swap Waka for Kimahri and swap his weapon, so that his next turn is next to Tingus's turn in the lineup. We swap Yuna with Riku and have her mix a Fortune Sphere with a Key Sphere to use Miracle Drink on Kimahri and Tingus. This buff ensures that every hit we land with these 3 characters will be an automatic critical hit no matter what. It's worth noting that only 4 characters in the whole game can get critical hits with their overdrives: Tingus, Kimahri, Auron and Riku. We didn't want to do this with Auron as he needed to get that full break in early on. We have managed to get it on both Kimahri and Tingus though, which means both Blitz Ace and Jump will deal double damage. Since we've left the boss on over half of its HP, it won't heal itself yet, which is why we need all 3 of these turns to happen back to back. This bypasses any healing that the boss would have done, and it kills it outright, which earns us a return sphere. This brings us to Zanakand at last. On the way through we find a Fortune Sphere, 10,000 Gil, a Friend Sphere, a level 3 Key Sphere and a Luck Sphere. There's one final Cloister of Trials to complete, but we can't get the Destruction Sphere treasure yet. Instead, completing the trials spawns a new Save Sphere, and then follows it up directly with yet another boss fight. The Spectral Keeper is a unique boss, in that our characters have to stand on one of 6 platforms that surround the boss. To move from one platform to another, we would have to use a trigger command, which are banned. So we will not be able to move any character to any other platform. This makes things a lot more difficult as the boss targets all 3 characters on the 3 platforms in front of it at once. Its AoE attack is a counter attack, and it deals very high damage. This was our first attempt. What's more, on the boss's turns, it uses Berserk Tail on a random party member, which has a 50% chance of inflicting Berserk. When a character has Berserk, they will attack normally on their turns automatically, which is a rule break. If things weren't difficult enough, after every 4th time we land a hit on the boss, 2 glyph mines appear on 2 of the platforms at random. When the Glyph Mine's turns come up in the turn order, they detonate, causing an instant KO to any party member standing on that platform. Since we can't move from the starting 3 platforms, this could get very dangerous. We need to make some preparations for this fight or we won't stand a chance. First of all, we need a way to prevent Berserk, because we can't rely on a 50% chance for every turn the boss gets. Simply having armor with the Berserk ward ability is enough to nullify it completely in this fight, but only 2 of our characters have Berserk ward armor, Auron and Kimahri. We can't customize it on anything either, since it requires Hypello potions, which can only be obtained in this game by stealing or bribing, both of which are banned. We're going to have to rely on lucky drops instead. The Mandragora enemies in the Zanakand ruins are the best chance we have. It has a 25% chance to drop armor, and that armor has a chance to have Berserk ward. Just like their Ochu counterparts, Mandragoras can be ejected with Shooting Star for a quick win. After farming Mandragoras for a while, we finally get the armor drop we need. It has both Confuse ward and Berserk ward, and it's for Riku. This at least means we can have a starting lineup for the fight, with all 3 of our characters being immune to Berserk. During this grind, we also defeated a Bashora enemy with Tingus, which resulted in it dropping a shield with SOS haste on it. There's one more helpful thing we can do before returning to the boss, and that is to get Kimahri's Celestial Weapon. The Celestial Weapons are the best weapons in the game. Each character has 1 each, and you will also need the corresponding crest and sigil items to fully power up each Celestial Weapon. Usually you would only get the Celestial Weapons and then power them up after gaining control of the airship, but Kimahri happens to be the only character in this run who can get his Celestial Weapon powered up before getting the airship. Here's how it works. We backtrack all the way to Macalania Woods. Using the new shortcut path where we found the lost boy, we can present the cloudy mirror that we won from the Remium Temple Chocobo race. This turns it into the Celestial Mirror, and now if we bring the Celestial Weapons to this location, we get the chance to upgrade each one twice each. The first upgrade requires the corresponding crest item, and the second upgrade requires the corresponding sigil item of the same name as the crest. For Kimahri's Celestial Weapon, we must travel to the Thunder Plains, read the guide in the travel agency, and then pray at 3 different Cactuar stones with the square button to make a Cactuar Spectre appear. We follow the Spectre to a broken tower. We pray at the tower with the square button, and this rewards us with the Spirit Lance. By default, the Celestial Weapons only have the no AP ability, and no redeeming factors whatsoever until we upgrade them. We return to that spot in Macalania Woods. We select the Spirit Lance, and now we must present the Saturn Crest for its first upgrade. We got the Saturn Crest on Mount Gagazet right after defeating Seymour Flux. This gives the weapon a new ability, the same ability that all Celestial Weapons receive when upgraded once: Double Overdrive. If we then presented the Saturn Sigil, the weapon would upgrade a second time to become a lot better. However, we don't want to do that. All male characters' Celestial Weapons have an automatic counter-attack ability when fully upgraded. So despite a fully upgraded Spirit Lance being objectively better in every way, in this run, it's a massive risk, as a counter-attack is a rule break. We must leave Kimahri's Celestial Weapon only partially upgraded for the Double Overdrive ability, which, as the name implies, doubles the growth of Kimahri's Overdrive bar at all times. It's actually not possible to upgrade Kimahri's Spirit Lance a second time before gaining control of the airship anyway, but I felt I should mention it still. We head all the way back to Zanakand ruins to face the Spectral Keeper once again. All characters are set to ally mode, and our starting formation is Auron, Kimahri, and Riku, in that specific order. We want Kimahri in the middle and Riku on either the first or third spot. Riku starts off by mixing a Star Curtain with a Pendulum to cast Hyper Mighty Guard on the party. This buffs them with Haste, Protect, Shell, Regen, and Auto Life. This is a very useful mix, but we are limited on the number of times we can do this mix, due to our limited resources. We must wait for the boss to take a turn before we hit back. This is because its Berserk Tail attack will choose a target at random, and Auron was his first target. Of course, Auron is immune to the Berserk, and the Protect halved the damage. The Regen will heal him back up soon, but most importantly, the boss is now facing towards Auron. This means that any counterattacks will now miss the character standing on Riku's platform. We have Auron use Banishing Blade to inflict Mental Break. The counterattack will hit both Kimahri and Auron, but again, they protect half the damage and Regen will heal them both back up soon. Riku Riku is free to stay in and skip turns to refill her overdrive without taking the damage. Kimahri follows this up with a jump to provoke another counter. This is basically the entire strategy for the fight. Put the weakest character on the spot that won't get targeted by the boss's counterattacks. If the boss ever targets the middle character with Berserk Tail, then we need to skip turns over and over until it finally targets somebody else. This does buy us plenty of time to fill our overdrives though. With Riku's speed, she gets loads of turns in a row. Kimahri has double overdrive, so his usual 3% a turn becomes 6% a turn. This is why we put Kimahri in the middle of the formation, since he's likely to not get swapped out. When Riku's turn comes back around, we mix Eccentric. Since Kimahri's overdrive growth was already doubled, this will double it again. This gives him 12% charge every single turn. We wait for the boss to turn away from Kimahri again. It faces Riku, so we swap Auron out for Tingus, and then swap Riku out for Auron. We hit it with Kimahri's jump, and then swap Tingus back for Riku before the Berserk Tail. We noticed the regen had worn off, so we reapplied it with Riku on her next overdrive. But don't do what I did. I used Hyper Mighty Guard again, which is a waste of items. Instead, mix a Star Curtain with a level 1 Key Sphere for Super Mighty Guard. The only difference is it doesn't reapply Auto Life, but everyone already had Auto Life anyway. This still reapplies the regen without using our more limited items. Auron gets in another Banishing Blade and Kimahri hits another jump. Kimahri gets his overdrive more often than anyone else, but that's offset by his being the weakest one. But now that we've hit the boss 4 times, 2 glyph mines appear, and one of them is on the middle platform. We don't want Kimahri to fall since he has the fastest charging overdrive, and even if he got auto-lifed, he would lose Eccentric, so we swap him for Tingus. And since Tingus is guaranteed to die from the glyph mine, we may as well get his Blitz Ace in now. Following the Blitz Ace, the glyph mine takes Tingus down, and Riku revives him. This is a risk though, because if the boss hits Tingus with Berserk Tail before he gets a turn, he will likely get inflicted with Berserk, and we will likely fail this attempt. We got lucky though, it hit Auron instead, and now we can get Kimahri back in. Riku's next mix is an Elixir and a Key Sphere to create Hot Spurs, which boosts overdrive growth by 50%, and this stacks with Eccentric. So Riku and Auron are getting 9% charge a turn, and Kimahri is getting 18% charge a turn. That speeds up the routine we're already on. Kimahri's jumps come in more regularly now. Riku can reapply regen with Super Mighty Guard when it runs out, and we use Kimahri's next turn to defend himself before Auron hits another Banishing Blade. This reduces the damage from the boss's counter. 2 more glyph mines appear, but neither of them are on our character's platforms, so no fear there. We had Riku defend herself so we could risk a jump attack despite Riku being in the firing line of a counterattack. She even took a Berserk Tail right afterwards, but the reduced damage and the regen healed her back up just fine. We wouldn't have risked that if she didn't have regen. After another jump, the boss's HP was low enough that we decided to go for a Hail Mary. We swap Riku for Lulu and use Firiga Fury, and with the mental break, this deals close to 13,000 damage. We know that Lulu goes down to a counterattack, but we swap in Riku to revive her by mixing 2 Phoenix Downs. There's a chance Lulu gets hit with a Berserk Tail now, but if that happens, Auron will hit the boss to provoke another counterattack, which will drop Lulu again before her next turn anyway. The boss chose to attack Auron instead though. We defend with Riku, swap Lulu back out for Kimahri, hit another jump, take the counter, swap Riku for Tingus, hit the boss with another Banishing Blade, take the counter with Tingus and Auron, and then 2 more glyph mines spawn in. They just both happen to be on a platform with a character on it. But since Kimahri and Auron both have auto life, we let them both go off. Riku just got her overdrive in before the boss's next turn, but once again, don't do what I did and don't use Hyper Mighty Guard. Just use Super Mighty Guard. This keeps Riku alive long enough to get another overdrive in. She mixes 2 maps for Potato Masher, just for some damage, and now we can bring Walker in to finish off the Spectral Keeper with element reels. The next boss follows very shortly afterwards, and it's definitely the most difficult boss in the run so far. Yunalesca. She has 3 forms, each one with more HP than the last. Her first form counters by putting people to sleep, and on her turns, she absorbs, which deals equal to half of the target's max HP, which means that Absorb can 2-shot anyone it hits. And it heals the boss too. When her first form is defeated, she transforms into her second form, and then she will always use Hellbiter right away to inflict the entire party with Zombie. Having Zombie means that any healing now deals damage instead, so the boss then spends every turn casting either Cura or Regen on the party. She can even use Hellbiter again to reapply Zombie if we have any characters that aren't yet inflicted. She also has a 50% chance to counter with a weak physical attack that dispels our buffs. Her final form is easily the most dangerous. Her attacks are on a predictable pattern, but there's still some RNG to it. She can now cast Curiga, which is a one-shot to any zombied character. She also uses Mind Blast to confuse the whole party. And to top it all off, she uses Mega Death to instantly kill any party member without zombie, just in case we ever manage to remove zombie or if we're immune to it. Plus, her dispelling physical counterattack happens 100% of the time now. Not to mention, she's completely immune to all breaks. Needless to say, I lost this fight a lot. Without a good strategy, we don't stand a chance. But we just so happen to have the perfect strategy. There is an overdrive mode called Sufferer, and none of our characters have unlocked it yet. This is because it is unlocked by taking enough turns in battle whilst inflicted with any status ailment. And we've not really done much of that in this run. Thankfully, there's a nice easy way to learn Sufferer, and we can do it right here in Zanakand. We need to find a specific enemy encounter against 3 undead soldiers. The 2 without flamethrowers can inflict zombie. All we have to do is have Riku mix a Mighty Guard, use overdrives to kill the other 2 soldiers, leaving just one that inflicts zombie, and then use defend every turn. The whole team gets zombied quick, and it takes ages for the lone soldier to knock anyone out. Many turns later, and our characters start to learn Sufferer one after the other. When they do, we switch them out to a different party member, reapply Mighty Guard, and carry on skipping turns. Thanks to speed up, it isn't long before everybody learns Sufferer. As for our equipment, Yuna has both Confuse Ward and Zombie Ward armor, Riku has Confuse Ward and SOS Haste, and we make sure Tingus has SOS Haste and not his SOS Regen, as that will only damage him if he has Zombie. We also lower Riku's HP close to critical to get into SOS Haste quicker. We start the fight with Tingus, Lulu and Riku. Tingus uses Blitz Ace turn 1. The counterattack puts him to sleep, and then Riku mixes Eccentric to double our overdrive growth. Sufferer mode boosts our overdrive bars by 16% for every turn we spend inflicted with zombie. But now that Lulu, Tingus and Riku have Eccentric, they will get a 32% boost every turn. This won't kick in until we get past her first phase though, as she doesn't use zombie on us until then. So we hit her with a Firiga Fury. Lulu gets put to sleep with the counter, and then the boss uses Absorb. But Absorb always targets the character with the highest HP. We've made sure that Tingus is the target for this, so we can get him into SOS Haste. We want to end the first phase now, so that both Lulu and Tingus can start phase 2 in zombie as soon as possible. We swap Riku for Auron and hit a Tornado to end phase 1. Hellbiter inflicts zombie on all 3 party members, and since it's classed as a physical attack, it wakes up the 2 sleeping members. The boss will now spend every turn either casting healing magic on us or trying to reapply zombie with Hellbiter. Her targets are still completely random, and it just so happens that she healed Riku. We can swap Riku's armor since SOS Haste isn't doing anything right now. It's Tingus who still has haste though, so we need to skip some of his turns. One of the worst things that can happen to us in this phase is getting regen casted on us. It kinda acts like poison if we have zombie, and this is what happens to Auron. We can reduce the odds of the boss casting these healing spells on our zombied characters by bringing in non-zombied characters before the boss's turns. That way the boss is more likely to use Hellbiter instead. This also zombies Riku, which is what we wanted, as her overdrive will now boost by 32% a turn too. We keep Riku off the front line when the boss's turns come up, as regen on her would be terrible. Kimahri gets regened instead, and now we can start to fill up Riku's overdrive. We get Auron out to stop his regen damage, and we have Riku use a regular Mighty Guard. If we used any other variation of Mighty Guard, it will give everyone regen, which is a detriment in this fight. The boss can dispel the effects of Mighty Guard with a counter attack, but if Riku never attacks, she will always keep haste, protect, and shell throughout the whole battle. Also, the double overdrive effect of Eccentric cannot be removed by dispel. Tingus gets countered after a Blitz Ace, so he loses protect and shell right afterwards. He keeps haste though due to SOS Haste, but then he gets regened, which which we really didn't want. We bring in Waka to have a non-zombied character on the front lines, and then we spam the X button during the reels to ensure the most damage possible. The quicker we are on the reels, the more damage we will deal to enemies with no elemental weaknesses. We risk keeping Riku on the front lines as her shell reduces Cura damage. We're just lucky it wasn't regen, since shell doesn't reduce that damage at all. Riku uses another mix to combine an antidote with any distiller to use Panacea. This removes the zombie status from the party, which now means that Tingus's regen will start to heal him instead. We swap him out to prevent him from getting zombied again, and we get Riku out as well, so that she doesn't take any damage on the boss's next turn. Kimahri takes a Cura, Waka swaps for Auron, and then we swap Riku back in to mix another Panacea. Both Auron and Kimahri had zombie and regen, but now with the zombie removed, regen will start to heal them both instead. We also want to spend some turns with Tingus to get him healed up a bit too, but we don't want anyone with regen to get zombied again. Waka gets regened, but we can skip some turns to get some healing on Tingus and Auron while we can. Lulu piles on the damage with another Fury, and then we swap Riku back in, hoping that she gets zombied again. Auron gets healed instead though. We use this time to heal Kimahri a bit. Lulu hits another Fury and the boss heals Tingus. After recovering enough HP, we actually want people to get zombied again, because without being zombied, we can't fill our overdrive bars. Riku and Tingus do eventually get zombied again, but we defended with Riku to ensure as little damage from Hellbiter as possible. We can't afford to let her fall yet. Riku's next mix combines 2 star curtains together to cast Hyper Null All, the equivalent of using the abilities Cheer and Focus 5 times. This buffs Tingus's strength and Lulu's magic. Riku takes a Cura, and it's only due to her having shell that she's still alive right now. Riku mixes a Fortune Sphere with a Key Sphere for Miracle Drink. All of Tingus's hits will now be critical hits, and he hits a Blitz Ace for massive damage. This pushes the boss into her 3rd and final phase, and upon entering phase 3, she uses Mega Death immediately. This insta-kills anyone without zombie, but we ensured that we had a full lineup of zombie characters, so this is a wasted turn for the boss. We get Riku off the front line before the boss can heal her to death. We can also get zombie back on Auron and Kimahri so they can start charging their overdrives again. Riku can recharge hers too, and then swap back out before the boss's turn. Lulu gets in another Firiga Fury, which is boosted by the 5 times focus, but then she is dispelled, which removes her haste. We brought in a non-zombied character to boost the odds of the boss using Hellbiter, but then disaster struck, as the boss used Curaga on Tingus. This also means that we've lost our strongest character since he had the effect of Miracle Drink. Normally we would use Riku's mix to revive a fallen character, however, any mix that revives the fallen will also insta-kill any zombied characters, including herself. This is when we need to start being mindful of the boss's pattern. It's Yuna's time to shine. She has both Confuse Ward and Zombie Ward, and since we know that Mind Blast is the boss's next turn, we have her equip the Confuse Ward armor. Confuse Ward prevents the confusion from this attack 100% of the time. Lulu will still likely get confused, but if she attacks the other party members, at least it will do the least damage possible since Lulu's strength is very low. We got lucky and Lulu didn't get confused. Yuna puts her Zombie Ward armor back on and we get Lulu off the front line. Only having one zombied character increases the odds of Hellbiter, but unfortunately, Yuna gets zombified. Zombie Ward only works 50% of the time after all. We know Megadeth is coming next, and as long as we have all zombied characters up front, it's a wasted turn for the boss. We bring Riku in to use Mighty Guard. This might seem pointless since Lulu will get dispelled after she hits a Fury, but the brief time that Lulu had haste will ensure that her next turn after the Fury comes sooner. Riku gets enough turns to charge her overdrive before the boss gets a turn. All our characters have zombie now, so it's almost a guarantee the boss will start to use Curaga or Regen. Our best chance is to mix another Panacea to remove our zombie, and thus provoke a Hellbiter instead of Curaga. Riku still has Protect to reduce the damage too from Hellbiter, but now we have no way to prevent being healed by the boss. We got Riku out just in case. However, the boss used Regen instead of Curaga, which was lucky. Mind Blast is up next, so Yuna needs to come back in and equip Confuse Ward. Lulu did get confused this time. We get Yuna out since we need her alive for the next Mind Blast, and Riku can mix another Panacea to remove both Zombie and Confusion. Once again, this prompts the boss to use Hellbiter instead of healing healing magic. We know Megadeth is next, so we're okay to skip our turns. Riku fills her overdrive again, and we have a plan. Riku uses Panacea again to remove Zombie. Lulu can now use Drain Fury to heal herself back to full HP. If Lulu had used Drain Fury while zombied, she would have just killed herself. It only deals about half the damage that Firiga Fury does, but it's worth it to fully heal Lulu. Hellbiter zombifies both characters again. Riku can only survive one more Hellbiter, but she does charge her overdrive back up again quickly before we get her back out. We got very lucky as she uses Hellbiter again instead of Curiga, and then we swap Yuna in to defend against the Mind Blast's confusion. We get Lulu back in to charge some overdrive, then back out for Riku as she can mix a Panacea on herself and Kimahri. Kimahri swaps out for Lulu to get her overdrive built up, and now we have one zombified character and one non-zombified character. This is to improve the odds of a Hellbiter, which is exactly what happens, although Riku only just survives it. But Riku's haste and eccentric fills her overdrive again very quickly. We've timed Riku's next mix to be right before the boss uses Megadeth, as that will be a wasted turn anyway. Riku uses Mighty Guard on Lulu, Megadeth does nothing, and Lulu hits a Firiga Fury for another big chunk of damage. Lulu gets countered with Dispel, but as before, the brief time that she had haste will ensure her next turn comes around sooner than it would have. Riku needs to get out now, as anything will knock her out at this point. We bring in Auron at the risk of the boss using Curiga, but the boss used regen on Lulu instead. Auron did fill his overdrive at least, and what's more, Auron's regen has worn off too. Riku can come in and skip turns to get her overdrive, but we always need to get her back out again before the boss's next turn. We brought in Kimahri to the front lines as he doesn't have Zombie, which we hoped would provoke another Hellbiter, but it was another regen on Kimahri. Yuna's Confuse Ward comes into play again, but the Mind Blast damage along with the regen knocked Lulu out. The time has come for Riku to make the ultimate sacrifice. She comes in and mixes 2 Phoenix Downs to revive both Lulu and Tingus. But as we mentioned, any healing that we do will deal damage to the zombified characters, so Mega Phoenix knocks herself out. She was on her last legs anyway. Characters don't keep status effects after being revived, so Tingus and Lulu no longer have Zombie, which means the boss uses Hellbiter to inflict Zombie on both of them. Lulu and Tingus have lost Eccentric too, but since Megadeth does nothing, we get a bit of overdrive charge with Lulu. Kimahri comes in and uses Jump. Kimahri is also the only character right now without Zombie, so the boss used another Hellbiter. Lulu gets another overdrive, and using it is risky, but we're out of options. We just need to hope that the boss doesn't use Curiga. Lulu deals another chunk of damage, and the boss used Hellbiter again. We won't keep getting lucky forever though. Kimahri's overdrive currently fills faster than anyone else's, since he still gets double overdrive from his weapon, but we swap him out for Yuna before the Mind Blast. Lulu got confused, and then we swap Kimahri back in. If the boss kills Kimahri now, it's all over, so just in case we swap him for Tingus. Somehow it was another Hellbiter, which was perfect as it snapped Lulu out of confusion. It seems that having an unconscious character counts as having only 2 zombied characters, so this seems to provoke the Hellbiter more often. We swap Lulu for Kimahri, skip his turn, swap Tingus for Auron, and use Tornado for maximum damage. We have to nail the button combo, otherwise Tornado won't hit twice, and we need the damage. Following that, Kimahri gets his overdrive on his next turn, and we hit a jump for the win. That fight was nerve-wracking. We earned a level 3 key sphere for our struggles. How does Kimahri keep doing this? He started off this playthrough as being the most useless character ever, and we literally couldn't use him for anything.
So does the final Aeon.
And he just comes in and starts winning for us. Before we leave this room, it's very important that we walk down these steps first. This spawns us at these steps and also spawns a treasure chest containing the Sun Crest. If we left this room without doing this, then we would have to defeat one of the game's super bosses to get back here. So it's now or never. We have the freedom to travel to any location in the game now with the airship. But first, we return to the Zanakand Cloister of Trials to get the last Destruction Sphere treasure, which is a Magistral Rod for Yuna. Next, we find all the hidden locations on the map to find some extra treasure. This includes a Dragoon Lance, a Sonar, a Phantom Bangle, and an Ascalon. The first 2 are useless to us, so we sell them, but the Phantom Bangle allows Lulu to absorb fire, ice, and water damage. The Ascalon gives Tingus double AP. Next, we input the 3 passwords to unlock 3 more hidden locations. Those passwords are God Hand, Victorious, and Murasama, all in caps. This gets us 3 more items with the same names as the passwords. The Victorious makes Riku immune to thunder, fire, and ice magic. The Murasama is useless to us, and the God Hand is Riku's celestial weapon. We now have Kimahri and Riku's celestial weapons, so let's find the rest of them. We get walkers from the person behind the bar after either coming third in a Blitzball tournament or winning 5 Blitzball games. To make this easy, just hire the following players: Wedge in Luca Stadium, Zalitz in the Luca Theatre, Jamal in the Luca Square, Rop in Mihen Highroad Agency, and Brother from the airship. With this team, 5 wins will come soon enough. While we're in Luca, we search the Aurochs locker room for the Jupiter crest. We go to the Djose Highroad and backtrack to Mushroom Rock from there to avoid running into another super boss. We take this elevator up and use the rusty sword we picked up earlier to obtain Auron's celestial weapons, the Masamune. We head to the upper left corner of the Calm Lands, but sometimes there's an NPC in our way. To get him to move, all we have to do is win a Chocobo race first, and there we can get Tingus's celestial weapon, Caladbolg. The only 2 celestial weapons we don't have are Lulu's and Yuna's, but we'll come back for those. First, we want to take the ones we do have to Macalania Woods and use each character's respective crest item to upgrade them all once. This adds the double overdrive ability to all of them, which is exactly what we already did to Kimahri's celestial weapon. And just like with Kimahri, we will not be upgrading any of the male characters' weapons a second time to avoid any counterattack abilities. However, all 3 female characters' celestial weapons don't have a counterattack ability, even after the second upgrade. So let's find all that we need to upgrade those. We head to Bikanel Desert to play the red light green light minigame with the cactuars. Having no encounters and speed up makes this much less tedious. As for the battles against the cactuars, just make sure to have your overdrives ready to go, but don't use Lulu's Fury like I did because the cactuar's magic defense is off the charts. It's not required to succeed at all the red light green light minigames, but if we do, not only do we get the Mercury Sigil, but we also get a Friend Sphere as a bonus reward. Now that we have both the Mercury Crest and the Mercury Sigil, we can fully upgrade Riku's celestial weapon, which allows her to break the damage limit, earn more gil, earn double AP, and have triple overdrive growth. Next, we want to find Lulu's celestial weapon. One of the hidden map locations was Baaj Temple. We head there, but there is an underwater boss fight that we need to win first, and it's against the returning Geneaux. This boss can petrify and shatter our characters to remove them from the fight completely. When its HP falls below half, it will use a KO punch which can instantly kill the target, and if it doesn't, it will inflict curse. If the boss survives 3 attacks, it will inhale a random party member, and all the buffs that party member has will be transferred to the boss. I had never seen this happen until this playthrough. I used Mighty Guard before Walker got inhaled, and the boss gained haste, protect, and shell. We basically just want to ensure that we defeat the boss within 3 turns. Tingus starts off with his first strike weapon equipped to guarantee the first turn. We hit a Blitz Ace for good damage, and then we take advantage of the boss's big elemental weakness by mixing a Lightning Marble with a level 2 Key Sphere for huge thunder damage. Tingus dodges a KO punch, and Walker finishes it off by matching at least 2 colors with element reels. We can now grab Lulu's celestial weapon from the hidden chest underwater, the Onion Knight. Since we're here, we can head inside Baaj Temple for a couple of items. Since we obtained all the Destruction Sphere treasures in all the game's Cloister of Trials, we can also head inside the Chamber of the Faith for a new optional Aeon, Anima, or as we call her, Aningus. We need one more thing to fully upgrade Lulu's celestial weapon, and that is the Venus Sigil. This is obtained by dodging 200 lightning strikes in a row in the Thunder Plains. Thankfully, there is a spot that makes this a lot easier to do consistently. We run back and forth like this, and this guarantees that the lightning will always strike us on the same spot every time. We could have done this on our first time through the Thunder Plains, but this process is a whole lot easier when we have the No Encounters ability. When we're confident we have 200 or more dodges in a row, we return to the travel agency for our rewards. These include MP spheres, strength spheres, HP spheres, mega elixirs, and the Venus Sigil. With that, we fully upgrade Lulu's celestial weapon, and now she has triple overdrive growth as well. The only celestial weapon remaining is Yuna's, except we can't actually get hers in this run, since it requires capturing monsters. As we mentioned, we can't capture monsters without using normal attacks. Normally, every celestial weapon deals more damage the closer the wielder is to their max HP, and also celestial weapons ignore the enemy's defense stats. But, as usual, neither of those buffs apply to overdrives. Typical. Something to note, when a celestial weapon is upgraded just once, a corresponding Aeon will obtain the ability to break the damage limit. With the weapons we've been able to upgrade, Ifringus, Ixingus, and Shingus can all now break the damage limit. Bahingus and Aningus already can break the damage limit by default, but without Yuna's celestial weapon upgrade, Vingus's damage is still capped at 9999. This will be relevant later. Next, we head to another secret location from the airship, the Omega Ruins. We keep the no encounter armor on though, because the only reason we're here for now is to grab the 26th and final Bhed primer. It's important that we do not open any treasure chests in the Omega Ruins on this first visit. We'll explain why later. We return to the airship to tell Rin that we have fully learned the Bhed language, and he rewards us with 99 underdog secrets, which will be invaluable to this run. It's time to fight Sin itself. We set everyone to ally mode, and we start by targeting Sin's arms one after the other. Sin is so far away that during these fights even Wakka's overdrive cannot reach it, and neither can Riku with her mixes. In fact, if we use Riku's mix in this battle, the game will tell us that the target is too far away, but the game will still consume our items. The only character's overdrive that can reach Sin's fins in this fight is Lulu's, so she is our MVP for now. We have Riku use Mighty Guard on the party, Lulu included. With Lulu and Riku both having triple overdrive, ally mode gives them 9% charge every single turn. Lulu hits a Firiga Fury, and with Riku's high agility, she gets her next overdrive pretty fast. Riku mixes an underdog secret with a 3 stars as an alternative method of using eccentric. This doubles both Riku and Lulu's overdrive growth per turn to 18%. Riku weapon swaps her way to another overdrive, and she mixes an elixir with a level 1 key sphere to cast Hot Spurs for a 50% boost to overdrive growth. This stacks with eccentric to give both Riku and Lulu 27% overdrive growth per turn. Lulu's Furies come in a lot more regularly now. Riku's next buff is Hypernull All for the 5 times focus to boost Lulu's magic damage. All of this buffing might seem pointless as Sin doesn't seem to fight back, but after Sin takes enough hits, it will start to counter. When Lulu has all these buffs, it makes sense to swap out the other 2 characters so that Lulu is the only one with haste. This ensures that her turns come even more often, and after several Furies, Lulu soloed the arm before it could ever hit back. We have to fight the right arm now, but the fight is exactly the same, so we do the exact same thing as last time. The only difference is that Sin did actually hit back once, but only once, and with our buffs it didn't do a lot of damage. Other than that, the fight went exactly the same. The next phase is a stronger version of the Sin spawn we fought in Kilika, and it's guarding Sin's core. Right away it poisoned Lulu, so we swapped her out, and we used Mighty Guard on Tingus and Auron. We hit Geneaux with a Tornado and a Oblitzerator back to back to send the boss back into its shell, and we finished it off with Wakka's Fire Element Reels. With Geneaux out of the way, we just need to take out the core. We skipped enough turns for Riku to cast Eccentric again. We hit a Blitz Ace, but then we found out that the core can dispel all our buffs and use Gravager to deal 3/4 of our current HP. It seemed like this is all the core could do though, so as long as we kept skipping turns, we would eventually win the war of attrition. But after we dealt a fair amount of damage, the core started to use AoE tier 1 fire magic, which I've never seen it do before. Riku went down after that, but thankfully Tingus had his SOS regen armor equipped, which healed him back to half HP between the core's turns. After a few more overdrives, including a jump and a couple of blitz aces, the core is defeated. We get a chance to heal up and fly anywhere we want before Sin's final phase, so we take the opportunity to fill up everyone's overdrives again. We must now battle with Sin directly. The unique thing with this battle is that we're essentially essentially on a timer. If Sin uses its overdrive at all, it's an instant game over, so we need to pile on the damage as quick as we can. At first, Sin is out of range, so we use Riku to Mighty Guard Lulu and Tingus. Sin then moves closer, so we swap to Auron so he can use Banishing Blade to inflict Armor Break and Mental Break. With his magic defense lowered, Lulu hits a Furiga Fury for good damage, and we even managed 9 casts. Riku's speed allowed her to skip several turns in a row, and with 9% overdrive charge per turn, she fills up her bar again fast. We swap her for Tingus to get a Blitz Ace in, then we swap Auron out for Riku so she can cast Eccentric on Tingus and Lulu. With that, we just need to get in as many overdrives as possible with these 2 characters before we run out of turns. Tingus and Lulu get their overdrives quicker than anyone else right now, but we still swapped in other characters to fire off their overdrives as well, just to get in as much damage as possible. With Armor Break, Kimahri's jump deals over 5,000 damage, and we just spam the X button on Wakka's element reels to deal maximum damage. Sin now has his overdrive bar full, and we can see in the turn order that Sin's turn is right after Lulu's. We thought we were as good as dead right here, since Lulu's overdrive wasn't ready yet, but it turns out that Sin skips a turn after he fills his overdrive. Thanks to that, Lulu gets in one more 9-spin Fury for the win. We make our way inside Sin, grabbing all the items on the way, like a Phantom Ring, a Special Sphere, a Wizard Lance, a level 3 Key Sphere, and Elixir. We must now defeat Seymour Omnis for the 4th and final time. We know he uses a lot of elemental magic, so we just equipped as much elemental resistance armor that we had for our first attempt. He will always cast Furiga 4 times right away, 1 on each party member and the 4th on a random party member. We used Banishing Blade to inflict Armor Break and Mental Break. We followed that up with a Blizzard Fury. If the wheels behind Seymour show all 4 the same element, then the boss is weak to the opposing element. Since the fight starts with all 4 fire elements, Ice Magic does big damage, and Mental Break helped too. Armor Break ensures that Blitz Ace did big damage too. But that's when we found out that Seymour can cast 4 magic attacks in a single turn every turn. With all the delays we suffered from using the overdrives, Seymour casts a volley of Furigas until both Tingus and Auron were down. The only reason Lulu is still standing is because her armor absorbs fire damage. Wakka hit an ice element reels, but he wasn't going to survive the Furiga volley that came straight afterwards. For round 2, we equipped both Kimahri and Wakka with their SOS Null Blaze armor that they used in the first Seymour fight, and we set their overdrive modes to Rook. We have Riku mix to cast Hyper Null All on the party. This gives everyone immunity to each of the 4 main elements, but just for 1 time each. So only the 4th Furiga would actually deal any damage here, but it just so happened to hit Lulu, and she still absorbs fire. Auron comes in to hit a Banishing Blade, and then Wakka follows up with Ice Reels. We hit a jump with Kimahri, and Seymour hits a volley of Furigas as expected. The first few put both Wakka and Kimahri in critical HP, which means they are now immune to all following fire attacks. Auron goes down, but all Seymour does now is cast 4 Furigas every turn. Both our characters are immune, and Rook gives them 10% overdrive each time they're hit, plus their celestial weapons double that to 20%. So we start to hit a lot of ice reels and jumps for over 9,000 damage a time. Seymour is stuck in yet another endless loop that he can't get out of. He can't change his magic element himself after all. We tested Rook mode with Riku's fireproof armor, but it doesn't work, since it results in 0 damage instead of her being immune to it. That leaves most of the damage up to Wakka and Kimahri. We can bring in Tidus and Lulu to finish him off when he's on low HP though. As we make our way to the final boss, we gather up a few more items, the most useful of which are a HP sphere and defense sphere. We soon come to the last save sphere in the game, so now's the time to make all the preparations we need. The game forces us to start the final battle with a formation of Tingus, Auron and Yuna. So if all 3 of these characters had first strike abilities on their weapons, all 3 of them would get a turn before the boss does. Tingus already has first strike on his weapon, so we just need to customize it for Auron and Yuna. It only costs a single return sphere to customize first strike, and thankfully some of the bosses we've already beaten dropped a few return spheres for us. There are 10 more items to collect inside Sin's nucleus, and we need to grab them all whilst avoiding the icicles that pop out of the ground. If any of them hit us, we are forced into an encounter, so we keep on the move. The 10 items we get here are mostly new weapons that don't help us in this challenge. The final item will come in in very handy though. It's an attribute sphere. Since we're at the point of no return, we may as well use as many spheres on the sphere grid as we can. We actually want to bring all our characters close to the end of Riku's path because there are several blank nodes there. We can use our friend spheres and teleport spheres to move everyone to Riku's position and fill the surrounding blank nodes with any HP spheres, agility spheres, and whatever other spheres we have left. We didn't have enough friend spheres or teleport spheres to bring Lulu over to this position though, so we use the attribute sphere to activate this HP node for Lulu, and then Lulu can use a return sphere to move to that HP node. With all the remaining sphere levels our characters had, we were able to move along to the end of Riku's path to activate even more agility nodes for everyone, which will be vital as many characters don't have very high agility yet. It is now time for the final boss, Braska's final Aeon, Jet, who is also joined by 2 U Pagodas. The boss will use Jet Beam to petrify a party member, and his physical attacks can shatter a petrified character. If Jet Beam knocks anyone out, they will shatter immediately. For each of the U Pagoda's turns, they will heal the boss by 1,500, remove any negative status effects, and boost his overdrive bar by 20%. The U Pagodas are also both ranged targets, and they revive themselves a couple of rounds after they're destroyed. Plus, their new max HP will be equal to the amount of damage dealt by the attack that destroyed them. If only a single U Pagoda is destroyed, the remaining one can absorb our MP and inflict the curse status, which we never want to happen if we can avoid it. Jet's overdrive bar can be lowered again if Tingus uses a trigger command to talk to Jet, but trigger commands are still banned. Jet's overdrive Triumphant Grasp deals heavy damage to a single target and can also inflict zombie. In Phase 2, Jet will now use a sword to attack the whole party at once and delay their turns at the same time. His overdrive is a bit stronger, but no longer inflicts zombie. However, when Jet's HP falls below half in Phase 2, his overdrive is replaced with Ultimate Jet Shot, which deals heavy damage to all party members. As for our preparations, Yuna and Auron both have armor that provides stone proof, but the others do not. Instead, we can customize Stone Ward for our other characters by using softs. Since this is the final boss, it doesn't really matter what customizations we make, as they will all be undone when we reload this save file again. We set everyone to ally mode for this one. As we said, the starting lineup is forced to be Tingus, Yuna and Auron, so we make sure to have their first strike weapons equipped. The plan is to have Riku mix as many buffs as possible in Phase 1, as they will carry over to Phase 2. So we start with Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus and Auron. Tingus and Auron both swap to their celestial weapons for double overdrive, and then we use Auron's Banishing Blade. This will inflict Jet with Full Break, but the U Pagodas will remove Full Break from Jet on their turns. So Tingus uses Slice and Dice before that can happen. Riku skips every turn to build her overdrive, and Jet tries to petrify Auron with a Jet Beam, but he has Stone Proof. The U Pagodas do their thing by removing Full Break, healing Jet, and boosting his overdrive bar. Riku gets so many turns that with triple overdrive, she's able to charge up another overdrive before Jet gets a turn, and she mixes an eccentric for double overdrive growth. Riku takes a hit and Tingus refills his overdrive. Before Jet can use his overdrive, we swap in Yuna and have Yuna, Auron, and Riku equip armor that protects them from zombie. Auron is the victim of Triumphant Grasp, and whereas it dealt good damage, he is immune to zombie at least. Riku's overdrive is full again. We swap Yuna and Auron out for Waka and Lulu and then cast another Hyper Mighty Guard. The more characters we can protect, the better. We bring Auron and Yuna back out to put their Stoneproof armors back on, wait for the U Pagodas to take their turns, and use another Banishing Blade to inflict Full Break again. Just before the U Pagoda's next turn, Waka uses Element Reels to hit all targets, and this destroys both U Pagodas. This keeps the Full Break on Jet for a bit longer. Riku gets her overdrive again and she uses Hot Spurs on Waka and Auron. We could have used Eccentric, but since Riku and Auron already had Eccentric, Hot Spurs is able to stack on top of that, and we still gave Waka a buff in the process. Tingus hits another Slice and Dice to defeat Phase 1, but Phase 2 has double the HP, and the U Pagodas are revived. Jet's physical attacks will hit all 3 party members now, and they will even delay our turns. This is why we wanted haste on several characters beforehand. Riku casts Miracle Drink on Auron and Tingus, but Jet has filled his overdrive again. We skip enough turns to fill Auron's overdrive, and we get Riku off the front line as her HP is getting low. Wakka endures the triumphant grasp this time, and we go back to weapon swapping with the only 3 characters without their overdrives. Tingus swaps out for Lulu just before Riku gets another overdrive so that she can cast Eccentric on Lulu and Wakka. After a few weapon swaps, Riku can cast another Hyper Mighty Guard on herself, Tingus and Auron to reapply their regens. Auron hits a 3rd Banishing Blade to inflict full break. Wakka comes in and takes out the U Pagodas with element reels, and with Jet as the only target for the time being, Lulu hits a Fury on him without having to worry about splitting the damage across 3 targets. Unfortunately, Lulu was dropped by Triumphant Grasp, but Auto Life brought her back. Tingus hits a Slice and Dice with every hit being a critical hit thanks to Miracle Drink. But then, Tingus gets petrified by Jet Beam. We swap Lulu out for Riku and mix an antidote with a Distiller to cast Panacea to cure the petrification. Tingus did lose his Mighty Guard buffs though. Jet tried to petrify Wakka, but we got lucky and it didn't land thanks to Stone Ward. The U Pagodas have both revived now, and we go back to weapon swapping. Auron hits a 4th Banishing Blade to inflict full break again. Wakka takes out the U Pagodas with element reels again, and Tingus hits a Slice and Dice. But I actually didn't realise that the effect of Miracle Drink remains after getting petrified, so I was not expecting critical hits. So that Slice and Dice actually ended up being the final blow to defeat Jet. It's not over yet though, we need to summon and defeat all our own Aeons one at a time, and then we face Yu Yevon itself. However, these battles are essentially a victory lap as it's impossible to lose any of them. The game gives us permanent auto life on all characters. Since we had all characters on ally mode, it's just a case of skipping turns until we can fight back. With that, we have beaten the game. Can you beat Final Fantasy X with only overdrives? Yes, you can. That victory lap was kinda anticlimactic though, so how about we see if we can beat the post-game too? We head back to the Omega Ruins, but before we challenge the optional boss here, we want to complete the treasure chest quest. There are 12 chests in the ruins, with 12 different items, and it doesn't matter what order we open the chests, we receive the same 12 items in the same order every time. But it's also possible that one of the chests contains an encounter instead. If one of the chests does result in an encounter, that prevents us from being able to obtain the 12th item, as we'll only be able to get the first 11 items. The problem is, it's very unlikely to avoid getting an encounter from all 12 chests. There are 4 groups of chests, 1 group of 2, 2 groups of 3, and 1 group of 4. If we look at the first group of 2 chests, the odds of getting an encounter from either chest is 1 in 3, because 3 is the number of chests plus 1. So, with the group of 3 chests, the odds are 1 in 4, and with the group of 4 chests, the odds are 1 in 5. This means that if we want all 12 rewards, we need to hit a 1 in 3, a 1 in 4, another 1 in 4, and a 1 in 5 chance, all in a single visit to the Omega Ruins. All the contents of the chests are already decided as soon as you enter the ruins, so there's no way of save scumming this after each chest. You either get massively lucky upon entering the ruins, or you don't. The only way to save scum this is to reload a save before entering the ruins and then open all chests again. This is why we couldn't open any of the chests in our first visit to the ruins. The most useful item out of the first 11 are various key spheres, but if it's so unlikely to get that 12th item, it must be good, right? Well, after many hours of reloading the ruins, we finally got the luck we needed, and we received the 12th item, which is 99 warp spheres. A warp sphere can teleport anyone on the sphere grid to any node we want. This means we most likely won't need to use many more key spheres on the sphere grid again, so we'll save those for mixing instead. That brings us to the first boss of the ruins, Ultima Weapon. We start with Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus and Auron and hit a Slice and Dice and a Tornado back to back. Ultima hit Auron, but the party is much faster than Ultima, so they skip a lot of turns to recharge their overdrives. Riku casts Eccentric to speed that up even more, but the biggest issue with this boss is that it casts Confuse. Tingus got confused and he knocked out both Riku and Auron. Auto Life brought them back, but then Ultima hit Auron with Core Energy to knock him out again. Tingus completes the trilogy and knocks himself out, but he comes back with Auto Life. Riku swaps out for Wakka so he can hit an Element Reels, and Tingus hits another Slice and Dice. Ultima drops Tingus and Lulu comes in for a Firiga Fury. Ultima is only 1 hit away from defeat. Lulu just needs to survive Ultima's next attack, Shimmering Rain, which she does. We swap her out for Kimahri, who takes Ultima down with a jump. That was a messy fight, and I'm not a fan of the fact that our characters attacked each other in confusion. I wasn't sure where this would sit with the rules. I thought about doing the fight over again, but then I remembered that the next boss is just a stronger version of this one, so as long as we can get through that fight without any confusion shenanigans, I think we're good. There are several forced encounters on the way to Omega Weapon, but we can still escape them all. Omega Weapon uses Confuse as well, but it also petrifies party members with Break. We could try equipping some Confuse Ward armor, but it's not guaranteed to prevent confusion. Also, Stone Ward doesn't prevent Omega's petrification at all, so we need Stoneproof, but only Auron and Yuna have Stoneproof armor. We could try and grind Stoneproof armor drops, but there's something else we can do instead. We can customize Auto Reflect on our party members' armors using Star Curtains. It requires a fair few Star Curtains for each Auto Reflect, but Star Curtains can be farmed infinitely by defeating Belgamine's Shiva over and over. We only need to customize 3 Auto Reflects anyway, for Tingus, Auron and Riku. If you're wondering why Reflect is suddenly allowed in this challenge, it's because we're not using it to deal damage or inflict status effects. Omega is immune to all of his own magic attacks, so all that happens is that Omega just wastes his turns. The fight starts in the same way as Ultima, Hyper Mighty Guard for Tingus and Auron, followed up by a Tornado and a Slice and Dice. The most important thing to keep in mind with this boss is that it counts towards its strongest attack, Nova. Each turn that Omega takes counts as 2 to the Nova counter, unless it's a physical attack, as those count as 5 to the counter. On Omega's next turn, after the counter is on 30 or more, it's guaranteed to use Nova. Riku casts Eccentric, which lets us get off another Slice and Dice. Riku's next buff is Hyper Null All, because we're gonna need the damage reduction. We hit another Tornado, Riku casts Hot Spurs to further boost Overdrive growth, and Tingus uses Slice and Dice again. Riku then uses Miracle Drink to make all of Tingus's hits deal critical damage. It does the same for Auron, but his Tornado's hitting for max damage anyway. However, Tingus now switches over to using Blitz Ace every turn, as the increased damage makes it even better than Slice and Dice now. This battle now becomes a series of Tornadoes and Blitz Aces over and over. Riku's Overdrive can be saved until we need it. We can use it to either reapply Hyper Mighty Guard whenever regen wears off, or we can mix 2 potions together for a full heal. We swapped in Kimahri at one point and hit a jump. We made sure that Riku cast Hyper Mighty Guard on him too. Since I lost count of when Nova was coming up, I didn't realize that it was Omega's next attack. Kimahri went down, but Riku and Tingus survived. We learned our lesson and got Auron back in. After that, it was another series of Tornadoes and Blitzes. By the end of the fight, Omega was getting close to using Nova again, but thankfully, we were able to deal enough damage to take him down. We earned level 4 Key Spheres and the Winning Streak, which is a weapon for Waka that comes with the triple Overdrive ability. After the fight, we can revisit the spot we defeated Omega for a Magic Sphere. The next post-game bosses are the Dark Aeons, starting with Dark Veil 4, and whereas it has less HP than Omega Weapon, it hits a lot harder, and we get wiped out very quickly. This is the weakest Dark Aeon too, so it's time to get a lot stronger. Grinding has become necessary now, because even with the highest stats we can possibly reach in this run, the Dark Aeons are no joke. Here's how we grinded AP with our limitations. We returned to Bikanel Desert in the area where the Cactuars spawn, and we need to farm kills for Riku. Mixing a map with a grenade or a map with another map will one-shot all Cactuars at once. We rebuild Riku's Overdrive again between fights using Loner mode, and then kill another group of Cactuars. The reason we're doing this is so Riku can learn the Slayer Overdrive mode. As we mentioned before, Slayer charges the Overdrive bar by 20% per kill, but if Riku kills 2 Cactuars at once, that's 40%, and since she has triple Overdrive on her Celestial weapon, that's 120%. This means that Riku can get an instant recharge after every battle, so this can be repeated over and over to rack up a lot of AP quickly, especially with ×4 speed up. Just make sure to skip a turn with everybody else before Riku finishes them off. Maps and grenades are super cheap, so we can keep this up for as long as we need. I am aware of the AP trick in this game that utilizes the equipment ability Overdrive to AP, but the only way to obtain that ability is to either farm drops from the Arena Fiends, which we can't access in this run, or we get a very lucky drop from Dark Yojimbo, who we don't stand a chance of defeating right now, so this method will have to do. Eventually all characters will have unlocked every single relevant stat buff on the sphere grid. We liberally use the warp spheres to move people around the grid if they're too far far away from any unlocked nodes, including those isolated behind key spheres. We also use any remaining stat boosting spheres at this point to ensure our stats are as high as they possibly can be. Our stats aren't maxed out, but without unlocking the arena, this is the best we can do. This isn't enough though. We need more damage, and the biggest thing holding us back are our own rules. We banned any attack that we deemed as overpowered, and we also heavily limited our use of Aeons. But now that we're in the post game, I think it's time to alleviate those rules. We're still only ever going to use overdrives in battle, even with the Aeons, but now none of the game's overdrives or mixed combinations are off limits. With how tough things are going to get, it's going to be necessary. This means we can finally teach Walker a new overdrive by playing a whole bunch of Blitzball, attack reels, which is quite possibly the best overdrive in the game. Before returning to Dark Veil 4, we equip Walker's new triple overdrive weapon, we set everyone to ally mode, we equip Tingus, Yuna and Auron with their first strike weapons, and we put those same 3 characters on the front lines. We bring Walker in on the first turn and use attack reels. This changes the reels to a number of hits, either 0, 1 or 2 hits per reel, but if we match all 3 reels with the same number, the total number of hits is doubled. This means that if we nail 2 hits all 3 times, the 6 hits will be doubled to 12 hits. And with our new strength, each hit deals 9,999 damage. I hope you can see why we banned attack reels up to this point. Tingus followed up with Blitz Ace, which also dealt the maximum damage per hit. Riku comes in to cast Hyper Mighty Guard, and since she gets another turn before the boss, she defends herself. This turned out to be the perfect move, as she was the target for big damage. If Riku didn't have Protect and wasn't defending, she would have died easily. We swap Tingus to his double overdrive weapon, and after several weapon swaps, Riku gets another overdrive before the boss's next turn. And we mix Hyper Null All, just to test how well we can actually tank Dark Veil 4's hits. Walker defended himself, and sure enough, he was Veil 4's next target. So far, every character that's defended themselves has been the target. We stop relying on luck and make sure to defend before Dark Veil 4's next turns. It was a Sonic Wings on Tingus for low damage. Riku's next mix is an Eccentric. Walker hits another attack reels, and then Dark Veil 4 hits the whole party with Energy Ray. This isn't even Dark Veil 4's overdrive, it's just his regular move that he can use, but thankfully Energy Ray's damage is reduced thanks to Shell. And we mix 2 potions for Ultra Potion to fully heal the party. However, Dark Veil 4 then one-shotted Riku before she could defend herself. She gets auto-lifed of course, but she lost all her buffs. Tingus uses Slice and Dice this time instead of Blitz Ace, as the delay ensures that Tingus will get another turn before the boss. Walker hits another attack reels, but now Dark Veil 4 has its overdrive ready, and it's guaranteed to wipe out everyone. We bring in Yuna to summon Shingus. She can use Diamond Dust for 99,999 damage, and then she can tank Dark Veil 4's Energy Blast for us. Tingus and Walker still have all their buffs, so they build their overdrives as much as they can, and then defend themselves. And then Dark Veil 4 got a critical hit on Tingus, which one-shotted him. He auto-lives without his buffs, just like Riku. Walker hits a third attack reels, and we try out Lulu's new spell, Flare Fury, just to test Dark Veil 4's magic defense. Turns out its magic defense is very high. We then get Tingus off the front lines to save him from potentially getting knocked out. Then Walker got hit with another crit. Now no one has any buffs, and without haste on Riku, we likely won't get the chance to cast anymore. Tingus is the closest to an overdrive that will actually deal decent damage, so we take the chance and skip turns with him, but also making sure to get him off the front lines before Dark Veil 4's turns. Lulu is the first to fall, Kimahri is the second to fall, and to another crit, and that bought us just enough turns for Tingus to use one final Blitz Ace for the win. We earned an Atlas, which is armor for Riku. Dark Aeons have some of the best equipment drops in the game, and this one both breaks the HP limit and has auto regen. We can also redo the Besaid Cloister of Trials to find some extra items in the Faith Room, including an Evasion Sphere and a White Magic Sphere. We also revisit the Faith in Kilika Temple for a Luck Sphere, Agility Sphere, Accuracy Sphere, and Defense Sphere. The Djose Temple's Faith Room has a Luck Sphere, Agility Sphere, and Magic Defense Sphere. I'm not sure if it's coincidence or by design, but after Riku unlocks every single agility node on the Expert Sphere grid and uses all available agility nodes in the run up to this point, she has exactly 170 agility. When it comes to maximizing our number of turns in battle, 170 is the highest anyone's agility ever needs to be, so that's lucky. Anyway, the Dark Veil 4 fight was a bit sloppy, so we're gonna need to lock in for the next boss because Veil 4 is the easiest Dark Aeon by far. Case in point, Dark Ifrit has 1.4 million HP. It deals over 80,000 damage with a physical attack, and it counterattacks overdrive damage. Wakka still deals max damage with attack reels, but he's guaranteed to die as soon as he does. Plus, Dark Aeons aren't weak to their opposing elements either. We need a new strategy. First of all, we want to fully upgrade Wakka's celestial weapon so that Wakka can break the damage limit. We held off on doing this for the male characters as their celestial weapons have the counterattack ability when fully upgraded. But Dark Ifrit is always going to one-shot any character that isn't breaking the HP limit anyway, and we can't counterattack if we're knocked out. Not to mention, you also can't counterattack a counterattack. To obtain the Jupiter Sigil for Wakka's upgrade, we need to play even more Blitzball, but it's worth it to give Wakka both the triple overdrive ability and the break damage limit ability. We also set Riku to Comrade mode, and Wakka and Tingus are set to Stoic mode. The next encounter with Dark Ifrit goes very differently. Riku uses Hyper Mighty Guard right away. Tingus switches to his double overdrive weapon, and Wakka hits an attack reels for stupid damage. This triggers a counter attack, but that's what we've prepared for. The damage is so high that it instantly refills both Wakka's and Riku's overdrive bars, thanks to Stoic and Comrade mode respectively. Tingus hits a Blitz Ace for moderate damage, gets counter attacked, auto lives along with Wakka, and then Riku reapplies Hyper Mighty Guard. This becomes our routine for the rest of the fight. We just make sure to never hit an offensive overdrive unless that character has auto life already. Riku will always get her overdrive refilled every time either Tingus or Wakka get counter-attacked, so she reapplies Hyper Mighty Guard pretty much every turn. Dark Ifrit has a weaker attack, Meteor Strike, but it still deals over 10,000 damage. Thankfully, it targeted Riku with it, and since she was breaking the HP limit, she survived. This strat worked perfectly as we defeated Dark Ifrit after several overdrives. We earned an Excalibur, which is a sword that allows Tingus to break the damage limit. Next up is Dark Ixion, and we have to fight this one twice. Dark Ixion will use Thunderja on its turns, and it counterattacks our overdrives just like Dark Ifrit. The boss's overdrive is Aero Spark, which deals fixed damage but also removes the target's auto life too. Our setup for this fight is similar to Dark Ifrit's setup. Tingus and Wakka are on Stoic mode, Riku is on Comrade mode, and we put everyone else on Stoic just in case. Since Yuna is still unable to get her celestial weapon, she is the only character without the double overdrive ability. We can customize the double overdrive ability onto her first strike weapon using 30 underdog secrets. Wakka sticks with his celestial weapon as Wakka won't counterattack a counterattack, and he also won't counter magic damage. We start with Hyper Mighty Guard and then follow up with a Blitz Ace. It's at this point we notice that due to the damage cap, Tingus may have been better off using Slice and Dice for better damage. Just like with Dark Ifrit, Tingus gets countered. His and Riku's overdrive refill. Wakka hits an attack reels, he gets countered, and Riku reapplies Hyper Mighty Guard again. Riku goes down from a Thunderja, but that's what the auto life is for. We can always ensure Riku's overdrive will be full again for her next turn, as long as we hit an overdrive and provoke a counterattack with one of our other two characters. We did the math, and sure enough, Slice and Dice does deal more damage than Blitz Ace, as long as Tingus can't break the damage limit. This puts us in a nice routine. I did use Blitz Ace one more time, just to confirm it dealt less damage than Slice and Dice. There is a way this can go wrong. As we said, Dark Ixion's overdrive, Aero Spark, removes auto life as it kills someone. This means that if Riku got hit with an Aero Spark, she can't be revived at all, as she is the only character who can revive anyone in this run. Since she is also keeping the other characters alive, this attempt would die along with her, unless the boss was already in kill range of course. Before Aero Spark can happen, we swap Riku out for Yuna, as a Grand Summoned Bahingus can deal 100,000 damage with Mega Flare. Even though Dark Ixion gets 4 turns in a row after the Mega Flare, those turns will not carry over after our Aeon is defeated. Wakka gets a turn after Bahingus is down, but he doesn't have auto life, so if he used attack reels now, the counter attack would take him down. We swap to Riku instead to use Hyper Mighty Guard, as having auto life is a must for survival. We hit another Slice and Dice from Tingus to provoke the counter, and Riku uses uses Hyper Mighty Guard again. Finally, Dark Ixion targeted someone else other than Yuna, so she can swap out for Wakka. Even though Wakka doesn't have auto life, we need to hit an attack reels to provoke the counter and refill Riku's overdrive. Tingus hits another slice and dice, and the counter attack takes Tingus down. That would have been a very bad move if not for the fact that Dark Ixion is only one more hit away from defeat, and we gave the honor to Kimahri. We earned a Genji armlet which provides Kimahri with the break HP limit ability. It might not be useful to us right now, but we may as well equip it for him. There are no encounters in the Thunder Plains at the moment. We did say that we need to defeat Dark Ixion twice, but thankfully we can heal and save the game between attempts. We can even travel somewhere else to refill all of our overdrive bars again, then we can come back to the Thunder Plains when we're ready to face Dark Ixion again. Dark Ixion's second fight is a bit different compared to the first. This time it will not counter-attack at all. However, it will use physical attacks on its turns which also inflict confusion, and Wakka's celestial weapon has the evade and counter ability, so if Wakka is ever targeted by a physical attack, he will dodge and hit back with counter, which is of course against the rules. What's worse is that Dark Ixion can use Aerospark as a regular move now, so there's a constant worry that someone's auto life is going to get removed. Its overdrive is now Ixion's normal overdrive, Thor's Hammer, which deals fixed damage to all targets and inflicts them all with full break. But we can take advantage of the fixed damage dealt by Thor's Hammer. If we return to the Cavern of the Stolen Faith, we can encounter these magic urn enemies. We can target each of its eyes individually with single target overdrives like Jump. And if we're lucky, we can hit the correct eye and get an item in return. This is one of the few methods of farming elixirs in the game, so we do this until we have 5 elixirs at least. Using 5 elixirs allows us to add HP plus 20%, and we give it to Kimahri, since he is able to break the HP limit. We set all characters to comrade mode for this one, that way if anyone gets hit, the other 2 characters will get an overdrive refill. We also take off Wakka's celestial weapon and equip his triple overdrive weapon that we got from a mega weapon. Wakka may not be able to break the damage limit now, but preventing our own counterattacks is more important. Plus, due to Dark Ixion's high defense, Wakka doesn't break the damage limit by too much anyway. We start off the same way as usual, Hyper Mighty Guard, Slice and Dice, and attack reels. Riku takes the first hit, but the damage is less than that of Dark Ixion's counterattacks in the first battle, which means that Tingus' overdrive bar did not fill up all the way. This is where having Protect is a bit of a detriment, but we have no way of casting Haste and Auto Life without also casting Protect and Shell in this run. Wakka's overdrive did fill up all the way though, since he has triple overdrive. As we kept up this routine, we wanted to optimize the battle as best we could. When a character has used up their auto life, Riku can reapply it, but the other character will still have theirs. So we swap out the character who doesn't have auto life for someone else like Yuna, skip her turn and cast Hyper Mighty Guard on both Yuna and the other character. Then we can swap Yuna back out for the original character. This has now given one of our back row characters haste and auto life as a backup. We will add this to the routine whenever we can. After a couple of attack reels, the boss finally used Aerospark, and it hits Wakka. Riku mixed a high potion with a key sphere to use Final Elixir, which both revives the fallen allies and fully heals the HP of the party. We could hit Dark Ixion with a Slice and Dice, but we know that would fill its overdrive bar, and then it would be a Thor's Hammer right afterwards. Instead, we swap to Yuna and Grand Summon, but this time we summon Ananingus for the first time. We've avoided using Ananingus up to this point for worry that she might be too overpowered, but now that we're deep in the post-game, this is no longer the case. She hits her overdrive, Oblivion, for over 130,000 damage, as this attack is able to go as high as 7 digits. This filled Dark Ixion's overdrive, and it used it, along with a physical hit, to take down Ananingus. Yuna gets dropped soon after with an Aerospark too. Riku can mix a Mega Phoenix to revive Yuna, and since Wakka doesn't have auto life, we swap him out for Tingus and use his Slice and Dice. It's at this point we realised our mistake. Riku has the break HP limit ability, and if she didn't, then the hit she took would have filled up the other 2 characters' overdrive bars all the way. Wakka hits another attack reels, but the only character with auto life now is Tingus, so we bring him in and hope he gets hit with a physical attack, which is exactly what happens. Riku gets off a Hyper Mighty Guard again, and Wakka hits yet another attack reels, but then disaster struck again. Dark Ixion used Pyro Spark on Riku. With our support character down for good, there will be no more buffing, reviving, or auto lives. Our only chance now is that we can defeat Dark Ixion 2 with what we have available to us before it kills us. Wakka and Tingus' overdrive bars were full at least, so we swap Tingus for Yuna and use Wakka's attack reels again. Yuna takes the hit, and now Dark Ixion has its overdrive ready. We know that Wakka's attack reels won't quite finish it off, and then Thor's hammer would one-shot Wakka. Even though Wakka has auto life when he revives, he won't have haste when he revives, so Dark Ixion would get a turn before him anyway. We only have one choice. We swap to Kimahri and hope that he can survive the Thor's hammer. Since Kimahri is breaking the HP limit and has plus 20% HP, he might just survive. Oddly, if Dark Ixion didn't have its overdrive right now, we would have lost this fight right here, since Thor's hammer does fixed damage. Kimahri swaps his weapon and he just survives. Since Tingus still has haste, he is able to hit a slice and dice and get a turn in right afterwards. We swap him out after the slice and dice for Wakka, and he can finish it off with one final attack reels. Once again, a fight we wouldn't have won without Kimahri. Dark Shiva is up next, and she has less HP and less defense than Dark Ixion, but what makes her dangerous is her speed. All of her physical attacks are quick hits, which means she gets her next turn sooner than she normally would have after a normal attack. We've been starting every battle with first strike on Tingus, Auron and Yuna to get the first turns, but in this battle it's practically a requirement. After using Hyper Mighty Guard, we go on the offensive and deal very good damage to Dark Shiva. Now that Tingus can break the damage limit with his new Excalibur weapon, Blitz Ace deals big damage too. We then Grand Summon Ananingus to use Oblivion for close to 400,000 damage. Dark Shiva hits Ananingus 3 times in a row, getting 2 critical hits in the process, and then she one-shots Yuna. Wakka gets a turn now for one more attack reels, which finishes her off. We didn't even get to see her other attacks. We get chased away from the temple, exactly like what happens after the first Seymour boss fight, but as soon as we run off screen, we can turn back and re-enter the temple freely. In the Faith Room, we find a magic sphere, a magic defense sphere, and an accuracy sphere. From now on, none of the remaining Dark Aeons will ever trigger a counterattack from Wakka, as their accuracy is so good that Wakka will never dodge them, even with the evade counter ability. And anyone who does take a physical hit will get one shot anyway. This means we can fully upgrade all male characters' celestial weapons to give them all triple overdrive and break damage limit. The only exception is Auron, since the item we need for his second upgrade, the Mars Sigil, requires unlocking the arena. The next boss is Dark Bahamut. This is easily going to be the hardest fight in the run so far. It has 4 million HP, we're going to get one shot by any physical attack, plus for every 5th hit we land on Dark Bahamut, it counters with Impulse, which deals fixed damage and inflicts Petrify, Shatter, Slow, Full Break, and Delay on all party members. Its overdrive, Mega Flare, deals high damage and dispels all buffs to all party members except Auto Life. Its overdrive bar will increase by 10% every time Dark Bahamut takes a hit or hits us. Needless to say, we died here a lot. This all sounds very bleak, but there is a strategy we can use. It's not easy, but it can be done. Our main trio are Tingus, Wakka and Riku. As usual, we start with Hyper Mighty Guard, and we hit an attack reels. After that, the boss drops Riku to use up her auto life, but Comrade mode refills Wakka's overdrive. Wakka hits a second attack reels, the boss then hits Wakka to remove his auto life, and Riku's overdrive refills. We can now swap Tingus out for Yuna and have Riku cast Hyper Mighty Guard on Wakka and Yuna, and then swap Yuna back out for Tingus. Having Yuna on the bench with haste and auto life will be very helpful. You may have noticed that we haven't used Tingus' overdrive at all yet. This is deliberate. Riku gets hit again and loses auto life again, so we hit another attack reels. Then Tingus takes a hit and we swap Wakka for Lulu, and Riku casts Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus and Lulu. Now we have Lulu on the bench with haste and auto life as well. Wakka swaps back in and hits another attack reels, but then gets hit right afterwards. Here is where our new strategy comes into play. We swap Tingus out for Lulu and have Riku mix 2 Wings to Discoveries together to cast Trio of 9999. This means that every single hit that Lulu, Riku and Wakka lands from now on until they get knocked out will deal 9,999 damage minimum. However, we have attacked 4 times so far, so the next hit will provoke an impulse counter. This means we need to make sure that every 5th hit that we land is from an Aeon's Overdrive, and that it's also the attack that fills Dark Bahamut's Overdrive bar. Fortunately, Dark Bahamut's Overdrive bar is close to being filled. If it weren't, we would have to let the boss hit us until it was. We summon Ananingus and use Oblivion for big damage. And since that was the 5th hit we've landed, the boss counters with Impulse, but since it deals fixed damage and our Aeon's defenses are so high, she survives it. And since this is also the attack that filled the boss's Overdrive, our Aeon will also tank the Mega Flare for us as well. We need to tank every single Impulse and Mega Flare combo exactly like that for every Aeon that we have, and we only have 5 more Aeons. I say 5 more because even if we Grand Summon Yojimbo, there's nothing we can do with him legally since he can't shield or boost. He can only attack or be dismissed, so we can't even use Yojimbo as a meat shield. After setting up Hyper Mighty Guard again on those who need it, we can now use Lulu's Overdrive for Fire Fury. The weaker the spell we choose, and the higher Lulu's magic stat, the more casts we can get, with the maximum being 16 casts. Thanks to Trio of 9999, every hit deals 9,999 damage, so 16 casts is just under 160,000 damage. This now makes Lulu our highest damage dealer in this fight. The fact that we need to use an Aeon's Overdrive for every 5th hit we land makes this fight a bit of a damage race, as we need to deal enough damage before we run out of Aeons. This is why we're not using Tingus's Overdrives, as Waka and Lulu will deal more damage with their Overdrives, as long as Lulu has Trio of course. If we follow this strategy perfectly, there will only be one way we can lose this fight, and that is if Riku ever gets hit twice in a row. The first hit will remove her auto life and the second hit will knock her out for the rest of the battle. We need her alive so she can reapply Hyper Mighty Guard, revive fallen party members, or recast Trio of 9999 if Lulu ever loses it. Without Riku, our strategy falls apart. But we can also never really swap Riku out of the front lines either, because we need Comrade mode to fill up her Overdrive bar every single time someone else takes a hit. So we only ever use attack reels to hit back unless we can get Trio back on Lulu, then we can use Fire Fury. We count the number of hits that we land throughout the whole battle so that we know when to Grand Summon an Aeon to deliver the 5th hit. That Aeon will then take the Impulse and Mega Flare damage for us, and with that we have our routine. It's also important to make sure that Yuna does have haste before she Grand Summons, otherwise the delay until her next turn after the Aeon is killed will be huge. Another bit of luck is that Shingus only just has enough HP to survive an Impulse due to her lower defense stat compared to the other Aeons. If we ever have to choose between attack reels or Fire Fury, we go Fire Fury for the higher damage. With everything to keep track of, I found it was very easy to make a mistake in this fight, like casting Fire Fury without realizing that Lulu has lost her Trio. With this strategy, we were able to land a lot of Fire Furies and attack reels. RNG has been on our side so far, and Riku has not been hit twice in a row. Sometimes we find ourselves in a situation where Lulu gets auto-lifed and we take a gamble with Riku's mix. We could either set Lulu back up with Hyper Mighty Guard or reapply Trio of 9999. If Lulu gets hit again before her next turn, it would have been a waste. Thankfully, this gamble paid off on more than one occasion. There was something else I thought we'd have to keep in mind, and that was to ensure that Yuna had her Overdrive ready to go before having to Grand Summon. But she is always guaranteed to have her Overdrive in time if she's in Comrade mode. This is because after an Aeon dies, Yuna doesn't get a turn until after the boss has hit someone. If Yuna takes a hit, she gets auto-lifed and Riku reapplies auto-life again, and then we wait until the boss hits someone again. As soon as the boss hits someone other than Yuna, she gets her Overdrive back and then she can swap out again until she's needed for the next Grand Summon. At one point we had Riku, Waka and Lulu on the front lines, but only Waka had auto-life, and Riku didn't have an Overdrive. So we swapped Lulu out for Tingus just because he had haste and auto-life from before. Now if either Waka or Tingus take the next hit, they will be auto-lifed and Lulu doesn't lose Trio. It's always tense when the boss's turn comes around and Riku doesn't have auto-life, because that means that the attempt has a 1 in 3 chance to fail. We then found ourselves in a situation where we were only 1 hit away from provoking an Impulse counter, but Dark Bahamut's Overdrive was 2 hits away from filling up. If the party has auto-life, then in this scenario we can either let the boss hit one of us and risk it being Riku, Or we can Grand Summon an Aeon, hit its overdrive, get countered with Impulse, then let the Aeon die with a physical attack. This means that the party will then get hit with Mega Flare instead of the Aeon. We do get a couple of turns before that happens, but we don't want to attack the boss during those turns, because if we're not boosting the boss's overdrive bar at the same time, it's a waste. Mega Flare easily wipes out the party and then they all auto-life. This is where Riku's 170 agility comes into play. Any less than that and Riku would not have gotten a turn right here. Mega Flare was guaranteed to fill Riku's overdrive bar and we set back up again with Hyper Mighty Guard. Tingus was his next target, so we bring Lulu back in. Riku casts Trio again, but since the boss would have got 2 turns in a row after Lulu's Fury, we swap her for Wakka instead and use attack reels. Wakka still has Trio too. Tingus goes down again, so we get Lulu back in for a Fire Fury. Riku revives Tingus, but then Riku takes a hit that removes her auto life. This is very bad, as now 2 of our characters don't have auto life, and one of them, Tingus, doesn't get a turn before the boss. If Tingus dies, we have to decide between getting auto life on Riku or reviving Tingus. Since auto life on Riku is more important, we would be down 1 character for the rest of the fight. If Riku gets hit, we just lose. We need our one and only auto life character, Wakka, to take the next hit. And then, as sheer luck would have it, Dark Bahamut hits Wakka. That 1 in 3 chance just kept us in this fight. We Hyper Mighty Guard up again, hit another Fire Fury, Riku gets dropped, and since our next hit will be the 5th hit since the last Impulse, it needs to come from an Aeon. Yuna Grand Summons, but the only Aeon we have left is Vingus. We use Energy Blast, but since we were never able to obtain Yuna's Celestial Weapon, Vingus does not break the damage limit. Vingus still tanks an Impulse and a Mega Flare for us at least. With how close we are to victory, we can full send it now. Lulu hits another Fire Fury, we swap Lulu for Wakka and he hits another attack reels. Wakka takes a hit and now with 1 more Fire Fury, Lulu finishes Dark Bahamut off. We didn't get any good drops unfortunately. At first, we weren't sure whether to face the Dark Magus Sisters next or Dark Yojimbo, but we found out the hard way that we were not ready for the Dark Magus Sisters at all. Even if we run away from the Everknights through Mushroom Rock so that we can face the sisters one at a time, we're still no match for them. The first one is Dark Sandy. Her normal attacks inflict petrification, Razia dispels auto life as it hits, and her overdrive, Mega Graviton, deals percentage damage to all targets and inflicts doom, slow, sleep, darkness, and silence. Even if we get by that, the second sister, Dark Mindy, can inflict curse, which, as we've said, prevents us from using our overdrives. Needless to say, the Mega Sisters are going to be a problem, so we need to prepare as best we can. Would you believe our preparations involve fighting Dark Yojimbo in the Cavern of the Stolen Faith? The gimmick with Dark Yojimbo is that you need to beat him 5 times in a single visit to the cavern to actually defeat him. There is a save sphere we can use in between all 5 of these battles. If we leave the cavern or reload the game or even access the Blitzball menu from the save sphere, we have to start those 5 fights over from the beginning again. This is quite frustrating, but we can use it to our advantage. We just need to actually be able to beat him though. He can hit with AoE attacks, but his most dangerous might be his Deagoro attack, which petrifies characters and shatters them if the attack would have knocked them out. If petrification is all we need to protect against, we can farm drops from the Demonolith enemies found inside Sin and in the Omega Ruins for Stoneproof armor. We mostly just want them for Riku, Tingus, and Wakka, since Yuna already has Stoneproof armor. Our main damage dealers will be Yuna and Wakka. Dark Yojimbo's defense is so high that Tingus can't do much damage at all. All characters go in with Comrade mode, and we also make sure that Riku is not in the top slot of the formation at any time if we can help it. You'll see why very soon. The Dark Yojimbo fight is always an ambush, but First Strike will allow us to get the first turns. Yuna Grand summons Aningus right away for over 160,000 damage, but then the boss makes quick work of her after that. Wakka hits an attack reels for good damage and Riku applies Hyper Mighty Guard. The boss drops Yuna to use up her auto life, but as usual Riku can then reapply it. Basically the routine is if Yuna gets hit, Wakka uses attack reels. If Wakka gets hit, then we Grand summon the next Aeon to use its overdrive. If Riku gets hit, we can use both Yuna and Wakka's overdrives and just hope that Riku doesn't get hit a second time. We did have an opportunity to get Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus for backup purposes, choices, so we took it. Shortly afterwards, Tingus could come in, and with his haste, he's able to hit a slice and dice and then still get another turn in before the boss. So that was purely just for a free slice and dice. The only thing left to mention about Dark Yojimbo is his overdrive, Zanmato. It deals 99,999 damage to all party members, and it removes auto life. So if we can't throw an Aeon in front of it, it's an instant game over. We just need to make sure Yuna's overdrive is ready before it uses Zanmato. Dark Yojimbo finally hits his AoE attack on the party, and now we can see why we didn't want Riku in the top slot. You may have noticed, but Wakka's overdrive bar did not fill up from that attack. This is due to Comrade mode not kicking in after an AoE attack that knocks out the party member in the top slot. If Riku didn't get an overdrive at that moment, she wouldn't have been able to reapply auto life, and it would have been game over. Riku is still the only character just fast enough to get a turn after the AoE attack, so she can always follow up that attack with Hyper Mighty Guard. We hit an attack reels after that for the win. That was the first of 5 Dark Yojimbo fights that the game expects us to win in a row. Whereas we can save the game between those fights, reloading that save file still resets the 5 fights. It took enough tries to get the RNG we needed just for a single win, so 5 in a row would be practically impossible. But this does mean that we can farm the first encounter over and over for his equipment drops. Dark Yojimbo can drop armor with the ribbon ability, or the curse-proof ability, or sometimes both. We want as many armors with ribbon as possible, as ribbon prevents almost all status effects. The only character that 100% needs curse-proof is Riku, and it could take a lot of farming to finally get the armor for Riku that has both a ribbon and curse-proof. When we have the ribbon armors we need, and the curse-proof armor for Riku, we can move on back to the Mega Sisters. With the first sister, Dark Sandy, we no longer need to worry about her inflicting status effects on us thanks to ribbon, but her Razzia attack still removes auto life, which means that if Riku ever gets hit by a Razzia at any point, it's likely game over. Also, we have to defeat the 3 sisters back to back. We can access the menu between battles, but there are no save spheres. This also means that our Aeons won't be healed in between these battles either, so we might want to spread them out across the 3 fights if we can. This makes Tingus and Wakka our main damage dealers. We stick with Comrade mode on everyone and go in with the usual setup. Hit both Blitz Ace and attack reels right away, and then Tingus gets dropped with Razzia. Riku revives him and we get off another attack reels. She drops Tingus again, so we revive him and attack reels again. Tingus was the target for a 3rd time, so we revive and attack reels again. It then happened for a 4th time. If she wants to keep doing this over and over, I'd be happy. When Dark Sandy's overdrive was ready, she uses Mega Graviton. The bad thing about this attack is that it deals damage equal to 43% of our party members' max HP, so even though it's gravity damage, it can still wipe us out. We took the Mega Graviton just fine since we all had full HP, plus any character with Shell halves the damage from it too. Riku got hit next, which is scary since any attack on Riku now is a game over. After an attack reels and a Blitz Ace, by sheer luck, it was Wakka who took the next hit. Since he was the only one with auto life, we had a 1 in 6 chance of that happening, so that was very fortunate. She left Riku alone for a while and picked on Tingus a couple more times, but that just means more attack reels. We take another Mega Graviton, and then Dark Sandy goes back to picking on Tingus. The more she does that, the more balls we can throw at her. But then she hit Riku with Razzia, removing her auto life. Normally this would have been a game over, but with how low we'd got on Dark Sandy's HP, we could still win this. We hit an attack reels and a Blitz Ace back to back, which was just enough to get the win. We can access the menu to heal the party, but an issue reveals itself right away. Riku doesn't start with an overdrive ready this time, and it's impossible to find random encounters in between the Dark Sister encounters. This makes Dark Mindy even more of an uphill battle than it already would have been. But the good news is, Dark Mindy has less HP, less defense, and she can't dispel auto life. To make up for that, Dark Mindy can cast Calamity to inflict curse on someone, which is why we had to farm curse-proof armor for Riku. Both Auron and Tingus get cursed early on, so they won't get any overdrive bar progress. And even if they already had their overdrives, they can't use their overdrives if they have curse. We swap Auron for Wakka, Tingus gets dropped with Pesado, and Riku uses Hyper Mighty Guard on her and Wakka. We have an unconscious character now, which means Riku would always have to choose between reviving that one character or reapplying Hyper Mighty Guard on the remaining 2 characters. If we find ourselves in this situation, there is a way out of it. We swap out the other character for someone else. In our case, we chose Yuna, as she will still be useful in this fight. Whilst Yuna is on the front line, she may as well get some damage by grand summoning Aningus for an Oblivion. After that, Anima will be defeated by a double Pasado. The party takes a Mega Graviton just fine, but then Riku gets hit with Pasado. Waka comes in to hit an attack reels, but I only managed to get 4 hits with it this time. That's the first time I've done that. Dark Mindy uses Calamity on Riku, which is a wasted turn since she's immune to Curse. We swap Waka out and hit a jump with Kimahri, and luckily it was Kimahri to take the next Pasado. We could revive both Kimahri and Tingus, but we can see that Dark Mindy has her Overdrive, so we know a Mega Graviton will be her next turn. Since Riku won't survive that with her low HP and no shell, we mix a Final Elixir instead to fully heal Riku, as well as revive Kimahri and Tingus. We survive Mega Graviton just fine. Kimahri swaps out for Waka since he has haste. Tingus goes down again, so we swap Waka out to Lulu, cast Hyper Mighty Guard, and now we can swap Lulu out for someone without auto life and use their Overdrive. Since Auron is cursed, we went with Yuna so we can Grand Summon Bahingus for Mega Flare. We hope that Yuna takes the hit, and she does. So Riku revives both Yuna and Tingus. And we have now stayed alive long enough for Dark Mindy to get her Overdrive again. Since we know we can tank the Mega Graviton, we swap both Tingus and Yuna out for 2 of our Mighty Guard characters, Waka and Lulu. We can hit back with attack reels and a Firiga Fury. We've managed to get a full lineup of characters with auto life again. Lulu gets cursed and Riku gets Pasadoed. The curse prevents Lulu from getting her Overdrive off of that, but Waka did, so that's another attack reels. Dark Mindy followed up with a curse on Waka. The only way to remove curse from them is to let them die, like Lulu did, and then revive them. We swap Waka for Tingus before using Hyper Mighty Guard to make sure that he was buffed too. And normally we would have swapped back to Waka to hit attack reels, but since Waka got cursed, Blitzace will have to do instead. Lulu is cursed once more, so we swap her out for Waka. He's cursed too, but we'd rather him die to lose his curse instead of Lulu, as his damage is better. Riku gets dropped again, so we use Blitzace again. Tingus gets cursed now, so we really need either Waka or Tingus to go down to remove that curse, and it happened to be Waka. We swap in Kimahri so he can get Hyper Mighty Guarded too. Riku is the target yet again, and with Mega Graviton coming up, we need to get her out. Waka does hit an attack reels at least, and Riku swaps out for Lulu so she can take the Mega Graviton. Riku comes right back in. Waka's next to go down, which means we can get Hyper Mighty Guard on yet another character. The same thing happened again, so Auron has the buff now too. Tingus finally took a Pasado so that Waka can use an attack reels again, but before that, we swap Riku out for Yuna. This is because Dark Mindy's HP is getting low, and we really need to keep Riku's Overdrive ready for the third sister. We should be able to win from this range still, if we don't get unlucky. We need someone to get hit, but Waka gets cursed and Tingus dies. Yuna can now Grand Summon Shingus to win the fight with Diamond Dust, and we don't even need to lose Shingus to do it. The third sister, Dark Cindy, is easily the most difficult of the 3. The only good thing is that since we go through a loading screen transition to reach the third sister, we get an autosave thanks to playing the PC version of the game. So we do get as many attempts at this boss as we want without having to redo the previous 2 bosses. The bad news is that Dark Cindy has even more HP and defense than the other 2, and she's just as dangerous as the first sister. Her physical attacks dispel auto life, so we're back to hoping that Riku never gets hit with a certain attack. Also, Riku getting hit twice in a row with Camisade would be the same result. It's also practically non-negotiable that Riku starts this fight with her Overdrive at the ready too, as we're gonna need to keep applying auto life when we can. Since Dark Cindy's only real weakness is her lower magic defense, we make use of Lulu's Fury over Tingus' Overdrive. Attack reels doesn't deal as much damage as it did against the previous 2 sisters, but it's still the strongest attack we have. There's not much point going into detail with this fight, as we are simply not able to win. The fact that a physical attack on Riku is an instant reset, or a double Camisade on Riku is an instant reset, means that we would need a lot of good RNG just to stay alive. The RNG we need is the same as the first sister, but compared to the first sister, we deal such little damage. And as we've said before, we can't just swap Riku out either, as the only way that Riku will ever get her Overdrive in this fight is if another party member gets hit while she's on the front lines. If she's not getting frequent Overdrives, we don't stand a chance of winning. Despite hours and hours of attempts, we never got the RNG we needed. The only other Dark Aeon we haven't tried yet is Dark Anima. She has a 1 in 3 3 chance of using either a normal attack, which inflicts petrification, pain, which inflicts instant death, or Mega Graviton, which is the same as the Dark Mega Sisters Overdrives, only Dark Anima can use it as a normal move. The instant death from pain cannot be protected against with death proof. She has more defense than Dark Cindy and 8 million HP. It should probably go without saying, but all Dark Aeons are immune to the break effects from Auron's Banishing Blade. She also absorbs all elemental damage. Just like with the Dark Mega Sisters, having Ribbon is a must, as Mega Graviton causes all sorts of status effects. The only saving grace is that Dark Anima cannot dispel Auto Life, not even with her Overdrive, Oblivion. But when she uses Pain, it insta-kills someone, and the other two don't get any Overdrive charge from it with Comrade mode. This is because Pain isn't technically dealing damage, it just automatically kills. This is a huge problem, as this renders our usual strategy useless. This is also the limit of what we can realistically do in a pure Overdrives only run of this game. Our stats are as high as they will possibly go with our limited sphere farming methods. If we want this run to keep going to the end, we're going to need to unlock all of the Fiends in the arena. This means capturing every Fiend in the game multiple times with normal attacks from capture weapons. This is obviously against our main rule, but either we make an exception and allow this to help us make more progress, or the run ends here. It's a long and tedious process to capture every Fiend in the game multiple times, but thankfully we one-shot most Fiends in the game by this point. There are still some tricky Fiends in the game, like the Malboros, but thanks to having First Strike and Ribbon, there are no Fiends we can't kill. It just felt a bit weird not using Overdrives for a while. Eventually we capture every Fiend enough times and unlock every area conquest and species conquest Fiend. There are a lot of rewards for unlocking all of these, many of which will prove useful to us. They are things like Stamina Tonics, Poison Fangs, Soul Springs, Chocobo Wings, Shining Gems, Far Plane Winds, Lunar Curtains, Designer Wallets, Chocobo Feathers, Star Curtains, and more. These new items basically solve any of our resource issues when it comes to using Nyx, which is great because we were starting to run out of Underdog secrets. We also earned the Mars Sigil, Yuna's celestial weapon, Nirvana, and the Blossom Crown, which we'll be using later. We fought all the area and species conquest Fiends. A lot of them were easy and died to a single Overdrive, since they have nowhere near the HP or defense that the Dark Aeons have. There are some tougher enemies and they all tend to have their own weaknesses. For example, Ironclad has very high defense, but Banishing Blade renders him useless. Auron can use the Mars Sigil to get triple Overdrive and break the damage limit, but this is when we realised that all our male character celestial weapons still had counterattack abilities on them, and whereas the remaining Dark Aeons likely won't trigger counterattacks, the Arena Fiends do. This is where Ananingus is very useful. Yuna can Grand Summon her after the Banishing Blade, and Oblivion deals over 1.5 million damage. What's more, Aningus tanks Ironclad's hits quite well, and she gets another Overdrive to finish it off. We earn 2 HP spheres for winning that fight, and since we can repeat this fight infinitely, it's very possible to max out on HP spheres. Certain Fiends drop spheres for every stat in the game, so we can grind those fights to start getting stronger again. We farm the necessary Fiends to stock up on the different stat spheres. A couple of those Fiends actually prove to be a challenge too. For example, the Jumbo Flan. Its physical defense is ridiculous, but we go in with all characters on ally mode and mix a Hyper Mighty Guard right away. The shell reduces damage from its magic attacks, which buys us plenty of turns, so Riku can start casting more buffs. Eccentric, Hotspurs, and Trio of 9999 being the most useful. Lulu has to use Drain Fury for maximum damage, since the Jumbo Flan absorbs all elemental damage. And before long, the Jumbo Flan goes down and drops magic spheres. We can now grind out these battles to earn enough spheres to max out our character's strength, defense, agility, and magic stats. We also grind out the items we need to customize new weapon abilities that can replace some of our celestial weapons. We can add triple Overdrive and break damage limit onto new weapons for Tingus, Waka, and Auron. We can even add First Strike to them too. The items required for customizing these are winning formulas, and we get 99 of these after capturing all the Fiends, and Dark Matters, which we can earn from defeating various Fiends in the arena. The reason it's better to have these weapons over the celestial weapons is that it removes the risk of counterattacking. Normally the celestial weapons would be preferred as they ignore the enemy's defense stats, but as usual that does not apply to Overdrives. We've beaten the most difficult arena fights outside of the original creations. Celestial try a few of those. Earth Eater is very dangerous. It has high defense and counterattacks for heavy damage. It can also insta-kill with Megaton Punch. So at first I thought we would need a bunch more Hyper Mighty Guards, but it turns out there is a much easier method of defeating Earth Eater. Put Tingus on loner mode and have the other two characters run away from the fight, which you can do in the arena battles, and then only ever use Slice and Dice from then on. When Earth Eater takes 100,000 damage, he gets knocked over. If we then wait until he stands back up again and then use Slice and Dice again right away, we effectively stun lock him in an endless loop that he can't get out of. Just like with Chocobo Eater, Blitz Ace and attack reels alone won't knock it over for some reason, but fortunately Slice and Dice deals enough damage, and we can repeat this fight over and over for Fortune Spheres. Greater Sphere looks like it might be tough, since it counters every hit it takes with AoE damage, but with our newfound strength stats, a Blitz Ace and an attack reels is all it takes to beat it. Catastrophe is similar, that it didn't even get a turn in before we hit it with a Slice and Dice, attack reels and Ananingus' Oblivion to destroy it. Thuban deals heavy AoE counterattack damage and we can't survive it for long like we are. However, we can easily customize auto regen and auto protect armor now, using healing springs and light curtains, both of which are dropped in bulk by much weaker arena fiends. So after defeating those fiends a few times, we add auto regen and auto protect to both Tingus and Wakka's armor. We put them both on loner mode and challenge Thuban again. We make sure Wakka is off the front lines, Tingus hits a Slice and Dice to provoke the first counter, Yuna and Auron escape the battle, and then Tingus hits another Slice and Dice. The protect and regen help to keep Tingus alive, but when he gets low, we swap Wakka in to hit an attack reels, but Wakka got hit with Rainbow, which cursed him. Tingus can come back in to finish off Thuban with a Blitz Ace though. Nest Slug wouldn't be so tough, but it has a lot of HP, and after it takes enough damage, it falls asleep and starts to heal itself with regen. The idea is to swap out a first strike character with Wakka and have the other two characters escape. Then Wakka will launch an attack reels every chance he gets. Nestlug falls asleep before long, but Wakka outdamages its healing, so Wakka solos this one. Ultima Buster is a Sinspawn Gui clone. It has 5 million HP, and it casts Ultima magic to wipe out the whole party. We decided to fill up Aningus' overdrive bar manually to allow her to hit 2 Oblivions in a single grand summon, but previously we needed an enemy to survive an Aeon's overdrive if we wanted to set that up. Here is a very easy way to set that up instead. We enter a fight against the weakest fiend in the game, a dingo. Lulu uses Bio Fury to inflict it with poison, and then Yuna grand summons Aningus. From there, Aningus will shield herself every turn until the dingo dies from the poison. Since the enemy died from the poison and Aningus never used her overdrive, we get to keep it. Since Lulu has maxed out her sphere grid at this point, she also learned Ultima, so we start off with Ultima Fury to deal AoE damage to all of Ultima Buster's body parts. This destroys both arms and the head right away. We follow up with an attack reels, a Blitz Ace, and an Oblivion. Ananingus survives the attack and then hits another Oblivion to finish it off. Shinryu is up next, and it's the only Arena Fiend fight that takes place underwater, so we only have Tingus, Wakka, and Riku. That's all we need though. Riku mixes Hyper Null all first, and then we follow up with attack reels and Blitz Ace. The extra damage from the 5 cheers was just enough to beat Shinryu before it could even get a turn. With our new improved stats, we can go back to farming Dark Yojimbo again for even more equipment drops, and defeating him is even easier now. We're doing this to get a couple more ribbon and curse proof armors for Wakka and Tingus. We can also put break HP limit on those new armors if we earn enough wings to discovery items by farming Shinryu. These armors will prove useful in the next fight. That brings us to the strongest fiend in the entire arena, Nemesis. The biggest issue with this boss is that it counters overdrives with Ultima. Ethereal Cannon deals magic damage to a single character, Ultra Spark deals huge damage and inflicts various status effects on the party, including Curse and Power Break. We can't protect ourselves from Power Break, but our overdrives aren't affected by Power Break anyway. Nemesis has one more attack, which is its most powerful, Armageddon. And just like with Omega Weapon, this attack has a counter that builds throughout the fight. The boss's physical attacks increase the counter by 3. All other attacks boost it by 2, and the boss will use it on its next turn after the counter has reached 20 or higher. We go in with all characters on ally mode. Riku casts Hyper Mighty Guard on Wakka and Yuna and we fire off an attack reels right away. This deals almost the maximum possible damage, but of course we get countered with Ultima. Shell reduces the damage and we can skip some turns to get some healing with regen. Riku gets weakened by Ethereal Cannon, but we get a lot of turns to charge Overdrives back up. We hold off on using another Overdrive right away since we know we'll get countered with Ultima. Since the boss's last attack was Ethereal Cannon, we know the next attack might be Ultra Spark. So what we will do is Grand Summon Aningus to hit an Oblivion for almost 500,000 damage. Now Aningus can take the Ultra Spark for us. This is why we need Yuna for this fight. Riku casts Eccentric on Yuna and Wakka and we swap Yuna out on her last turn before the boss's turn to prevent her taking damage. Wakka takes the hit and the damage is reduced by the Protect. We take the turns to fill our Overdrives again and we have Riku use another very useful mix. We combine a Stamina Tonic with a potion for Hyper Vitality, which doubles the max HP of Tingus, Riku and Wakka. It doesn't double their current HP though, and Riku is now quite weak. We use these turns to charge Yuna's Overdrives, which we will now need. We Grand Summon Bahingus to hit a Mega Flare and then take the Ultima counter, and then a physical attack, which he only just survived. Thank goodness, because then we needed him to take the Ultra Spark for us. We decided to hit another attack reels at this point because we knew we would just survive the Ultima. Riku fills her Overdrive and then she swaps out for Tingus so he can hit a Slice and Dice. Again, we knew we would survive the Ultima counter, and then we swap Riku back in to fully heal Wakka, Tingus and herself by mixing 2 potions. This trio is now on their new doubled max HP. We can skip a whole bunch of turns with Yuna now as she will need another Aeon Meat Shield soon. Wakka hits another attack reels, we tank the Ultima quite well now, and we fill Yuna's Overdrive. Yuna took an Ethereal Cannon first though. Riku used Hyper Mighty Guard again, this time on Tingus, so it also reapplied regen on Wakka and Riku since it wore off. Yuna Grand Summons Ifringus since it has the highest HP of our remaining Aeons, but we do not want to use the Aeon's Overdrive this time. We need to use Shield instead, as we can't afford to take the damage from the Ultima counter. This is also because the count to Armageddon will be full after just one more of the boss's turns, so we shield a physical attack and Ifringus is taken down by the Armageddon. If we used Hellfire, Ifringus would have been killed before the Armageddon, which means the party would have been in danger. Thankfully, the count to Armageddon is now reset, so we used attack reels again and start skipping turns to get Yuna her Overdrive back. We used Riku's next Overdrive to fully heal Yuna and Tingus, and we brought in Wakka again before the boss's turn because it was finally due to use Ultra Spark. With our doubled HP, we tank it well enough, and with our new Ribbon and Curse-proof armors, we prevent the status effects. We get to skip many turns now to refill our Overdrives. Tingus hits a Slice and Dice, but we don't attack again. We don't want to provoke another Ultima after all. We get the boss's turn to come up, which is a physical attack on Tingus, and then we hit an attack reels, we take the Ultima, and Riku heals us again. Tingus hits another Slice and Dice, we take the Ultima and the Ethereal Cannon, and then Wakka hits another attack reels. One more attack reels and we will win this one. We skip turns with Riku to get her Overdrive, and there's no harm in fully healing again at this point. The boss's last turn was just a physical attack anyway, so Wakka skips enough turns to get his Overdrive back, and with that we have defeated all the Arena Fiends. Also, with our improved stats, we can take on the Dark Mega Sisters again. The strategy is exactly the same using Comrade mode. The only difference is that we deal more damage than ever. The first sister only used Razia once to remove Wakka's auto life, but with how much damage we're dealing, she was close to death anyway. Riku went down, and Wakka finished her right off afterwards. Riku even kept her Overdrive bar full. As we know, the second sister has less HP and defense. Riku can use Hyper Mighty Guard right away, and Wakka deals stupid damage. A couple of attack reels and blitz aces make short work of this boss. We even throw in a few of the other characters' Overdrives to help save Riku's Overdrive for the third Mega Sister. The thing we really want to see from this boss is its luckiest equipment drop, armor with the auto haste ability. The second Dark Mega Sister is the only enemy in the entire game that can drop auto haste armor. Whichever character deals the final hit to an enemy, any potential equipment dropped from that enemy will most likely be for that character. We were lucky enough to receive auto haste armor, and since we had Kimahri finish her off with a jump, it was for him. The third Mega Sister is still the most difficult one to beat, but at least we have an auto save before the battle. We go in with Waka and Lulu as our front line due to the third sister's lower magic defense. We get as many characters buffed with Hyper Mighty Guard as we can, and we just hope that we don't get hit with too many physical attacks, since they remove our auto life. The more Camisades we see, the better. After several attack reels and Furiga Furies, both Lulu and Waka have lost their auto lives. We keep reviving them as they fall, but we managed to get Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus and Yuna earlier as backup anyway. We even just managed to get the maximum of 16 casts with Furiga Fury now that Lulu's magic stat is as high as it is. Waka finishes her off and earns a new sword for Auron with the triple overdrive and break damage limit abilities. Now we're up against Dark Anima. As we said, she randomly uses one of 3 attacks on her turn, a physical attack, Mega Graviton, or Pain, which inflicts instant death. It goes without saying, but there's no chance of surviving Dark Anima's overdrive Oblivion. There is a great strategy we can use for Dark Anima, and it requires a bit of preparation first. We can use both the Blossom Crown and the Flower Scepter to access the Faith in Remium Temple. This unlocks the final optional Aeon, the Mega Sisters. We name them all individually, so say hello to Singus, Singus, and Mingus. We can also defeat the rest of Belgamine's Aeons now, which is trivial at this point, but doing so awards us with the Moon Sigil. This allows us to fully upgrade Yuna's celestial weapon to give her triple overdrive growth as well. Before battling Dark Anima, we use a random encounter to weaken Waka so that he is in critical HP. We switch him to the Daredevil overdrive mode and swap his armor to give him SOS haste. The start of the battle is familiar, Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus and Auron. The reason we can safely keep Waka's HP low is that we will never let Waka stay on the front lines when Dark Anima's turn comes around. His attack reel's overdrive is surprisingly generous with its delay, so as long as he has SOS haste, he can swap in, hit an attack reels, and swap out again before Dark Anima's turn. As long as we keep the characters with auto life on the front lines before Dark Anima's turns, no one will stay dead. Normally, having ribbon armor is non-negotiable in this fight, as Dark Anima's attacks can deal a plethora of status effects including Doom, but since we don't let Waka take a hit, it's fine to keep his SOS haste instead. Tingus can hit a slice and dice when he gets the opportunity, and everyone else can skip several turns to build their overdrives back up again. If we get lucky enough, Dark Anima won't use Pain for the first few attacks. This means that Riku can cast Eccentric on Waka and Tingus. Waka will never lose Eccentric if he never gets hit, but Tingus lost it right away. That's fine though, it's only important that Waka keeps it. With him being on Daredevil, he gets 4% charge a turn. That's tripled to 12% due to his celestial weapon, and Eccentric has doubled it again to 24% a turn. It's very helpful in this fight to have as many characters with haste and auto life as we can, especially Yuna. And here's why. Eventually, Dark Anima's overdrive bar will fill up. We want to Grand Summon an Aeon right before Dark Anima's turn. However, Dark Anima absorbs all elemental damage, so if we hit an overdrive with Ifringus, Ixingus, or Shingus, the boss would absorb it. The only Aeons we can use that don't deal elemental damage with their overdrives is Vingus, Bahingus, and Aningus. And the Mega Sisters. We use the Mega Sisters to hit their overdrive, Delta attack, for good damage, and then we accept that the boss's overdrive will destroy them. Not only does this shield the party from Oblivion, but it also uses up Dark Anima's turn. If a character gets knocked out and loses their Hyper Mighty Guard buffs, we need to keep Riku protected until she gets her overdrive. Then she can cast Hyper Mighty Guard again on any characters that don't have it. It's also worth mentioning that we never want to use Hyper Mighty Guard on Waka in this fight. He already has haste, and the region may eventually heal him enough where he's no longer in critical HP. If Dark Anima keeps dropping people, then Riku's overdrive will always be spent getting Hyper Mighty Guard back on those who have been dropped. It takes a fair while for Dark Anima's overdrive bar to fill back up again, so this does give us the time we need to refill Yuna's overdrive bar as well. We can keep this strategy up for a while. It's made even easier if Dark Anima's RNG is kind to us and she doesn't spam pain. Its other 2 attacks are very survivable if we can keep our HP high enough. When the boss does have her overdrive bar filled, we can skip turns to fill our own overdrive bars until the last possible turn. In fact, we can even hit an attack reels close to the boss's turn because we know we'll be able to grand summon before the boss can hit the party. This is the only way we can keep Walker on the front lines for an extended period of time without risking him dying. I did use Kimahri's jump, but I forgot to give him break damage limit, so it only dealt 9999. At one point, Riku's overdrive was ready, but no one needed Hyper Mighty Guard. However, our HPs were getting low, so we mixed 2 potions together for a full heal on Tingus, Kimahri and Riku. We did get lucky that Dark Anima didn't use pain for a while, so Riku's next overdrive was Hot Spurs on herself, Yuna and Walker, as their overdrives are the most important 3 in this fight. Riku getting knocked out when her overdrive bar is low is quite bad, as she loses haste. We could swap her armor temporarily to give her SOS haste if her HP is low enough, which would help her charge her overdrive back up again, but then she would need to swap her armor back before either getting hit or applying Hyper Mighty Guard. This is because the haste from Hyper Mighty Guard would miss her if she already had the effect of SOS haste. It's actually possible to counterattack Dark Anima's physical attack, so we kept the celestial weapons off the male characters, with the exception of Walker since he's not getting hit anyway. We grand summoned Bahingus to hit a Mega Flare and tank another Oblivion for us. We were finally able to skip enough turns to farm Riku's overdrive bar again, so we use Hyper Mighty Guard again, just to reapply regen on 2 characters who may have lost it. Walker's overdrive is now filling up by 36% a turn, so he is firing off an attack reels almost every round of turns by now. A Mega Graviton did take Tingus's auto life from him, and the same thing happened to Yuna when she got hit with pain. Riku uses Hyper Mighty Guard on both Tingus and Yuna again, and once again Dark Anima's overdrive bar is full, so we want to fire off as many overdrives as we have saved up, just as long as we get a grand summon before Dark Anima's turn. The last Aeon we have that deals non-elemental damage is Vingus, but now we have upgraded Yuna's celestial weapon, which means Vingus can finally break the damage limit. Walker's job as the ultimate glass cannon is complete, as 1 final attack reels is enough to finish off Dark Anima. Just in time too, as our characters were starting to get low on HP again. There is only 1 more Dark Aeon left, Dark Yojimbo. We left this one last intentionally so we could use him for equipment farming, but now the time has come to defeat him once and for all. As we mentioned, the only way to defeat Dark Yojimbo completely is to beat it 5 times in a row. The 5 fights are all almost exactly the same, except Dark Yojimbo's overdrive bar fills slightly faster with each battle. Our strategy is different this time. We go with ally mode instead of comrade. This is because comrade mode won't guarantee we fill our overdrive bars now that we have improved our defense and HP. Our 2 main damage dealers are Walker and Yuna. Since there is a save sphere inside the cavern, we can freely heal our Aeons between each fight. Our improved agility ensures that we get our overdrives back fairly quickly. Riku will also use an eccentric with her second overdrive. After a couple of grand summons and attack reels, Tingus, Auron and Kimahri can finish Dark Yojimbo off with a Blitz Ace, a Tornado, and a Jump respectively. Whereas we can heal with the save sphere between fights, there are no random encounters in this cavern after encountering Dark Yojimbo. At first we thought that this meant we wouldn't be able to fill our overdrive bars up between battles. However, if you stand on this teleport pad at the end of the cavern, the random encounters are reactivated. So now we can start the remaining 4 encounters with Dark Yojimbo with our overdrives at the ready. The strategy for the second and third Dark Yojimbo fight is exactly the same, which means the next 2 fights go in exactly the same way. In the 4th fight it still goes the same way, but Dark Yojimbo's overdrive filled up all the way this time. Thankfully we had Yuna's overdrive ready again before Dark Yojimbo could get its next turn, and Ingus didn't even need to tank the Zanmato for us as she defeated Dark Yojimbo with Oblivion instead. The 5th and final fight sees Dark Yojimbo's overdrive filling up even faster, so just like with the previous fight, we keep Yuna's overdrive at the ready. After dealing over half of the boss's HP, we got caught off guard, and Dark Yojimbo hits a Wakasashi that drops all 3 party members. Only Walker had auto life, and since the boss has its overdrive ready, we have no choice but to grand summon. The Mega Sisters hit a Delta attack, and then they tank the Zanmato for us. Thankfully, a Tornado is all we needed to finish off Dark Yojimbo after that. We just need to make sure we hit the button combo to guarantee the win. Now that all Dark Aeons have been defeated, the final and strongest boss in the entire game emerges: Penance. The preparations we need to make for penance are ridiculous. We need to farm the fights we've already won in the arena to earn a ton more HP spheres, strength spheres, defense spheres, agility spheres, magic spheres, luck spheres, and fortune spheres. This is all so we can max out those stats for all characters, with a couple of exceptions. Only Tingus, Auron, Kimahri, and Yuna need to boost their luck stats. A high luck stat won't help the others. This is because the luck increases the dodge rate, our accuracy, and our critical hit chance. Not all characters can get critical hits with their overdrives. We can't miss penance with overdrives, and it's impossible to dodge penance's attacks. If you're wondering why Yuna needs luck, it's because the Mega Sister's overdrive can actually get critical hits. It's the only Aeon that can deal critical hits with their overdrive. With high enough luck on those 4 characters, every single one of their attacks is guaranteed to be a critical hit. As for our equipment, if you go to the very start of Macalania Woods, Once is there, and he sells both weapons and armors for all characters with 4 blank slots on each one. With enough item farming in the arena, we can customize anything we want. We start by using Wings to Discovery items to add break HP limit to all armors for all characters. This means farming Shinryu in the arena a lot, but he's a pushover at this point. We also want to add SOS haste to these armors by using Chocobo feathers, but in this run we can only customize SOS haste 4 times. This is because we are limited in this run on the number of Chocobo feathers we can get, because the only way to get more Chocobo feathers other than the initial 99 we got from the arena is to either steal or bribe for them, both of which are against the rules. We add SOS haste to Tingus, Wakka, Riku, and Auron's armor. We can also customize auto haste, but only once in this run, as it takes up almost all 99 of the only Chocobo wings we can get. Would you believe we will customize this for Lulu? Since Kimahri already has an auto haste armor from the Dark Mega Sister, that leaves only Yuna. We can farm the same enemy that we defeated to earn Tingus's SOS haste armor back in Zanakand, the Bashorer. The only downside is that his armor will only have 3 ability slots maximum, but someone has to take the handicap. We also want to add defense plus 20% to all characters' armors except Yuna, since she can't spare the slot. This can be customized with Blessed Gems, which can be farmed by defeating Cactuar King in the arena, which is also a trivial fight at this point. The last ability everyone needs is Auto Protect, which can be customized with Light Curtains, which can be farmed from Fafnir in the arena. We also purchase a second armor from Once for both Tingus and Riku. We also customize break HP limit and defense plus 20% to these armors, as well as SOS Regen, which requires Healing Springs, which can be farmed from Kotos in the arena, and Kotos is even easier than Fafnir. The final ability for these 2 armors is Ribbon. This requires 99 dark matters, which can be dropped from various arena fiends and dark aeons. With the farming we did against Dark Yojimbo, we already have a fair few of these, but one of the quickest ways to grind dark matters is to face Penance itself. We don't have to defeat Penance, but Penance has arms that are separate targets. If we defeat the arms and then run away, it's possible to get dark matter drops from those arms. And since the arms respawn, we can defeat the arms multiple times for even more dark matter drops before we run away. Before we actually try to defeat Penance, there's something else we can do to prepare. We want to go into the fight with almost all characters in critical HP. Since the only way to access the Penance fight is via the airship, and the main way onto the airship is by touching a save sphere, we will most likely be fully healed before the Penance fight. A perfect method of getting into critical HP on the airship is to unequip and re-equip everyone's break HP limit armor. This drops their current HP down to just 9,999, and now we can use mega potions to heal the party back up to 49,999, which is just under half of their max HP. There are a couple of exceptions. We decided to keep Lulu's HP at maximum. You'll see why soon. Also, we only healed Yuna up to 39,999 for safety. This is for a particular strat that hopefully we'll see later. Now, all characters with SOS haste will be sped up right from the start. This is also why we customized auto haste for Lulu so she doesn't need to be in critical HP. Plus, all characters in critical HP can be set to the Daredevil Overdrive mode, just like Riku was against Seymour Flux and Waka was against Dark Anima. As for the penance fight itself, strap in for a long one. Both of its arms have 500,000 HP each and the body has 12 million HP. The body will use Obliteration every turn for decent damage on all targets. This also inflicts the slow status on all targets, but as long as we're under the effect of SOS haste or auto haste, we're immune to slow. Penance also has auto protect, but as mentioned before, Overdrives ignore protect. It's the arms that are the most dangerous part of this fight. The left arm can use Terra Graviton, which inflicts numerous status effects and deals 75% of all targets max HP. The left arm can also cast Sloga on the party, but we're still immune to slow with our setup. The right arm can instantly shatter a character, inflict numerous status effects including Curse, but worst of all, it can cast Mighty Guard on the body. If this ever happens, it's an instant reset, because the regen can heal the body for up to 400,000 HP every turn, and we have no hope of outdamaging that level of healing. Also, when Penance has less than 9 million HP remaining, it moves on to its second phase. Obliteration is replaced with Immolation, which inflicts full break to a single target. But in this phase, Penance has a hidden counter just like Nemesis. When the counter is full and both arms are alive at the same time, Penance will use Judgment Day on its next turn, for a guaranteed 99,999 damage on the whole party. The only viable strategy for this run is to never let either of the arms get any turns if we can help it. Since the arms respawn several rounds after they're destroyed, this means that we need to go on a routine of destroying the arms multiple times throughout the entire battle. The basic idea is to have Riku mix as many buffs as we can possibly make use of, starting with Eccentric on herself, Tingus and Auron. Being able to get overdrives regularly is going to be very important, and the reason we start with Tingus and Auron is that Auron's Tornado is going to be incredibly useful. It hits all targets twice and deals maximum damage to the arms. That leaves each arm with 300,000 HP remaining, and that is just about how much damage a Blitz Ace can do. So between those two, they can take out a single arm and weaken the other. After our characters have taken some damage, we also need to get Hyper Mighty Guard on everyone. But before we do that, for Tingus and Riku, we need to swap them both to their second armors that we set up for them. The reason being is that their second armors have SOS regen on it. If they have that armor equipped as they receive Hyper Mighty Guard, since they already have SOS regen, the regen effect from Hyper Mighty Guard won't take effect. This is what we want because regen from Hyper Mighty Guard is temporary. So now Tingus and Riku will keep the effect of regen as well as the other effects of Hyper Mighty Guard, with haste and auto life being the most important. We need haste from Hyper Mighty Guard because the second armors don't have SOS haste. The reason we only do this with Tingus and Riku is that they are the two characters on the front lines longer than anyone else, especially if Tingus remains on arm killing duty. If we use any of these three characters' overdrives, then that character will be forced to remain on the front line when Penance's turn comes around. But with our defense buffs, we can tank an obliteration fairly well. Another part of our strategy is to space out the kills on the arms just enough so that they don't stay alive at the same time for too long. As soon as one of the arms respawns and both arms are now alive, we need to make sure to have a Tornado saved and ready to use. As long as we've already hit a Blitz Ace on the other arm, Tornado will finish it off. It's almost impossible to have Riku cast buffs on other party members if we're using Tornado and Blitz Ace over and over again, so now and then we had to replace Blitz Ace with attack reels from Waka. Sometimes this would kill an arm, but if it didn't, usually the arm would be weakened enough that a jump from Kimahri would finish it off. In fact, if Tingus and Auron can efficiently dispatch the arms, there is at least one free turn where the body is on its own, so we can use that opportunity to hit the body with an attack reels for maximum damage. Swapping characters like this would allow Riku to cast her buffs on other characters as well. Along with Eccentric and Hot Spurs, we want to get Hyper Null All set up on people too. This will reduce the damage from obliteration going forward thanks to the 5x cheer. We wait until all the characters had taken some damage before giving them regen, because we can't let any of the Daredevil characters' HP go above 50,000, as they will lose all SOS effects and the Daredevil mode won't boost their overdrive bars anymore. The most reliable and consistent damage that we can get on the body is from Tornado, but the body's defense is so high that even that doesn't deal maximum damage. The next buff we can cast will be Trio of 9999 on Lulu. This is so that she can help with damage to the body. When we have applied Eccentric, Hot Spurs, Hyper Null All, and Hyper Mighty Guard on Tingus, Riku, Auron, Wakka, and Kimahri, we can start to buff Lulu and Yuna. We prioritize Hyper Mighty Guard on them, but neither of them need Hyper Null All, as they're not going to be on the front lines long enough to make use of it. This is also the reason we went in with Yuna on less HP than the others, as regen would have healed her over 50,000 HP otherwise. Throughout the whole battle, if we ever need to skip a turn, we make sure to do so with a character that needs some overdrive charge if we can. We can't afford to waste turns like that. Now and then, we will need to skip some of our turns to properly space out the kills on the arms, and if Kimahri has his overdrive, we can afford to hit a jump on the body for decent chip damage. Kimahri's overdrive delay is generous enough that he will usually get his turn back before the boss can take its turn. At this point, we are approaching the end of Phase 1. We need to make sure we have as many buffs in place as possible before that happens. If anyone's HP is starting to get low, Riku can mix an antidote with a map to cast Mega Elixir. This will heal the party by just 9,999 so that they can still remain in critical HP. If we can get a couple of turns off the body being on its own, Wakka can hit an attack reels and Lulu can follow up with Drain Fury. It has to be Drain Fury as it's the weakest non-elemental spell in the game. Penance absorbs all elemental damage, and the weaker the spell, the easier it is to get all 16 casts. This is also why we went with Ally mode instead of Daredevil mode for Lulu, as Drain Fury would have just healed her back to full HP anyway. This is also why we used our one and only auto haste customization on Lulu, as she would not have been able to make use of SOS haste if she doesn't stay in critical HP. Also, as Phase 2 starts, Penance will gain haste but only for a single turn. Phase 2 of this fight works a bit differently. The arms still act in the same way, but as we mentioned, the body no longer uses Obliteration. It replaces it with Immolation, which can only target a single character, but it also inflicts armor break to that target. As long as we don't let anyone's HP fall too low, anyone can survive the Immolation attack with our defense buffs. But the armor break guarantees that character will get one-shot by another Immolation. Near the beginning of Phase 2, whenever we find the opportunity, we swap both Tingus's and Riku's armor back to their starting armor. This is because that in Phase 2, regen is no longer helpful if anyone's going to die in 2 hits anyway. We have been applying these buffs to our characters in preparation for Phase 2. If anyone takes 2 hits from Immolation, they will be revived with auto life, but they will lose all their buffs. Riku's job is to reapply buffs on those who need them after they lose them, but we need to work on a priority system. Our priorities may change depending on our situation, but for example, early on, Tingus and Auron will need Eccentric back should they get knocked out. That's how important their overdrives are. As we said already, if Riku uses Mix, she is forced to remain on the front line until after the boss's next turn. Even if the turn order shows that she might get another turn before the boss after a Mix, the game is lying to you. What makes Phase 2 a lot more difficult than Phase 1 is that as the battle drags on, our characters are slowly losing their buffs upon being hit twice. We can only reapply them so often, so if we're not careful, we will start to lose buffs faster than we get them back. We can mitigate this somewhat by swapping certain characters to be on the front line right before the body's turn. We try to prioritize characters who are not yet broken or characters who have been knocked out already, as they will no longer be broken upon reviving. We can even Grand Summon an Aeon to tank an Immolation for us if we don't want to risk another character getting broken. The Aeons can deal a bit of damage to the body and its arms with their overdrives before it then gets one-shot by Immolation. We actually want the Aeons to get one-shot, by the way, as we don't want to give the arms more time to respawn. However, since Penance absorbs all elemental damage, the only Aeon overdrives we can use to deal damage are with Vingus, Bahingus, and Aningus. We can can deal damage with the Magus Sisters, but summoning the Magus Sisters in this fight is practically throwing the fight. The reason being, since there are 3 Magus Sisters, Penance can only hit one of them at a time. Since the Magus Sisters' turns are majorly delayed after their overdrive, the arms will get ample time to both respawn and be alive at full HP at the same time. This is the exact scenario we've been working on preventing the entire fight, because after we dismiss the Magus Sisters, if they even survive, our party would not be in a position to take down both arms before their turns. Not to mention that the longer the arms are left alive, the more turns they can take in a row. And of course, as we've mentioned, if Penance gets a turn whilst both arms are alive in Phase 2 and enough turns have gone by, Penance can just wipe the party out with Judgment Day. So we never summon the Magus Sisters in this fight unless it was a Hail Mary to finish Penance off. Something else that is interesting to note, Auto Life is set to revive a character to a quarter of their max HP, which is why our characters are reviving at 24,999. However, the amount of HP a character can be revived to depends on that character's own maximum damage potential. If a character can't break the damage limit, then Auto Life will only revive that character to 9,999 HP. We need 24,999 HP to survive an immolation attack. This is why having break damage limit on everyone is invaluable, even on characters who can't deal enough damage to break the limit anyway, like Lulu and Yuna. As a side note, the idea for Phase 2 is to never need to spend any of Riku's overdrives healing the party. Immolation will two-shot anyone regardless of our HP anyway, so we would much rather cast Auto Life instead. This fight would have been much less of an issue if there were any mix combinations in the game that removed armor break from our party, but there isn't. At one point, we had weakened one of the arms so much that any attack would have killed it. We had Tinkus's overdrive ready to go, so we used Energy Rain. It destroys the weaker arm and gets a bit of damage on the other arm and body. Plus, Energy Rain has a slightly better recovery time over Blitzace. If a character doesn't take any damage for long enough, Regen will heal them close to 50,000 HP. We can't afford to let that happen if they don't already have their overdrive, as we need to skip turns efficiently to fill overdrive bars, and if they go above 50,000 HP, Daredevil won't kick in. A way to get around this is that when a character gets close to 50,000 HP, swap their armor to something without break HP limit. Their max HP will then fall to 9,999, and on their next turn we swap the armor back again. This puts their max HP back at 99,999, but our current HP stays at 9,999, and thus Daredevil mode stays active. At this point, the longer Phase 2 goes on for, the bleaker things become. We can't stay on top of this routine forever with all the buffs we're losing. This means that Phase 2 is basically one big damage race, which is why giving Lulu Trio was vital, as this makes her the second highest damage dealer on the body. Unfortunately, when Lulu gets knocked out for the first time, she loses Trio, and finding the time to reapply it is almost impossible as our focus is now on survivability. Even after Lulu loses Trio, we can still make use of her Fury if the arm's HP is low enough, and we just need to kill it off before it gets a turn. The reason we never use either Ultima Fury or Flare Fury in this fight is mostly due to the huge delay that Lulu suffers after using them. Her next turn would come around a lot later, not to mention that due to Ultima and Flare being very high level spells, we would only get around 6 or 7 casts per Fury. Even the damage that Ultima Fury deals isn't worth it, at only 6,000 to 7,000 per hit, so we would much rather be able to cast Drain 16 times instead. On some of our previous attempts at this boss, we tried having Auron on Slayer mode. Slayer gives him 20% overdrive per kill, and with triple overdrive, that's 60% for each arm he kills with Tornado. Adding Eccentric on top of that means Auron gets a complete refill after every Tornado as long as it always kills at least one of the arms every time. This sounds like a great strategy, and for Phase 1 it is, since Auron would never need Hot Spurs, but the drawbacks are that Auron can only ever use a Tornado if he's guaranteed to get a kill with it, and he can only use it if he has Eccentric first. Otherwise, he won't get a full refill, and then he won't be able to use another overdrive for the rest of the fight. This is why we went in with Daredevil on Auron instead. Speaking of Daredevil overdrive mode, do you remember when we first mentioned it in this video? We said that Daredevil was nerfed in the HD version of the game, and that it only fills our overdrive bars by 4%. 4%. But it turns out that's not actually true. The Final Fantasy Wiki says it's 4%, and for a long while that was accepted as fact. It's actually 5%. It might not sound like it, but 5% is a lot better than 4%. With triple overdrive, that's the difference of 12% and 15% charge a turn. And if you add eccentric on top of that, it's the difference between 24% and 30% a turn. And getting your overdrive one turn sooner can make a big difference. As we get deeper into Phase 2, I just wanted to be fully transparent on something. I didn't quite perform this battle entirely legitimately. I used what I have dubbed pseudo-save states, where if I make a big irreversible mistake, like swapping in the wrong character at the wrong time, then I would note down everything about my current situation, and then I would use a mod to put myself back in that exact same situation, right down to the exact hit points and turn order, etc. I would then proceed to not make that mistake and carry on with the battle. This is the only fight in the entire game where I resorted to doing this, and I only did it twice in this attempt. The only reason I resorted to doing this in this fight is that I made dozens attempts against Penance over the course of weeks. Considering Phase 2 has a lot of RNG to it and the whole fight is multiple hours long, having to watch my best attempts fail 2/3 of the way in due to either making a silly mistake or bad RNG was soul crushing. Consider this fight a proof of concept. If enough luck goes your way and you don't make any mistakes. Speaking of luck, we found ourselves in a scenario where the right arm is guaranteed to get a turn since we have failed to kill it in time. But as luck would have it, it used Calamity on Yuna. This still isn't great since Yuna is now cursed and poisoned, but if the arm had used either of its two other attacks, then the run would have died immediately. Although this renders Yuna useless for the rest of the battle. She can't skip a turn without the poison knocking her out, and she doesn't have auto life, so she's done all she can. Unfortunately, this also means that the Magus Sisters Overdrive can no longer be used as a Hail Mary. This is a shame since we took the time to boost Yuna's luck stat so that we could show off that the Magus Sisters Overdrive Delta attack will deal 6 critical hits. Oh well. I also want to mention why we didn't use any other overdrive modes that we aren't using. None of them would have been as helpful, reliable, and consistent as Daredevil. Comrade mode fell off as soon as we raised our max HP above 9,999. The only other mode that we could have potentially made any use of is Sufferer mode, which we did use very effectively against Yunalesca. All we would need is a status ailment to be inflicted to a character with Sufferer mode, but it's impossible to self-inflict any status effect with only overdrives. It's also impossible to carry a status effect from one battle to another. There are 3 ways to be inflicted with a status effect in this battle. The first method is being hit with Obliteration in Phase 1, which causes slow, but we're immune to that, and even if we weren't immune, being slowed would be far too detrimental. The second method is to be hit with Calamity from the right arm, as this inflicts darkness, silence, curse, poison, and full break. Even if we had curse proof and poison proof, full break would ensure that character would get one shot by the next attack coming their way. The third method is to take a Terra Graviton from the left arm, as this also inflicts slow, sleep, darkness, silence, and doom. Assuming we even survive the Terra Graviton, it is possible to protect against slow and sleep, but the only way to prevent doom is to have the ribbon ability, since there is no doom proof in this game. Before I talk about that, once again we failed to destroy an arm before its turn was coming up. It's the left arm this time, but our luck continued as it used Sloga on the party. As we mentioned, we are immune to Sloga. If it had used any of its other attacks instead, we'd have been in big trouble. Anyway, as I was saying, since Ribbon protects us from all these status effects, this means we can't trigger Sufferer mode without also being inflicted with Doom, and Doom knocks out that character after 5 turns anyway, so it simply isn't worth it. It's a shame too, because if a character had Sufferer mode, their overdrive would fill up by 16% a turn, triple that because of the triple overdrive ability, then double that because of eccentric, and then boost that by 50% because of hot spurs. All that added together would mean that any character with Sufferer and a status effect would be able to get their overdrive every single turn, no matter what. so it's a shame we can't make that work. As the fight goes on, we find ourselves needing to take some risks, such as using attack reels after both arms have respawned, and needing to use Spiral Cut just to finish an arm off if attack reels wasn't enough. I should also mention that if we ever fail any of the inputs with either Tingus, Waka, or Auron's Overdrives at any point in this battle, we very likely lose, because then an arm will get a turn, and it's all over. Hours of progress undone by failing one single QuickTime event. Closer we got to victory, the more tense it became. We have managed to hold on long enough to whittle its HP down to under 300,000. We hit an attack reels on the body, which we might not have done if its HP weren't so low. That's because Auron doesn't have auto life, and sure enough, he was the target. But it doesn't matter, because Kimahri has his overdrive. Oh my god, it's over!
I can't believe this.
It's done, it's done.
I love that Kimahri got the kill.
We have finally done it! Can you beat Final Fantasy X with only overdrives? As long as you allow fiend capturing, yes, you can! I think this run has answered the question I posed at the start of this video. Final Fantasy X's overdrives are easily the best limit break system in the entire franchise. Thank you for watching. If you made it to the end of the video and you're still listening to my voice, then that's amazing. I never expected this video to be this long, but this video also would not have been possible without a couple of people in the Final Fantasy X Challenge Run community. First of all, there's Adamance13. Check out his YouTube channel for more Final Fantasy X Challenge Runs. Secondly, there's the man who taught me just about everything I know about this game, Carifian. If you learned anything from this video about this game, odds are it was Carifian who taught me first. He's been working on a few interesting difficulty mods for the game, like all enemies having auto haste for example. I'll link them in the description. Can't thank you enough, Carifian. Speaking of thanking people, a huge thank you to all of our biggest supporters. They are Bart McAllister, Beeping Sheep, Clara B, Emperor Prime, Evolved Pixel, Fister Knightley, Floop, Freisening, Gingy Ginge, Griffy, Hannibal Lar, Harpinger, Gel Hustings, Justin Becker, Cola Aero, Lindbloom, Maureen Jansen, Moonflow Istic, Nick CF, Noton, Owl Ottle, Rocket Plod, Running Hands, Spectrum Z, VV is Vicious, 1G Hugh 1, A Lazy Dragon, Chrome Stack, Sizrenner, Dadliest Man, DK Banana 26, Dr. Musashi, Duncan F93, Evolve Pixel, Finn Living with a Ghost, $40 Mouse, Hakey Joey 14, Hamscoffer, Jesus Christ 00AD, Cami 7, Lindbloom, Lacerated Hunter, Laz Gamers, Luna Isle, Mebiman, Miss Liz, Phantom Joker 5, Possible Psycho, Patoma 13, Revanch, Smegzilla, Spectrum Z90, Static Jokes, TG Devourer, The Overachiever, Tim Zero, Tor DS, Tauster, True DK0, Username JP, Vital Daffodil, Zem92, Zenot Soul, A Lazy Dragon, Aggie, Anthony Kermack, Bob Asti, Jan Intervenson Raventoss, Melfi, Song of Shadows, Tor, and Wesley Austin. That's a fine bunch of names right there. If you want to see our other Final Fantasy Challenge Run videos, the playlist is linked on screen now. Or if you want to see a different kind of challenge run, how about things like Ratchet & Clank without jumping? I'll link that on screen as well. I don't think I'm going to play this game again for a very long time.